defines sustainable work as the interplay of working and living conditions being such that they support people in engaging and remaining in work throughout an extended working life. And that requires a focus on job quality, because we need to ensure that we eliminate the factors that can trigger an early exit from the labor market or prevent engaging in work altogether. Eurofound distinguishes 7 dimensions of job quality. So a good job is not just a well-paid job. There are very different dimensions to job quality. Each of the 7 dimensions, you see them listed here on the slide, affects the sustainability of work because each of them affects the well-being of workers. Now, the relative importance of the different dimensions can vary across jobs, obviously. High quality in one dimension may compensate for lower quality in another dimension. For instance, higher earnings can help to compensate for certain working time quality or work intensity issues. However, one dimension, and I think that's perfectly clear, can never perfectly substitute for another. And it's actually questionable whether certain elements of a job can really be compensated for. Take the example of physical demands. Certain physical demands cannot be compensated for by earnings because the negative impact on health that they have is irreversible. Now, the next question I want to investigate is, are we making progress in improving the quality of work in these 7 dimensions? And let's go through them one by one, dimension by dimension. The physical work environment. The quality of the physical working environment has increased slightly between 2000 and 2015. We take this data from the different waves of the European Working Conditions Survey. The good news is that the most pronounced improvements were observed for occupations that are characterized by high levels of physical risk, for example, plant and machine operators. So most improvement where it was needed most. That is certainly good news. Work intensity is not such good news. It's a more mixed picture. Work intensity, we're talking here about the number of quantitative demands that workers have to cope with, pace of work, emotional demands. That's the dimension of work intensity. It worsened because it increased slightly, which is not good for work intensity in the period between 2000 and 2015. And you can see there's a peak in 2005. However, even though it was only a slight increase overall, a pronounced upward trend was observed in some sectors like commerce and hospitality. But the biggest increase in work intensity was experienced by service and sales workers. And many of these jobs in services and sales require direct interaction with clients, with patients, students, or pupils. And it is the emotional demands resulting from these interactions that are on the rise. On a side note, almost 40% of those who interact with service recipients and are therefore exposed to higher emotional demands are in occupations which have been declared as critical during the pandemic. We have started to call them essential workers, as they were the ones keeping the economy going during lockdowns. And their working conditions have been of rather poor quality in many cases, in a range of dimensions, even before the pandemic. I just wanted to point that out as a side note. Back to our dimensions. Working time quality, this is good news. Working time quality has improved, most notably between 2000 and 2010. This was mostly driven by a catch-up to EU standards of Eastern European and Baltic member states after the enlargement in 2004. And this improvement was driven in particular by a decrease in the proportion of workers reporting long working hours and long working days. However, with the increased uptake of telework, the issue of long working hours is back on the agenda, and my colleague Oscar Vargas will address this in his presentation on telework during the pandemic this afternoon. The social environment, an interesting picture here. Social support from colleagues, that's the blue line, has moderately decreased between 2005 and 2015. And we see a growing gap between the youngest and oldest age groups, with younger workers experiencing less support from colleagues. And this is a concerning trend because we know that this social support from colleagues is important as a resource when we need to balance high work demands. Social support from managers increased in the period observed, and particularly so for the older age groups of workers. Again, the question what telework will do to the social environment, but also what working alongside robots might do, the use of algorithms for directing and managing people, is a question that deserves our full attention, and this conference will address some of the associated issues. Skills and discretion is another good news story. The Skills and Discretion Index increased quite substantially between 2005 and 2015, and the advance is mostly associated with the enhanced use of information and communication technologies and with the provision of paid training. Also here, some concern. The most concerning issue is the persisting gap between different contractual statuses, so the differences between full-time employees and part-time employees, between those on temporary contracts and permanent contracts when it comes to access to training, and the fact also that older workers are substantially less engaged in training compared to younger workers. The last dimension that we're going to look at this morning is the Prospects Index. The development of this index shows, unsurprisingly, a cyclical pattern, given that this dimension combines opportunities for career advancement and job security. We see a deterioration in 2010 and a recovery thereafter, most likely a reflection of the economic and financial crisis. The big concern here is that not all groups benefited equally from the improvements that we see. Just to give you an example, the gap between workers with primary and tertiary education when it comes to the scores in this index is 17 percentage points in 2015. Has there been upward convergence in working conditions in the European Union over the past 2 decades? A Eurofound study found convergence in 6 dimensions of working conditions, meaning poorer performing member states catching up with better performing member states. Convergence occurred in a context of improvements in these dimensions for the EU as a whole, as you can see on this slide. However, not all countries demonstrated improvement in the individual dimensions. And you see that in this column, countries behind weak convergence. So these are the countries where we see the opposite trends, which weakens the overall average for the EU as a whole. In the 7th dimension, prospects, however, again representing the area of job security and career advancements, there was divergence. It was upward, but it was diverging, meaning that while member states became less alike, so differences increased, there was overall, however, an improvement in this dimension. Let us move to the next megatrend that we want to investigate, digitalization. Now, to date, I have to say there is rather scant evidence how technological change unfolds in the workplace and what it means for the nature of work. The emphasis is usually on the potential for job losses as a result of technological change. Policy and also media debate focuses on fears about the disruptive impact of advanced digital technologies on work. The number of jobs that might be lost as a consequence is the main concern. And this sometimes neglects the benefits and opportunities that these technologies can also bring if they are properly and effectively implemented. A more qualitative approach with a focus on actual use cases. How is it being implemented and used in companies at the workplace? This new technology or these new technologies is therefore needed to move away from this idea of technological determinism. It's all spelled out already. It is certainly not. What is important in the discussion on the opportunities and the risks, of course, also associated with digitalization, is to be clear of the different technological developments that are summarized under this broad and overarching term, digitalization. And Eurofound has developed a conceptual framework on the digital age and uses the term digitalization in a broad way to refer to the transformation brought about by the widespread adoption of digital technologies. And we argue that the digital revolution will bring about profound changes to work and employment along three vectors of change. And you see them here on the slide: automation, digitization, and coordination by platforms. And each vector is associated with a specific set of technologies. So automation of work means the replacement of human labor input by digitally enabled machine input for some type of tasks within production and distribution processes. Now, machine automation, of course, predates even the Industrial Revolution. But what's new is that the use of digital technologies allows the algorithmic control of machinery. And therefore, we suddenly have many more possibilities for automation. With digitally enabled machines and artificial intelligence, all kinds of tasks that we never thought of before can be potentially automated. Digitization, we call the use, or we describe the use of sensors and rendering devices to translate part of the physical production process into digital information and vice versa. And you have mentioned here some examples of the type of technologies we're thinking about here: the Internet of Things, virtual reality, 3D printing, etc. I will not talk much about this because my colleague Sarah Risso will give you a more detailed insight on digitization and its effect on the workplace in her presentation this afternoon. A last point here, last vector of change, very, very important: coordination by platforms. The use of digital networks to coordinate economic transactions, basically the matching of supply and demand in an algorithmic way. Let's have a quick look in a bit more detail on this first vector of change: advanced robotics in the workplace. What impacts on the workplace can we expect? Our research on game-changing technologies points to a shift towards higher skilled tasks that are required if advanced robotics are introduced at the workplace, such as advanced engineering, data analytics, material science, or programming. This can improve the quality of working conditions for some workers, but reduce it for others, depending very much also on personal capabilities and personal preferences. While the use of advanced robots can result in less physical strain, because physically burdensome tasks can be conducted by machines, an important precondition for this positive development is to inform employees about the particularities and potential dangers when working with the technologies and how to avoid accidents. And I'm sure the next speaker will refer back to these risks and how to address them. Advanced robotics can also bring about negative psychological effects related to increased stress or decreased quality of relationships at the workplace. There we have our developments in the social work environment, again, that could change. Advanced robotics can also affect people management due to the complexities of human-robot interaction, which may result in the supervision of robots, but it may also result in the supervision by robots, which is a concern in itself. A decrease in workers' autonomy is expected as the data gathered through the technology more or less automatically could be used for greater monitoring of workers' performance. So this is just a short outline of the impact that advanced robotics at the workplace might have. Platform work. Platforms and platform work is being discussed for a variety of reasons, and I want to focus here on the impact of algorithmic management, which is at the heart of platform work, particularly if we think about food delivery and ride-hailing platforms. In platform work, algorithms are used to automate directing workers in terms of what needs to be done, in what order, and in which time period. Algorithms are also used to evaluate workers via the reputational systems that rank workers based on customer generated ratings, and we probably all have contributed to this by submitting these ratings. And as part of the control loop, there is the function of disciplining workers via the algorithms to enforce compliance as well. And there are risks arising from algorithmic management and control. And these risks you see here listed on the right-hand side of the slide. In those types of platform work where the platform determines and monitors when and how tasks are carried out, workers' autonomy and flexibility are limited. Algorithms, secondly, can lead to discriminatory or unfair employment decisions. And our research has shown that in many cases, platform workers do not have adequate redress options if they feel that they are being treated unfairly. And last but not least, it remains unclear how digital labor platforms protect the data and privacy of workers. As platform work relies heavily on data collection, there is a question whether what we currently have as a regulatory framework is sufficient to protect workers' rights as regards the collection and use of data. The last drive of change, we want to look at climate change or rather decarbonization as the answer to tackling climate change. When it comes to the effects of decarbonization on the world of work, we see similarities with the driver digitalization, in the sense that also here there is very much a focus on employment shifts, jobs lost, jobs gained because of the greening of the economy. And this focus is much stronger than on the impact on the quality of jobs. In Eurofound, we recently, well, a couple of years ago, compared two scenarios. A scenario where measures were taken in the area of carbon emission prices, housing and energy efficiency, power generation, and road transport that would reduce emissions to such an extent that the 2-degree target of the Paris Climate Agreement would be met. And we compared this scenario where these measures were taken to what we called a baseline scenario in which business as usual would continue until 2030. And if we look at the results of this scenario exercise, overall, it shows a positive effect for the EU, an increase of 1.1% in GDP, in addition as a result of increased investment activity and lower imports of fossil fuels, and an EU employment rate 0.5% higher in the energy scenario, so where the measures were taken, compared to the baseline scenario. However, as I list here on the slide, much of the employment created would be at the bottom and middle of the wage distribution, filled by lower educated employees and involving performance of less advanced tasks. Now, I think what needs to be taken into account here is that, yes, scenarios can help to foresee what the future has in store, but the underlying models of these scenarios are very, very complex and work with many assumptions that may or may not be correct. So just as there is no technological determinism, there is no decarbonization determinism, we argue, and policy choices also in the area of decarbonization will shape how we work in tomorrow's Europe. One of the key challenges that policy will have to address is the danger of increasing inequalities in connection with the greening of the economy, but not only, and the fragmentation and polarization of work. And all four drivers of change contribute to this trend. The question is, will we be working in a fragmented and polarized world of work in tomorrow's Europe? On first glance, there is not so much to worry about. On the left-hand side, you see member states in which the share of standard employment decreased between 2008 and 2018, and Slovenia is among them. And it is the majority of member states. And on the right-hand side, you see member states where the share of non-standard employment has actually increased. Overall, for the EU, the share has remained stable. However, what we do see is an increase of what we call compound non-standard employment, such as very marginal part-time work, so very short-term temporary contracts, working without a contract, casual work has increased. So the quality of the non-standard employment relationship is deteriorating. And this widening gap is also apparent on this chart. Most new job creation has been in non-standard employment. And this growth was predominantly in the bottom 4 quintiles, wage quintiles of employment. Standard employment, so full-time, permanent, that's the yellow part of those bars here. In these quintiles, if you look at the 4 lower quintiles, in these quintiles contributed only modestly to overall employment growth. But it was the mainstay of growth in jobs accounting for the top 20% of employment by pay, the very right-hand bar that you say there. So individuals on non-standard contracts are less likely to have access to full employment rights, social protection, and representation. And some of these observed trends go hand in hand with the emergence of new business models, for example, platform work. To conclude, working in tomorrow's Europe will require work to be sustainable over an extended working life to counterbalance the effects of demographic change. And that is why job quality remains so important. Working in tomorrow's Europe will see the use of advanced digital technologies in the workplace, but the impact in the workplace, good or bad, is not predetermined and it can be shaped. And that's, I think, where social dialogue and the continuous exchange between the two sides of industry is so important to find solutions. Working in tomorrow's Europe will include more green jobs, the quality of which will be varied, but could include more low-skilled tasks. So that's also something to look out for. Working in tomorrow's Europe could take place in a more fragmented and polarized labor market, and if we do not take measures to prevent this from happening. So a focus on reducing rather than increasing inequalities on the labor market is important. Thank you very much for your attention.
Najlepša hvala, gospa Barbara Gerstenberger, za ta sistematičen pregled, odlična izhodišča za nadaljne pogovore. Eno ključnih sporočil je torej nedvomno, da mora biti delo trajnostno, če se želimo odzvati na vse izzive, ki jih pred nas postavljajo megatrendi. Pri tem pa moramo izhajati iz tega, kar ste povedali na koncu, da digitalne tehnologije same po sebi niso ne dobre, ne slabe. Na eno ali drugo stran pola jih umesti zgolj način, na katere jih uporabljamo. Gremo naprej. Naslednji govorec, William Cockburn, je diplomiral iz prava in magistriral iz ergonomike. Je začasni izvršni direktor Evropske agencije za varnost in zdravje pri Delu. Na agenciji dela že od leta 1998, kjer je bil med drugim odgovoren za prvo evropsko raziskavo podjetij o novih in nastajajočih tveganjih. ESNR od leta 2012 pa na agenciji vodi oddelek za preventivo in raziskovanje. Naslov njegovega prispevka je Nastajajoča tveganja ter izzivi za varnost in zdravje delavcev. Lepo pozdravljam gospoda Williama Cockburna. Izvolite.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to today's important event, and thank you for the emphasis, the attention that's been given on occupational safety and health by the Slovenian presidency throughout all of the presidency so far. My presentation today builds on the excellent presentation from Barbara just now on the megatrends. My presentation goes into a little bit more detail regarding the impact on occupational safety and health of those trends, and hopefully there won't be too much of what you've just seen, but a little bit more in terms of the occupational safety and health implications. So anticipating and managing change, emerging risks are an essential part of strategies at EU level, as we've seen in the recent EU strategic framework, and also in the national level strategies. The aspects that we see addressed in those documents are the drivers of change, as we've heard in Barbara's presentation, and we're also able to draw on trends in OSH outcomes. I'll address each of these in the presentation in my next slides. So first, to focus on the drivers of change, and as Barbara mentioned, one of the most important is the green transition. And here, the studies that we've carried out at EU OSHA, we distinguish between the risks that arise from the climate change mitigation measures, so those technologies directed at reducing the impact of global emissions, and those risks arising directly from the new climate that we are already experiencing and will experience increasingly in the future. When we speak about climate change mitigation, we're talking about reducing energy consumption, we're talking about reducing fossil fuel use, also reducing emissions directly from, for example, livestock farming, and reducing the levels of climate change gas through, for example, carbon capture and storage technologies. Together with this, we've got new jobs, increasing in existing jobs, increases in risks. One of those is the refitting of buildings to make them more thermally efficient, which renders workers exposed to existing hazards such as asbestos, which claims 80,000 deaths per year in the EU. We're currently carrying out a foresight on the occupational safety and health risks related to the circular economy. Amongst the risks, as you may expect, are exposures to dangerous substances in recycling and waste treatment. New technologies related to, for example, the fitting of new photovoltaic panels, offshore wind, and so on, were picked up in our foresight study on green jobs already some years ago. Turning to the environmental effects, we can see rising temperatures are affecting the geographical spread of illnesses that are carried by, for example, ticks or mosquitoes, and we identified this in a review in biological agents. Turning to physical risks, extremes of temperature, extreme cold, heat stress is increasingly recognized as an emerging risk. When we think of natural disasters, such as floods, these also bring important risks for workers who have to deal with them. And finally, uncertainty and unpredictability in the weather. That's been identified as the risk, particularly for farmers, adding to their worry, to their stress concerning what the weather is going to bring for them, and increasingly uncertain prospects. So if we turn now to digitalization, and there'll be a more detailed presentation here, particularly on AI-based worker management from my colleague Emmanuel later today. The agency is working intensively on this topic since 2020, and we'll be finishing our research in 23, and then following that with a healthy workplaces campaign that the minister mentioned earlier on the topic of digitalization. And all of this work focuses around four main topics: the automation of work, as mentioned by Barbara, principally advanced robotics, the use of artificial intelligence, for example, extensive automation of warehousing and picking in the logistics industry, and many more examples. An important development, of course, the use of cobots, so workers alongside robots rather than robots being separated, as is the more traditional approach. And here, of course, we have risks of injury, of collisions, burns, cuts, eye damage from lasers, and so on. There are also psychosocial risks related to insecurity about one's job, concerns about privacy, the fact that there will be fewer people required to do a particular job, leading to isolation, worker intensity, and so on. And the automation is going to be focused, of course, on all those tasks that are more routine, which contributes to the polarization that Barbara mentioned as well. Turning to worker management through artificial intelligence. So here we're talking about the use of human resource analytics, so data mining of the IT systems in use to obtain greater information about how workers are performing, and also gamification, which are like micro incentives for workers. All have the potential for psychosocial risks, mainly through intensification, but also through a level of mistrust. These gathering of large amounts of data also contribute to an imbalance in the information on occupational safety and health, where there has traditionally been a balance on the one hand between workers and on the other hand between managers, and that will have an effect on OSH management if there's not a rebalancing. For example, establishing a right to access data for workers and their representatives. As regards digital platform work, depending on the occupation and the sector, the impact will be quite diverse. What we can say in general terms is that there are lower levels of training on occupational health, occupational safety and health, lower levels of risk assessment, lower levels of personal protective equipment associated with work through digital labor platforms. And as you can see on the slide, more generally, we see associations then with psychosocial risks, ergonomic and accident risks, and also effects again on the management of occupational safety and health. But as I say, the picture is very diverse, depending on what particular occupation or industry the platform is applied to. Finally, on a more positive note, we're also looking at advances in the technology for monitoring occupational safety and health. And here we can refer to smart personal protective equipment, to sensors, to drones, all of which allow, for example, real-time monitoring of worker exposures, real-time monitoring of the physiological and psychological responses of workers to their job, monitoring of worker location, proximity to hazards, and the opportunity to give workers context-relevant support in real time that reduces risks. Again, there are concerns about privacy, there are obstacles relating to standardization, but certainly this is an area where technology is presenting a good opportunity to improve occupational safety and health. Turning to the aging of the workforce, as we saw from the age pyramid that Barbara presented, the number of older persons in society, depending on workers, has gone from 4 workers for every older person in 2010 to 3 workers for every older person now, and it'll be 2 just in 2050. So really quite a radical change, and that has a number of effects. It means, of course, that workers will be expected to be at work for longer, and also to hopefully be productive and have fewer absences. The impact of a longer working life just statistically means that there's an increased risk of suffering an accident, an increased likelihood of being exposed to a risk factor, and also over the life course, a higher dose of any exposure. Added to that, as we get older, there are some vulnerabilities. We are increasingly frail, more likely to break bones. We're more likely to have underlying conditions, perhaps diabetes, perhaps a coronary condition, perhaps obesity. Unfortunately, we also have diminishing capacities, mental and physical, and it takes us longer to recover. One aspect that we sometimes overlook is that even later in life, there are important caring responsibilities. Many older workers also have a dependent older relative or partner. And of course, there will be a growth in jobs in health and social care. Also, many more jobs in long-term care facilities and care of the elderly. In terms of occupational safety and health, then, what EU OSHA has promoted is taking a life course perspective, so not focusing only on the health and safety of older workers, but always thinking that if you improve the conditions for younger workers, you are going to have healthier older workers. And this should be quite normal as part of a diversity-sensitive risk assessment, a diversity-sensitive occupational safety and health approach, where good attention is given also to reintegration and return to work. Turning now to another of the trends, alternative forms of employment, as we've heard as well from Barbara. There are trends as regards temporary agency work, seasonal work, work on platforms, self-employed, and work in subcontracting chains. The OECD estimate that 25 to 30% of contracts at present are in non-standard contracts, and in the future, and of new contracts that are signed at the moment, half are non-standard. The COVID pandemic has put into sharp focus the poor working conditions of, for example, seasonal migrant workers in meat processing industry or in the agriculture. Seasonal pickers. The situation that is across Europe, the majority of self-employed are not covered by OSH regulation. The situation in subcontracting chains was highlighted in the work that we did on micro and small enterprises, showing that those at the sharp end of a chain, the ones where a small enterprise is in a particularly vulnerable, highly competitive situation, they have very few resources to dedicate to managing occupational safety and health. In general, we can say that risk prevention is poorer, jobs are more precarious, and the persons in those jobs are more likely to be suffering from other disadvantages. A Belgian census study from 2020 indicated that there was increased mortality risk, particularly among those working as part of temporary agency work, seasonal work, or in fixed-term jobs. And the sorts of illnesses that they were particularly at risk of were circulatory diseases. There were also increased levels of suicide and fatal injuries, as for example, from fatal falls. If we look at shifting patterns of employment, as we know now for quite a long time, service sector jobs have been increasing. In fact, over 20 years, jobs in agriculture have halved, jobs in industry are down by a quarter, and jobs in services have increased by 1/5. If we think in general terms, that leads or maybe explains the continued important impact of musculoskeletal disorders and psychosocial risks. But if we're looking to the future, are there some factors that could be affecting these trends? In some areas, such as online customer service, we've already seen extensive reshoring. There are some important policy developments that may be having an impact on trends. For example, the recent proposal for a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is going to affect particularly the price of imported cement, iron, steel, electricity, and fertilizer. Or, for example, the EU plastics strategy that has outlawed the dumping of plastics waste in developing economies. Is this going to indicate a return of some traditional jobs and perhaps some traditional risks to the EU? These are trends that we need to keep an eye on and be aware of the impact of these sorts of decisions. Finally, looking at trends, I'd address the area of new risks. And first amongst those, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic has been associated in many areas with terms such as unprecedented, unpredictable, unexpected. I have a quote here at the top of this slide from a forecast that EU OSHA carried out 15 years ago, where we identified top emerging biological risks. And there we said, occupational risks related to global epidemics are the biggest emerging issue, with a high level of consensus amongst the experts. So it's not really a case of unexpectedness, it's rather a case of unpreparedness, which is why it's so important that the new EU strategic framework has put a strong emphasis on preparedness, because we've seen a real impact on occupational safety and health of healthcare workers, workers in long-term care facilities, and other essential jobs, such as people working in retail, postal workers, transport, whether air, sea, rail, or road. And these are the sorts of jobs that, as I mentioned earlier, are likely to be often having worse risk factors and worse conditions. The important role of occupational safety and health has also been highlighted, I think, during the pandemic. Quite often there's been a focus on public health measures without taking into account occupational medicine, occupational safety and health. And we hope that that is something that is also going to be redressed as lessons are learned from the pandemic. But preparedness in the EU strategic framework also goes beyond pandemics, and there are other areas that we need to look at. So, for example, structural vulnerabilities in information and communication technology, without which many jobs, all jobs perhaps I would say, will be very difficult to continue. And we need to be aware of what impacts on occupational safety and health there might be if there are system failures. We can't, again, say that this was unknown, unpredictable, and unforeseen. We should also be aware of how shifts in society's views and behaviors can impact long-term trends. Our review on the future of OSH risks in farming have highlighted farmer bashing, where attitudes and negative attitudes to farmers related to outbreaks of disease, related to treatment of animals, related to their role in climate change, are contributing to their feelings of stress. We've also seen negative attitudes to healthcare workers in the pandemic, and we've seen the public concern around the situation of migrant seasonal workers in meat processing. Other trends we need to be aware of are ethical consumerism, societal expectations, the standards to which we hold business, for example, sometimes as expressed through corporate social responsibility initiatives or reporting systems. And as we see very strong attitudes evolving in respect of industry's impact on climate change. And this may have an impact on the jobs, not only how the workers in those industries experience those jobs, but how secure they feel in their employment. Finally, new technological developments, whether ICT, such as 5G and the digital universe. We know, for example, Facebook is going to launch shortly the metaverse, which may involve entire and complete immersion in a virtual world, or whether we're talking about materials, developing new materials, intelligent materials, nanoformulation, advanced composites. The rate of innovation is fast. Unfortunately, the rate of knowledge accumulation on the risks is not always keeping pace. Turning now to just a couple of the trends in OSH outcomes. The strategic framework correctly mentioned that fatal accidents have declined over the 25-year period until 2018 by 70%. But what we can see is that the trends in non-fatal work accidents and also fatal accidents are actually stagnating. So while there was quite a significant drop until 2012, you can see here in blue the trend for the EU as a whole, and in orange, Slovenia doing slightly better, taking 2010 as a baseline for non-fatal accidents. Over the last 10 or so years, there has been a stagnation in fatal accidents. So we really do need to reboot prevention activities, and the Vision Zero approach that has been featured in the EU strategic framework is a very important step in this direction. But it's not only accidents. If we look at musculoskeletal disorders, the levels in 2010 and 2015 have barely changed. Whether we're looking at lower limb musculoskeletal pains, whether we're looking at neck, shoulders, or upper limbs, or backache. There are decreases over the period, but they are very small, it must be said. And if we look at psychosocial risks, here there's a breakdown of the trends in work stressors, so job strain, psychological demand, decision authority or decision latitude, and skill discretion. We can see that there's been a general increase in work stress from 1995 to 2015, mostly due to psychological demands, particularly amongst the lower skilled occupations, with increases in job strain in particular, and effort reward imbalance. And I won't go into detail now on the the work that the EU OSHA is undertaking to investigate emerging risks and to investigate trends and overall to contribute to the evidence base that's important for strategies. But I will leave them here in the PowerPoint that I trust will be shared with you. So we have our surveys, we have our dashboards, we have our research programs that last 3 to 4 years that we call OSHA overviews. And I invite you to explore that information on our website. With that, I thank you for your attention and look forward to any questions there may be and to the discussion and presentations later on today. Thank you.
Najlepša hvala, gospod William Cockburn. Prosim, ostanite še na zvezi, kajti imamo kakšno vprašanje tudi za vas in za gospod Barbaro Gerstenberger. Vsi, ki tole spremljate, pa ste lepo vabljeni, da svoja vprašanja, svoje komentarje zastavite v chat, torej v klepet, in če bo čas, jih bomo seveda z veseljem tudi vsa odgovorili. Prvo vprašanje za vas, gospod William Cockburn. Torej, veliko slišimo, kako pomembno je zagotavljanje varnosti in zdravja pri delu od prve zaposlitve naprej. In generacije, ki šele danes vstopajo na trg dela, bodo tem novim nastajajočim tveganjem izpostavljene dlje kot tisti, ki so bližje upokojitvi. A menite, da se mlajše generacije tega dobro zavedajo in kako jih opolnomočiti?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. And it really highlights the importance of mainstreaming occupational safety and health into other policy areas, and of course, particularly in education. Unfortunately, sometimes we tend to speak to our traditional audience, and we don't communicate our message more broadly. I think that the campaigns that EU OSHA run are particularly useful for communicating to young people and also to those still in education. And in that, I can highlight the work of the Slovenian ministry, which has used the NAPO, the cartoon character that we have for our campaign, to raise awareness in schools of occupational safety and health risks. I was able to participate in one of those events a few years ago and see firsthand how the kids in the schools were really soaking up that message. And that's really important to get OSH into the culture as soon as possible. And I think that in the strategic framework, when they're talking about Vision Zero, they're also talking about developing an occupational safety and health culture across all strata of society. Thank you.
Hvala enako, hvala tudi vam. Še vprašanje za gospod Barbaro Gerstenberger. Torej, govorili ste o megatrendih, ki vplivajo na delo danes in jutri. In kateri od teh megatrendov je po vašem mnenju tisti, ki bo najbolj vplival na varnost in zdravje pri delu? Gospa Gerstenberger.
That's a difficult question to answer. My initial reply would be we have to observe and monitor all those megatrends and investigate what impact they're going to have on the world of work and then also on conditions and occupational health, safety and health. I would argue probably because we know least about it, the technological developments around digitalization, and also because we're likely to see a combination of new physical risks, and William has outlined them quite nicely, and in combination with this psychosocial risks related to using artificial intelligence, also in management of workers, etc. So I would argue that this is probably the one driver of change that we need to pay closest attention to, because the impact on the health and safety and well-being of workers is so varied and is likely to be so important. Again, that doesn't mean that the other drivers will not also lead to the development of new risks, as just outlined by William.
Najlepša hvala tudi vam, gospa Gerstenberger. Imamo še eno vprašanje za gospoda Williama Cockburna. Omenili ste, da so velike razlike v varnosti in zdravju pri delu za platformne delavce v različnih sektorjih. Lahko kaj več poveste o tem, imate kakšne dobre primere tudi, ko gre za zdravje in varnost pri delu, ko gre za platformno delo?
Yes, thank you. I mentioned that the occupation and the industry is a strong determinant of the OSH impact of platform work, and I think that the starting point is essential here. So if we think about platforms such as Helpling, which is a platform that allows you to find handymen, people who can carry out small jobs in the garden or the home. These are, in some cases, taking on workers who were previously in the undeclared economy. Maybe you were picking up the telephone number from the notice board in the supermarket. That means that whereas these workers were previously entirely unreachable, there is, at least in principle, the possibility of reaching them with occupational safety and health information through the platform. The same goes for domestic work. A lot of domestic workers are working in the undeclared sector, totally unreachable. Again, at least if they are through a platform, there is in principle the possibility of reaching them with information on occupational safety and health. In other jobs, the disruption, I think, can be considered quite negative. For example, the parcel delivery sector, where we're all familiar with the traditional format where our parcels would be delivered by a postal worker, perhaps working for the state postal service, who is equipped with personal equipment, adequate transport, has been trained and has knowledge, and who is now facing competition from an industry based on platform where private individuals can turn up with their family car and after one day's preparation work as delivery drivers. Clearly, the two situations, I would say, are not equivalent. We're also seeing some examples of where labor inspectors are providing support to prevention by directly giving advice to, for example, food delivery workers. Was a situation in Spain. We're seeing examples of where unions are organizing online and are able to offer collective representation to platform workers. So it's an area where there's a lot of development, but I think it's important also not to generalize when we're talking about platforms. Thank you.
Hvala enako tudi vam za tale odgovor. Vsekakor je spodbudno slišati, da imamo tudi na tem področju dobre prakse in očitno druge smeri ni, kajti platformno delo postaja čedalje bolj vsakdanja realnost. Gospe in gospodje, zdaj si bomo privoščili tudi en kratek premor. Mislim pa, da imamo še vprašanje za gospo Barbaro Gerstenberger. Vsak trenutek. Tako, kdaj bodo na voljo novejši podatki? Morda bi prosil samo še za dodatno pojasnilo. Torej, uporabili ste podatke za leto 2015. In nekdo sprašuje, kdaj bodo na voljo novejši podatki. To je za vas vprašanje, gospa Gerstenberger.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. In a way, I'm glad that you spotted this, which also gives me the opportunity to explain. In principle, we run the European Working Conditions Survey every 5 years. 2015 was the last wave. 2020 was supposed to be the next wave. We started our field work in February of 2020, and for very obvious reasons had to stop collection of data, which you may be aware aware, is done through face-to-face interviews, which of course was no longer possible from March 2020 onwards. So what we have done is we have quickly, really within a matter of months, transformed the face-to-face survey to a computer-assisted telephone survey. And this survey was in the field between March of this year, and we just completed field work now in October. So new data will be available in 2022, analysis of this survey that we conducted this year. However, a word of caution, because we changed the way we collected the data, the comparability between waves will be limited. This afternoon, however, when my colleague Oscar Vargas will present, he will refer to data that we collected through a very different type of survey, an online survey, of which we had 3 waves so far, exploring how workers experienced their life and also work during the pandemic. So in the absence of a full and proper European working conditions survey, we have some fresh data, especially on the telework situation from this online survey. And as I said, Oscar Vargas will refer to this data set in his presentation this afternoon. Thank you.
Tudi vam seveda velika hvala za ta odgovor. Agilnost in prožnost bo očitno zelo potrebno tudi pri raziskovanju teh tematik. Tako, dame in gospode, zdaj si pa res lahko privoščimo odmor, ki pa ga lahko preživite tudi čisto drugače in sicer aktivno ter z mislijo na naložbo v svoje zdravje. Vse vam bo razkril naslednji posnetek. Projekt Promocija aktivnosti za preprečevanje kostno-mišičnih obolenj in psihosocialnih tveganj pri delu sta sofinancirala Evropska unija iz Evropskega socialnega sklada ter Ministrstvo za delo, družino in socialne zadeve ter enake možnosti. Pod okriljem projekta so nastale tudi vaje za aktivne odmore med delom. In zdaj vas vabimo, če imate to možnost, da se razgibate z nami oziroma skupaj s posnetkom. Navodila za izvedbo vaj bomo seveda tolmačili tudi v angleški jezik. Če čutite bolečine, tole je zdaj zelo pomembno, da tudi slišite, torej če čutite bolečine ali pa ste poškodovani, seveda vaj raje ne izvajajte, ampak ustanite se, sprehodite po prostoru. Če bi bila katera izmed vaj za vas prezahtevna ali vam povzroča bolečino, jo seveda izpustite. Pri izvajanju teh vaj ne sme biti neprijetno, ne smete občutiti bolečine. Vadite počasi, brez sunkovitih gibov in poskrbite za varno okolje. Poskrbite tudi, da je miza ali stena, ob katero ste oprti pri izvajanju vaj, stabilna. Vaje na stolu pa izvajajte le, če je stol stabilen in se med izvedbo vaje ne premika. Običajna varnostna navodila, želim vam, da čim bolj aktivno in zabavno preživite naš premor in kmalu se vam spet javimo z naslednjimi panelisti.
Kratki aktivni odmor, kombinirano vratna hrbtenica, ramena, komolec in zapestje. Stojte vzravnano. Z eno roko se primite za vrh glave, druga, ki je aktivna, izvede nežen potisk proti podlagi. S pomočjo zgornje roke, počasi in z občutkom, zaklanjajte glavo, jo odklonite k rami dvignjene roke in hkrati toliko zasukajte v drugo smer, da začutite prijeten razteg. Zadržite položaj in medtem sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg, se vrnete v začetni položaj in vajo ponovite še v drugo stran. Sedite vzravnano, stopali v širini bokov. Z rokami se za telesom primite za rob sedala ali dlani položite pod zadnjico. Prsnico potisnite v smeri naprej in hkrati stisnite lopatici skupaj. Teme medtem privzdignite ter brado nekoliko pomaknite proti vratu. Položaj zadržite in medtem sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Stojte vzravnano. Pred seboj v višini prsnega koša sklenite dlani, prsti so pri tem usmerjeni navzgor. Razširite in dvignite komolca, medtem ko dlani, ki sta ves čas v stiku, potiskate proti podlagi. Zadržite v položaju in med raztegom sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Nato sklenite dlani tako, da se dotikate s hrbtiščem. Prsti so pri tem usmerjeni navzdol. Nežno spuščajte komolce do prijetnega raztega in položaj zadržite. Postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Stojte vzravnano, stopali v višini ramen in nekoliko upognjenimi koleni. Iztegnjeni roki nekoliko odmaknite od trupa naprej. Nekoliko napnite mišice trupa. Nihajte z rokami od sebe in k sebi, kar se da hitro, vendar največ do 10 cm obsega giba. Nato obrnite dlani in palec usmerite proti stropu ter nihajte levo in desno. Vztrajajte v izvedbi in medtem sproščeno dihajte.
Dobrodošli, spet smo nazaj na naši konferenci, kjer pa imamo pred sabo naslednji izziv in sicer tematiko pandemije COVID-19. Ta pandemija je močno posegla tudi v delovna okolja, ne le v smislu sprejemanja številnih ukrepov za preprečevanje širjenja virusa, ampak tudi v smislu zavedanja, da ima bolezen številne obraze, ki zahtevajo prilagojene pristope. V tem panelu bomo zato govorili o COVID-19 in dolgotrajnem COVID-u, tako z vidika poteka bolezni in njenih specifik, kot tudi z vidika vračanja prebolelih na delovno mesto. Naša prva panelistka v tem delu, profesorica Bojana Beović, je infektologinja. Njeno strokovno, raziskovalno in pedagoško delo se osredinja na smotrno rabo antibiotikov. Je tudi predsednica Zdravniške zbornice Slovenije in vodja strokovne svetovalne skupine za COVID-19. Naslov njenega prispevka je Dolgotrajni COVID-19. Izvolite, gospa Beović.
Lepo pozdravljeni in najlepša hvala za povabilo. V naslednjih nekaj minutah bi vam predstavila neke vrste novo bolezen, ki spremlja tudi novo bolezen, tako imenovani COVID-19, torej dolgi COVID-19. Kaj ta beseda pomeni? Kdaj govorimo o dolgem COVID-19? Definicija tega stanja se v bistvu razvija, tako kot se razvija znanje o sami bolezni COVID-19. O postakutnem COVID-u govorimo 3 do 4 tedne po začetku bolezni. O subakutnem tam nekje med 1 in 3 meseci in potem nekateri govorijo o kroničnem ali post-covidnem sindromu, če je poteklo od začetka bolezni že 12 tednov, torej 3 mesece. Nedavno je Svetovna zdravstvena organizacija poskušala preko enega takega procesa iskanja konsenza različnih strokovnjakov definirati ta po-covidni sindrom, ki mu v žargonu rečemo dolgi covid, kot sindrom, ki nastane pri ljudeh, ki so verjetno ali dokazano preboleli COVID-19, navadno po 3 mesecih, traja vsaj 2 meseca, ter se ga ne da razložiti z drugo diagnozo. Pogosti simptomi vključujejo utrujenost, zadihanost, kognitivne motnje in tudi drugo in imajo vpliv na vsakodnevno delovanje. Simptomi se lahko pojavijo na novo po predhodnem okrevanju ali pa vztrajajo od začetne bolezni. Simptomi lahko nihajo ali se čez čas ponovno pojavijo, to je definicija za odrasle, definicija za otroke je nekoliko drugačna oziroma se jo še išče. Kako pogoste so te težave? Začetne raziskave so kazale, da kar zelo pogoste. Ameriška raziskava pri hospitaliziranih bolnikih je pokazala, da ima težave po 60 dneh tretjina bolnikov, italijanska celo 87%. Francozi so pokazali, da so težave pri hospitaliziranih bolnikih pri 2/3 še po 2 mesecih. No, britanska raziskava, v kateri pa so sodelovali predvsem ljudje, ki niso bili hospitalizirani in so vnašali svoje simptome v telefonsko aplikacijo, pa je pokazala, da ima po 5 tednih težave še 22% ljudi, po 3 mesecih pa 10%. Ponovno so v bistvu iste podatke analizirali še na večji skupini ljudi, na 270 000 ljudeh, in sicer so gledali, kakšne težave so imeli v obdobju od 3 do 6 mesecev po COVID-19 oziroma po začetku bolezni. In težave so bile kar zelo različne, zelo pogosta je bila tesnoba, depresija, nekoliko manj pogoste težave s dihanjem, s trebuhom, pa bolečine v različnih delih telesa, utrujenost v 6%, karkoli od navedenega pa je imelo v tem oknu med 3 in 6 dnevi še kar 37% ljudi. Zanimivo je, da se te težave ne ujemajo povsem s težavami v času prebolevanja COVID. V nekaterih primerih so težave hujše, če je šlo v začetku za hud COVID, drugje je pravzaprav vseeno oziroma so težave celo hujše, če je šlo za blago prebolevale bolezni, in to se razlikuje od posameznega simptoma do posameznega simptoma. Skratka, to je zelo heterogeno, nikakor ne obstaja neko pravilo, da bi hujše težave v akutni fazi vodile tudi v hujši dolgi COVID. Še ena raziskava pri zdravstvenih delavcih, 8 mesecev po blagem COVID jih je imelo 15% vsaj en simptom. Najpogostejša je bila motnja okušanja oziroma motnja voha, potem pa utrujenost, motnja okušanja. Danci so poskušali oceniti, kakšne posledice ima preboleli COVID, tako da so pogledali v bistvu v baze podatkov o bolnikih. Najprej so pogledali, kakšna zdravila so dobivali bolniki po prebolelem COVID, in večkrat so bili pri njih kot pri drugih ljudeh v tem obdobju uvedeni kratko delujoči beta-2 agonisti, torej zdravila za astmo, do neke mere tudi triptani. Potem, če so bili ti bolniki s COVID-19 ponovno hospitalizirani, ponovno sprejeti v bolnišnico, je šlo za oteženo dihanje ali pa za tromboembolije. Več ambulantnih obiskov so zaznali pri ljudeh, ki so preboleli COVID, medtem ko ne več hospitalizacij. Toliko o, da tako rečem, obsegu problema, zdaj pa nekaj besed o tem, kako pride do dolgega COVID. Verjetno je ta patogeneza, ta način nastanka bolezni različen in heterogen. Različne stvari so omenjale oziroma raziskovale različne raziskave. Hipoksija, se pravi pomanjkanje kisika v krvi, slaba prekrvavitev, pogosto seveda prizadetost več organov, lahko da gre za neposredno delovanje virusa ali pa vnetne spremembe, ki same po sebi naredijo škodo, motnje imunskega odgovora, krvni strdki v velikih in malih žilah, in posebno prizadetost so opazili pri organih, ki imajo določene receptorje na celicah, se pravi neka mesta, kamor se virus pripenja. To je še malo bolj podrobno, kakšna vse je možna patogeneza, se pravi mehanizmi nastanka težav po različnih organih. Mogoče bi omenila voh in okus, pri katerem se misli, da virus skozi nosno sluznico udre v ta sistem za voh in potem neposredno poškoduje oziroma spremeni delovanje možganov, ki so odgovorni za ta dva čuta. Kako izgledajo težave, kakšna je klinična slika. Zdaj seveda, nekateri bolniki so bili hudo bolni, bolezen jim je poškodovala različne organe in zato imajo tudi po preboleli bolezni različne težave, bodisi zaradi tromboz, se pravi strdkov po telesu, vnetja srčne mišice in podobno, odvisno od resnosti bolezni. Potem seveda intenzivno zdravljenje samo po sebi prinaša zelo številne zaplete, v bistvu samo po sebi. Zelo nevarno, kot veste, se včasih pogovarjamo, da določene skupine ljudi pravzaprav sploh ni možno zdraviti na tak način. Tudi to so lahko potem posledice COVID-19. In potem imamo to vrečo bolnikov z nespecifičnimi sindromi, ki polnijo naše ambulante za tako imenovani dolgi COVID. Nekaj več o tem v naslednjih minutah. Torej, kaj je osnovna značilnost klinične slike dolgega COVID? Klinična slika je pogosto neznačilna, težave se pojavljajo s strani več organov in so spremenljive. Utrujenost, recimo huda, ne mine po počitku, že zjutraj se človek počuti utrujen, do neke mere podobna tako imenovanemu mialgičnemu encefalomielitisu ali fibromialgiji ali sindromu kronične utrujenosti. Potem zadihanost. Zdaj ob odpustu iz bolnišnice, največji del bolnikov je sprejetih v bolnišnico zaradi COVID-ne pljučnice, so seveda pogosto patološki testi pljučne funkcije. To je objektivno merljivo in to se v veliko primerih počasi izboljša. Potem imamo pa to podaljšano zadihanost, občutek kratke sape, kjer pa navadno ne najdemo nobenih organskih sprememb. Prizadetost srca, seveda sam COVID lahko povzroča neposredne okvare z znaki vnetja srčne mišice, prsno bolečino. Lahko imamo tudi druge vrste poškodbe srčne mišice, kot recimo miokardni infarkt. Pri teh bolnikih, ki imajo take nespecifične simptome dolgega COVID-a, pa je značilen tudi ta sindrom, se reče posturalne ortostatske tahikardije. To pomeni, da začne človeku srce hitreje razbijati, ko vstane. Kaj se dogaja na osrednjem živčevju? Seveda okvare, ki nastanejo v akutni fazi, bolniki lahko utrpijo recimo možgansko kap kot del akutne bolezni. Potem imamo sindrom Guillain-Barré, to je ena posebna nevrološka okvara, ki nastane po številnih okužbah, pa tudi včasih po cepljenju. Alzheimerjeva demenca se prav gotovo poslabša. Vprašanje je, ali jo lahko okužba z novim koronavirusom tudi sproži. Že omenjene motnje voha in okusa so v bistvu okvara osrednjega živčevja. Kar se tiče miselnih, teh kognitivnih motenj, opisujejo neko možgansko meglo, bolj konkretno pa motnje koncentracije in motnje spomina. Potem motnje spanja, potem nemir, deliri, tesnobnost, marsikaj se pravzaprav prekriva za neko posttravmatsko stresno motnjo, ki se seveda zgodi v času pandemije COVID, bodisi zaradi bolezni bližnjih in vseh različnih življenjskih situacij, ki jo ta pandemija prinaša. In same posledice ukrepov za preprečevanje širjenja epidemije ali psihosocialne situacije posameznika lahko vodijo v določene težave, že omenjeno posttravmatsko stresno motnjo, obsesivno-kompulzivni sindrom, ljudje hočejo biti zelo, zelo dosledni, da se bodo izognili virusu, nespečnost, skrbi, skratka vse to se v bistvu prepleta tudi z dolgim COVID. Motnje starovanja krvi, ne vemo, koliko časa po prebolelem COVID-19 traja ta povečana nagnjenost, ki je tako zelo značilna za COVID-19. Pogostnost teh dogodkov po COVID-19 je sorazmerno majhna, teh poznih. Da bi nekdo prebolel COVID in prišel potem nazaj z neko trombozo ali embolijo, skratka z nekim krvnim strdkom, se pa to zgodi. No, v raziskavah je nekako ta pogostnost gotovo manj kot 5-odstotna. Ponekod blizu nič, nekje navajajo več težav v 30 dneh. Ker to ni pogosto, se rutinsko ne priporoča, da bi ljudje po odpustu iz bolnišnice jemali zaščito proti strjevanju krvi. No, zdaj pa dva taka primera, dosti značilna. Eden iz tuje literature, naš, več jih imamo, kar veliko. Ta tuji 40-letni moški, torej praviloma gre za delovno aktivno populacijo, pri kateri seveda kakršnekoli take težave ovirajo njihovo življenje. Zbolela najprej vsa družina, po 4 dneh boljši, je nekako za silo zmogel življenjske te vsakodnevne aktivnosti, ni pa bil fizično aktiven, ampak po 3 tednih je pa popolnoma obnemogel. Samo ležal je, občutek vročine, potenja, glavobolov, tiščanja, dihanja, kot da bi bilo neredno, bezgavke na vratu so ga bolele, težko je požiral, fizično, mentalno izčrpan. In 7 dni v bistvu ostane v postelji, potem pa po 7 tednih nekako počasi bolje, ampak še ni v polni formi. Še vedno mora popoldne iti spat, še ima ta občutek kratke sape, je tesnoben, depresiven in tam po enih 3 mesecih se začne stanje vendarle na srečo, ne pri vseh, izboljševati. En naš tak primer, 26-letni moški, zbolel sredi januarja, bil maja na kontroli, na pregledu, najprej vročina, izguba voha, nič posebnega pravzaprav, potem pa nenadoma februarja hudo razbijanje srca, mravljinci po zgornjih okončinah, čuden občutek v glavi, pregledan je bil na urgenci, kjer so mislili, da gre za kakšen infarkt, embolijo, nekaj takega, ni bilo nič najti. Potem je to izzvenelo, pojavil se mu je pa tak občutek, zanašalo ga je pri hoji, pritisk v glavi, nespečnost, šel je sicer nazaj v službo, ampak je ves čas imel občutek, da ga nekako zanaša naprej in po 3 tednih dela s težavo se je vrnil domov, zelo utrujen, spet z nekim takim napadom in občutkom, da pada. Nekateri te simptomi so pravzaprav nakazovali, kot da gre za nek proces v možganih na področju ravnotežja ali kaj takega, mogoče kakšen tumor. No, takrat so ga temeljito pogledali in vsi laboratorijski izvidi in MRI glave je bil v mejah normale, tako da v bistvu v pregledu v maju se je počutil en teden nekoliko bolje, ampak moram reči, da ko se je oglasil potem kasneje še enkrat na kontrolo, ker so bili eni izvidi laboratorijski, niso bili čisto v redu, pa moram reči, da mi je povedal seveda, da je izgubil službo zaradi teh pogostih in dolgotrajnih bolniških odsotnosti v tem času, kar je prav gotovo dodatna travma te epidemije. Zdaj, kaj narediti s takim bolnikom? Celostna obravnava, to je na vsak način, ocena nihanja simptomov, ocena tega, kako vpliva na bolnikovo življenje in delo, vse skupaj in treba je biti pri bolj krhkih, pravzaprav zelo pozoren na upad sposobnosti, razvoj krhkosti, mogoče demence, včasih je potrebna ocena kognitivnih sposobnosti. Številne krvne preiskave so namenjene oceni stanja, pa tudi do neke mere izključevanju kakršnihkoli drugih težav, drugih bolezni, ki bi se lahko skrile v te težave dolgega COVID. Britansko združenje za bolezni prsnega koša svetuje slikanje pljuč, če gre za težave z dihanjem po 12 tednih, čeprav je vprašanje, če je to smiselno pri nekom, ki ima vse laboratorijske izvide in izvide ob pregledu v mejah normale. Pri kašlju je treba seveda ugotoviti, ali gre za kakšno dodatno okužbo, vnetje rebrne vrene, zatekanje kisline, gastroesofagealni refluks, torej treba je iskati tudi druge razloge za težave. Kako si lahko bolnik pomaga z hidracijo, z različnimi dihalnimi vajami, kot so tukaj narisane, in pa obstajajo še drugi ukrepi za suh ali pa za produktiven kašelj, skratka, taka simptomatska terapija. Pri težkem dihanju je dobro, da pomerimo saturacijo kisika v arterijski krvi s pulzno oksimetrijo, to je tak enostaven postopek, in če seveda vidimo, da je kisika dovolj, lahko s tem v bistvu bolnika pomirimo. Če pa seveda pri gibanju pride do zmanjšanja te saturacije, se pravi zasičenosti kisika, hemoglobina, pa je potrebna nadaljnja obravnava. Spet so tukaj možne različne dihalne vaje, različni programi respiratorne rehabilitacije, ki jih tudi pri nas že nudijo fizioterapevti, dihanje v določenih položajih, sproščeno dihanje, skratka različno takih poskusov je možnih, da se stanje olajša. Utrujenost kot kronična utrujenost, to je eno stanje, ki ga videvamo tudi po različnih drugih virozah. Potem podobno stanje opisujejo tudi po prvem SARS-u in pa potem bližnjevzhodnem SARS-u oziroma hudem respiratornem sindromu. Ne vemo, kako to zdraviti, poročila o farmakoloških, se pravi ukrepih za zdravili in drugih ukrepih pravzaprav temeljijo na nekih posrednih dokazih in kakšnega dobrega specifičnega pristopa pravzaprav nimamo. Pri srčno-žilnih boleznih je treba ločiti, ali gre za bolečine v prsnem košu, se pravi prsni steni, ali gre dejansko za nekaj, kar se dogaja na ravni srčne mišice, infarkt, vnetje osrčnika, seveda pregledi glede na stanje, potem ta ortostatska tahikardija, se pravi hitro razbijanje srca, če človek vstane, dovolj volumna, se pravi tekočine, soli, možna tudi nekatera zdravila občasno. Seveda včasih pride do teh težav strani prsnega koša zelo nenadoma, takrat je pogosto potreben urgentni pregled, ker enostavno ne moremo tega ločiti od recimo miokardnega infarkta. Mentalno zdravje, že navedena, tesnoba, motnje spanja, potem tudi ta pomen revščine, diskriminacije, izključenosti, osamljenosti. Tukaj je treba biti malo previden, namreč manjšina bolnikov pravzaprav potrebuje prav ustrezno specifično psihiatrično zdravljenje. Ni smiselno z obravnavo tega stanja poslabševati in se reče se temu patologizirati, torej da bi pri bolnikih vzpostavili neko stanje, da bi še bolj situacija skrbela. Skratka, tukaj priporočajo neko previdnost. Za športnike so prav posebna navodila, seveda odvisno, kako jih vračati od tega, kakšni so simptomi, kateri organi so prizadeti, na vsak način pa postopoma, omejitev aktivnosti recimo na 60% najvišje frekvence pulza za nekaj tednov in če gre za prizadetost srca, seveda mora biti popoln počitek daljši. S čim lahko bolnikom pomagamo? Torej, seveda, simptomatsko zdravljenje glede na to, kateri organi so prizadeti, ampak vprašanje je, koliko ta zdravila v resnici pomagajo, če kakšni posamezni simptomi in znaki niso preveč izraziti. Včasih je treba malo ustaviti srčno frekvenco ali kaj takega, ampak prav kakšnih zelo dobrih zdravil, ki bi situacijo rešile, pa nimamo. Čeprav so vse sorte zdravila in zdravljenja v raziskavah, različni pristopi do zelo diferentnih zdravil, pa do dihalnih vaj, petja, posebnih programov nabiranja kondicije pri kronični utrujenosti in podobno. Zdaj, kaj nas čaka? Prognoza dolgega covida je nejasna, treba je povedati, da pravzaprav neke take podaljške po virusne sindrome poznamo tudi po drugih virusnih okužbah. Ampak tisto, kar je pri COVID-19 posebej pomembno, je, da so te težave praviloma hujše in pa predvsem je teh bolnikov veliko, zato ker gre pač za obsežno pandemijo, obsežno zbolevanje. Glede na to, kako pogoste so te težave in če računate, da je v Sloveniji blizu 400,000 ljudi gotovo COVID-19 prebolelo, si lahko po teh odstotkih, ki sem jih razlagala v začetku, predstavljate, kakšen je v bistvu obseg problema. V večini primerjev se sicer izboljša v 5 mesecih, pravzaprav potrebujemo še čas, da te bolnike sledimo in da vidimo, če to dejansko tako gre. So pa posamezniki, ki imajo težave tudi več kot 1 leto. Najlepša hvala za pozornost.
Najlepša hvala tudi vam, gospa Bojana Bejović. Torej, eno izmed pomembnih sporočil prispevka je nedvomno to, da je potrebno v delovnih okoljih upoštevati specifike bolezni in pokazati razumevanje ob pojavu neželenih posledic. Ni namreč nujno, da so tisti, ki COVID-19 prebolijo po zaključku bolniškega staleža, že takoj v polni formi. Še tole obvestilo za vse, ki nas zdaj spremljate preko kanala YouTube. Tehnična težava je odpravljena, je rešena, zato prosim, da se nam spet pridružite preko Zoom povezave, ki ste jo v ponedeljek prejeli po elektronski pošti. Torej, z YouTubea ste vabljeni spet nazaj na Zoom prek povezave, ki ste jo že dobili oziroma prek katere ste se že prej najverjetneje povezali. In gremo naprej s temo, ki se bo nekako organsko navezala na vse, kar smo do zdaj le slišali. Dr. Ioannis Anifantis je vodja projektov pri Evropski agenciji za varnost in zdravje pri delu. V bogati karieri je svetoval zasebnemu sektorju, bil raziskovalec na različnih univerzah ter predavatelj za področje varnosti in zdravja pri delu in upravljanja tveganj. Delal je tudi kot inšpektor za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Naslov njegovega prispevka: Vračanje na delovno mesto po prebolelem COVID-19 in dolgotrajnem COVID-u. Smernice za delodajalce in delavce. Dr. Ioannis Anifantis, dober dan in izvolite, beseda je vaša.
Thank you very much for the kind presentation. It's a pleasure for me and honor to participate in this conference. My name is Ioannis Anifantis. I'm project manager at EUOSA. Following the great and really informative presentation on long COVID by Professor Bejović, during the next few minutes, I will present you COVID-related work that we have conducted during the pandemic, as well as 2 guides that we published a few months ago on COVID-19 infection and long COVID in order to facilitate effective return to work. In EUOSA, we work to make European workplaces safer, healthier, and more productive. In order to achieve that, as you know, among others, we develop a number of tools like OIRA. We run surveys like SNR. We develop and maintain OS Wiki as a source of OS knowledge. And we also develop the NAPO films in order to demonstrate OS-related concepts in an easy and nice way. Moreover, we run a number of inter-overview studies as well as foresight studies, since we strongly believe that prevention is better than cure. That's why effective OS management is essential in order to act proactively and be resilient enough in order to effectively deal with new threats for occupational safety and health. At the end of 2019, a new coronavirus was identified. It rapidly spread, prompting for the World Health Organization to declare a public health emergency late January 2020 and characterize it as a pandemic in March 2020. The virus that caused COVID-19 is designated as severe acute respiratory symptoms coronavirus 2. So we all know that the world started a fight against this novel coronavirus, a new enemy for public health for which we were lacking necessary information and knowledge. Naturally, the pandemic also was a big challenge for everyone in the area of occupational safety and health. Public health was threatened and occupational health was crash tested. Clearly, the pandemic highlighted the interface between public health and occupational health, as well as possible effects on occupational safety. So health-related issues came into the spotlight, and it became obvious that health, safety, and well-being were really important. It was important to address this kind of issues. The pandemic has also highlighted classical social issues that workers face, like childcare or sick leave and disability issues, and underlined safety concerns in healthcare environments where professionals need to treat patients. So on the one hand, we had frontline workers who were violently reporting to their job sites, risking their personal health in order to keep the economy in motion. Most people continue to rely on media stories as well as on their experiences in order to identify frontline workers, such as butchers at meat packing plants, bus drivers, grocery workers, healthcare providers, and so on. However, there are million more of workers which are frontliners, and going to work during the COVID-19 pandemic has placed all those people under immense pressure, putting their physical, mental, and social well-being also at risk. Apart from the risk of infection, exposure to excessive stress for prolonged periods can also have harmful consequences on the emotional and mental well-being of frontline workers. All those workers, for all of those workers, COVID-specific measures had to be taken in order to minimize the risk of exposure and infection, as well as the rest of the risk factors. On the other hand, million more workers began working from home, an unprecedented and ongoing phenomenon facilitated by the rising of connectivity and new technologies. There are specific OS risk factors, of course, that are associated with telework. These include general issues such as temperature, lighting, and noise, not being able to work undisturbed, and dangers for slips, trips, and falls due to electrical wiring, and so on. ORS risks also include ergonomic issues and musculoskeletal disorders that can be caused by posture, long working hours, or equipment. And in terms of psychosocial risks, existing evidence show that there is a risk of also of isolation if an individual is working away from their team. So the blurring of boundaries between work and private lives may also become more of an issue for teleworkers who work regularly at home. In that context, in IGIOSA, we had to respond fast. And actually, at the early stages of the pandemic, IGIOSA started to develop COVID-19 specific guidance for the workplaces. Among those, there was a NOS-Wiki article about adapting workplaces and protecting workers. This article included links to sectoral sorry, but can you still see my presentation? Okay.
The presentation. Yes,
okay.
We can hear and we can see the presentation.
Okay,
Please.
Great, because something happened with my computer, and so you can still see the NAPO. Okay, great, thank you. This article included links to sectoral guidance for many countries, while it was made available in non-EU languages. Moreover, in order to raise awareness, a special NAPO film was developed titled "Stop the Pandemic." I'm sure that most of you already know NAPO, the protagonist of this series of films that attempts to present OS-related topics in a pleasant and easy to understand way. In addition, an OIRA-specific tool for COVID was developed, and all this kind of material was made available in our website, where a dedicated session was developed. Furthermore, a guide was developed for effective return to work. The scope of this guide was to develop appropriate guidance to highlight actions and control measures that would minimize the exposure to COVID-19. And in this guide, a number of examples of control measures were included that enterprises could follow. Some of the proposed actions and control measures included in this guide were, for example, planning and vigilance, mentioning that for some time the enterprises should carry out only essential work for the time being, or awareness and information, such as to place posters that encourage staying home when sick, or hand hygiene, etc., at the entrance of the workplace in other areas. Hygiene measures, such as to supply soap and water of appropriate hand sanitizer at convenient places. Proposed physical distancing, not only during work and meetings, but also during breaks. Also, organizational measures were proposed, for example, the use of surgical face masks in the workplace in or enclosed or shared spaces, even in cars, vans, or buses. And moreover, the use of personal protective equipment if a risk of infection is identified, despite having applied all physical safety measures in the past, as well as training. Furthermore, a number of OSHA-related issues to COVID-19 were highlighted by EU OSHA. Those included guidance on topics such as returning and resuming work after a period of close. When a workplace has been closed for several weeks, let's say, there may be reasons related to COVID-19, so a plan is needed when people are going to resume their work in order to return there and in a healthy and safe environment. This plan should consider update of the workplace risk assessment, adaptations to the layout of the workplace, and the organization of work that will reduce COVID-19 transmission. The absence of a substantial number of workers, even if only temporarily also, may cause a strain on continuing activities. While the available workers should be flexible, it is important that they do not find themselves in a situation that will endanger their health and safety. Also, for many workers, it was their first time that they were working as teleworkers, and their work environment was deficient actually in many aspects compared to the normal workplace. To cope with, risk assessment should be carried out, new equipment probably should be purchased, ergonomic training and organizational measures should also be necessary. Of course, good communication and support in all levels of and effective management should be ensured. Furthermore, the participation of workers and their representatives in OSH management is a key to success, as well as, of course, legal obligation, as we all know through the Framework Directive. And this applies also to measures undertaken at workplaces in relation to COVID-19. Finally, the experience gained during the COVID-19 pandemic may feed into developing new teleworking policies and procedures or revising existing ones. So by the end of 2020, it looked that something was about to change. Vaccines had been developed and vaccination was about to start. So some light could be seen at the very end of this tunnel. Moreover, the understanding of COVID-19 was evolving. However, the pandemic was still showing its devastating effects. Back at that time, we were experiencing the third wave of the pandemic. And apart from the acute effects on health, several studies indicated back at that time that a significant fraction of those infected were suffering from chronic symptoms for more than 12 weeks after infection. Actually, those symptoms, as presented in the previous presentation, were really diverse, affecting the function of several internal organs, such as the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, as well as the cognitive function. So in a recent study, a random sample of adults in a recent history of confirmed COVID-19, 1/3 of participants reported post-acute sequelae 2 months after their COVID-19 infection and a positive test result, with higher odds among persons aged between 40 and 55 years old. Females and those with pre-existing conditions. So today that many countries experience the fourth wave of COVID-19 pandemic, this is actually affecting more people compared to previous waves, and the topic of long COVID becomes even more important than before. So last year, at that early stage, we identified the lack of available resources that could support workers suffering from post-COVID syndromes, which were diverse and in many cases severe. So we decided to develop a relative material and provide adequate information that would actually highlight post-COVID syndromes, as well as good practices that can be used by enterprises, so as to enable smooth recovery of infected workers. To that end, EU OSHA successfully collaborated with the Society of Occupational Medicine for the development of 2 guides specific to COVID-19 infection and long COVID. Those guides were published in a really short time, taking into consideration the importance of this topic, as well as the fact that they had to cover different national healthcare systems and social security schemes, so as to effectively apply for all member states. After the development, they were translated in all EU languages and were published in the dedicated web section of our website. So actually there were 2 guides that were developed. The first one was tailored to workers, while the second one was tailored to managers. Each one of those 2 guides offers easy to follow advice on keeping in touch during sickness leave, back to work interview, measures such temporary adjustments to working hours or duties, and so on. So first of all, in these guides, we had to present in an easy to understand way what do we mean actually by the term long COVID. So we presented that it is a term that is used if after 4 weeks of symptoms there are still symptoms that prevent people from doing normal activities. Also, we presented that this kind of condition is quite common, so people would not think that this is something that is happening only to them. So we reported that 1 in 5 people has symptoms after 5 weeks of infection, and 1 in 10 has symptoms for 12 weeks or longer after acute COVID-19 infection. These guides were intended to cover all stages, both during the illness, but also during return to work. And the most important thing that was highlighted in this guide was the importance of working together, having managers and workers working together. So first of all, it was highlighted that effective communication is required and exchange of information between workers and managers. Regarding the return to work, a meeting is needed initially. That is some kind of a talk about the processes and ask how managers can support work during return to work. This can be done either via telephone or via the video conference and so on. Also, during this meeting, the workload could be reviewed, since if there are still symptoms, probably managers should consider that the normal workload should be reviewed and changed accordingly, and ensure that the worker will not be under excessive pressure. Furthermore, the occupational health service or physician, the human resources department, the supervisor or worker representatives could be involved. As our guide suggests, the line manager and employee should list work demands under three main categories, and they could probably give an estimated percentage of each day taken up from each one of these demands. So first of all, the first category is the cognitive part of the work, that is like processing complex data or data entry requiring intense concentration, rapid switching of tasks, or using multiple systems. The second part is the physical, that has to do with repetitive movements or static postures or occasional moving of awkward or heavy items. And the third part is the emotional, that is, for example, dealing with vulnerable people, children, distressed clients, customers, potential for aggression or violence that need to be emotional, flexible, and resilient. This is some of the examples that are included in these guides, and a number of good practices that can facilitate recovery and smooth return to work. These guides mention that a phased return or this kind of gradual return to work should be considered, and adapt the content of work accordingly, and according the situation that the worker who is returning after the COVID infection is coming back to work. Probably the workers could make suggestions about these kind of adjustments, and in discussion with the manager, they could actually be implemented depending on the job. These kind of adjustments could refer to work duties, such as alternations to timings, or to hours, or alternations to workload. So set fewer tasks than normal, or allow more time, for example, in order to complete usual tasks. Alternations to work patterns, for example, need for regular breaks, or probably more breaks compared to the past. Temporary changes to duties or tasks. This kind of support, like a buddy system in which no individual will work alone, but there will always be two individuals operating together, so they are able to monitor and help each other. Clear objectives and review mechanisms should also be established. And probably, if possible, because this is not always possible, working from home as a part-time of the time could also be considered. And finally, equipment adjustments, such as blue light screen filters, or voice-activated software, or ergonomic office chairs, and so on. Occupational health services or occupational physicians could further support this task by providing individualized health risk assessments and evaluating the conditions as well as the symptoms of the workers. The second guide that referred to the managers had a similar structure and a similar reasoning. First of all, it explained the problem of long COVID. It highlighted the important role that managers have in supporting return to work. And once again, it covered both stages during the illness, but also during the return to work. The key points to support returning workers were once again highlighted, and a number of examples well presented. So in a similar step-by-step approach, the importance of communication and maintaining contact with the workers who were infected during the pandemic was highlighted. That would also let the workers know that what they are thinking about them, and that they agree on how to stay in touch, agree on a kind of frequent communication via phone or email or any other kind of communication. Also, in case that the worker would be off work for a number of days, some kind of formal notification that had to be provided according to the requirements of the national legislation. Furthermore, if there are available any kind of occupational health or psychosocial or well-being support services in the organizations, that the managers should inform the workers on this kind of support that was available and how they could access this. This is important because many people feel guilty actually about being off work, and this can hinder their recovery. And managers should always support them and tell them that they could help them, rather than asking them when they think that they will return to work. Additional, the managers should provide information to workers on any rehabilitation policies established in the company, whether specific to COVID-19 or not. So once again, this return to work meeting was described, and the meeting in which the worker and the manager would discuss about how this return to work could be facilitated by review of workloads in those three levels: the physical, the cognitive, and the emotional. And ensure that the worker would not be under excessive pressure, and especially the importance of support during the early days of the return to work, and review of adjustments to those work duties was highlighted. And once again, the part of communicating and working together in order to effectively rehabilitate the workers, since in many cases a return to work can be considered a part of rehabilitation. The managers should also consider seeking advice and using any support schemes or taking advantage of any governmental provisions at the national level, either generic or specific to COVID-19, that provide support for workplace adjustments to keep employees in work. Finally, several practices and examples were presented in this guide, also highlighting the importance of a phased return and gradual return to work, as well as practical considerations and examples of adjustments to work duties, once again, like alternations to timing, the time that starts, finishes, or the time of the breaks, or alternations to hours, for example, shorter days or some days off between work days, or alternations to workload, to work patterns, temporary changes to duties and tasks, clear objectives and review mechanisms, working from home part of the time, and adjustments to equipment. And once again, the importance of engaging occupational health services and occupational physicians was presented in there, in order to probably provide some kind of individualized health risk assessment, to evaluate conditions and evaluate the impact of symptoms on the actual work. All this material, which was presented today, as well as all the other supporting material that NIGIOSA we have developed during the last 2 years of the pandemic, can be found in our website in the dedicated session on COVID-19. I'm sure that many of you have already visited this session. Thank you for your attention.
Najlepša hvala tudi vam, gospod Anifantis. Torej, eno ključnih sporočil prispevka je nedvomno to, da lahko v delovnih okoljih s preprostimi ukrepi, ki stanejo zelo malo ali pa celo nič, močno izboljšamo kakovost delovnega okolja nekomu, ki se na delovno mesto vrača po prebolelem COVID-19 ali dolgotrajnem COVID-u. Delodajalcem so pri tem lahko v pomoč, kot smo videli, tudi številna gradiva Evropske agencije za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Zdaj, če boste zastavljali vprašanja, prosimo, da jih zastavljate samo za gospoda Janisa Anifantisa, gospe Beović namreč ni več z nami. In eno vprašanje imam že za vas, gospod Anifantis. In sicer, COVID-19 nas je naučil, da so ukrepi za preprečevanje širjenja virusa v delovnih okoljih lahko uspešni le, če jih ponotranjajo vsi členi organizacije. In kakšna je vaša ocena, da smo v delovnih okoljih postali bolj pozorni na pomen in kulturo varnosti in zdravja pri delu?
Thank you for your question. This is a really interesting question. Actually, the pandemic has highlighted many issues and there are many more lessons to be learned. First of all, it highlighted the importance of occupational health and since many OSH experts would usually focus on the safety part of OSH. Furthermore, it highlighted that occupational health issues can also affect occupational safety as well, since they can disrupt normal operation and the way that actually workers conduct work. But also, and probably most importantly, the pandemic highlighted the interface between occupational health and public health. So the average person today is more informed about the importance of preventive measures, and most of us actually have changed the way we act in our everyday life towards a way that would keep us more safe. And this is actually a shift towards safety culture. So we could actually turn this threat into an opportunity in order to further promote safety culture in the workplace. Now that everybody out there is sensitive about these kind of issues, and now that actually we're experiencing the fourth wave of the pandemic, it looked that things were about to get better, but I mean, nobody knows how these things will evolve in the next month. So the best practice to do is further develop this safety culture in order for both the society but also the enterprises, since it looks that it's not an internal issue anymore, needs to be more resilient in order to deal with these new challenges and emerging risks in the workplaces.
Hvala lepa. Še eno vprašanje so nam zastavili v klepetu in sicer ni neposredno povezano s COVID-om, je pa posledica množičnega dela nadaljavo zaradi COVID-19. Torej, ali nam lahko svetujete, katero bolj ergonomično opremo bi naj zagotovilo podjetje za delo od doma?
In EGOSHA, we have developed significant material, and everything is provided in our website regarding telework and regarding the prevention of musculoskeletal disorders. Of course, the use of ergonomic equipment can reduce the impact of these long working hours in our house. An employee in a bit, I think later today, will present this topic in detail. So all the material is there. A new directive, I know that may be issued during the next few months about the display equipment and so on. So there is a lot of material in our website, and I think that safety experts can review this regarding the specialized equipment that can be used.
V redu, najlepša hvala, gospod Anifantis, tudi za tale odgovor. Sej povezavo na uporabna gradiva, kot ste lahko videli, smo delili tudi v klepet. Zaenkrat ni več vprašanj povezanih s temo zadnjega predavanja. Tako da, glede na našo časovnico, smo spet pri premoru, ki pa bo spet seveda aktiven. Spet je na vrsti PKMO, tako imenovani PKMO, gre za promocijo aktivnosti za preprečevanje kostno-mišičnih obolenj in psihosocialnih tveganj pri delu. Spet boste videli filmček, ki vas bo nagovoril in spodbudil, da lahko poskusite zraven aktivno preživeti tale odmor in seveda vse vaje izvajate ob upoštevanju varnostnih opozoril, ki smo jih že prejle na začetku povedali. Najdete pa navodila še enkrat tudi v klepetu. Srečno in kmalu se vidimo.
Kratki aktivni odmor, kombinirano, vratna hrbtenica, ramena, komolec in zapestje, spodnji del hrbta in kolk. S hrbtom se naslonite na steno in nanjo položite obe roki. Brez odmikanja rok od stene stopite za dolžino stopala od dni. Ob izdihu se z dlanmi odrinite od stene, ne da bi pri tem upogibali komolca ali suvali z boki naprej. Nato napetost popustite in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Vajo otežite tako, da podaljšate razdaljo med steno in stopalom. Stojte vzravnano. Pred seboj v višini prsnega koša sklenite dlani, prsti so pri tem usmerjeni navzgor. Razširite in dvignite komolca, medtem ko dlani, ki sta ves čas v stiku, potiskate proti podlagi. Zadržite v položaju in med raztegom sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Nato sklenite dlani tako, da se dotikata s hrbtiščem. Prsti so pri tem usmerjeni navzdol. Nežno spuščajte komolce do prijetnega raztega in položaj zadržite. Postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Stopite bočno ob mizo ali drugo ustrezno visoko in stabilno oporo. Z roko, ki je bližje mizi, se oprite roba. Koleno in golen zunanje noge položite na sedalo stola. Počasi in z občutkom izvedite izteg v kolku. Hkrati z zunanjo roko izvedite odklon proti mizi in položaj zadržite ter sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj ter vajo ponovite še z drugo nogo. Sedite vzravnano, stopali v širini bokov. Z eno roko se za hrbtom primite sedala. Dlan druge roke položite na glavo, v linijo med ušesom in zatiljem na nasprotni strani dvignjene roke. S pomočjo zgornje roke počasi in z občutkom upognite in zasukajte vrat proti rami dvignjene roke. Položaj zadržite in medtem sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg, se vrnite v začetni položaj in vajo ponovite še v drugo stran.
Upam, da ste lahko aktivno sodelovali ob ogledu tegale filmčka. Vsekakor kakšna vaja več in kakšna kava manj ni napačna misel. Gremo naprej. Izziv delo nadaljavo je tisti, ki ga bomo zdajle obravnavali. V zadnjem obdobju smo nemalokrat slišali, da je pandemija delu nadaljavo dala nesluten zagon. Če je prej na tak način delala le peščica zaposlenih, danes vemo, da s primernim znanjem, tehnologijo in tudi vodenjem lahko nadaljavo dela veliko več zaposlenih, kot smo si kadarkoli sploh predstavljali. Delo nadaljavo torej ni izziv prihodnosti, ampak je dokaz, da je prihodnost že tu. S tem izhodiščem napovedujem tudi naslednjega govorca in govorko. Oskar Vargas Jave je raziskovalec, prihaja z Eurofounda, kjer vodi projekte z področja delovnih razmer in sorodnih politik. Specializiran je za področja, ki se nanašajo na organizacijo delovnega časa, zdravje in blaginjo ter staranje. Trenutno vodi projekte na temo dela nadaljavo in pravice do odklopa. Gospod Oskar Vargas Jave, izvolite, beseda je vaša. Gospod Oskar Vargas Jave, prosimo, če priklopite mikrofon. Najverjetneje vi nas slišite, mi pa vas zaenkrat še ne.
You are muted on the platform.
Najverjetneje imate ugasnjen mikrofon na platformi, kar pomeni, da boste...
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for the help. So, as I was saying, thank you very much to the Slovenian presidency for inviting us to present some of our recent findings on telework and working conditions in this work arrangement. A special thank you to the organizers, to Vlaka Komel, because she has been very helpful with supporting our intervention here. So my intervention will be divided in 3 parts. In the first one, I will provide you with some figures about what has changed in terms of the prevalence of telework in the European Union. The second part of my presentation will be about the working conditions that teleworkers have experienced during the pandemic. And the last part will be more about some initiatives that are happening at European level, especially in relation to the right to disconnect. And finally, I will provide you some, takeaways or conclusions of my presentation and our findings. So I'm going to start with my presentation, which is based on an article that was published in September in the Eurofound website. The title is "Workers Want to Telework, but Long Working Hours, Isolation and Inadequate Equipment Must Be Tackled." So very telling from the beginning what it's about, but I think it's important that you see also what is inside this title. So let's start with the prevalence of telework during the pandemic. According to the labor force survey, European labor force survey, the average data from 2018 and 2020, we have seen that in the European Union, the percentage of workers teleworking from home have increased from 40% in 2019 to 21% in 2020. These are average figures. I said that because very likely you have seen surveys or findings from other sources suggesting that the uptake of telework has been higher than 21% in some countries. And this is because these surveys very likely have been carried out on the specific moment when there was a lockdown. So it is true that in a very strict lockdown situation, in some countries, the telework prevalence could reach up to 40%. But this is the average, and I think it gives you a more real picture of what is the prevalence of telework in Europe, or what it was during 2020. Another important aspect to consider from this graph, it is the changes, the increase in telework has not been the same in all member states. We see, for example, that in Slovenia, the increase of telework in 2020 compared to 2019 has been rather smaller compared to the EU change or changes in countries closer to Slovenia, like Hungary. You see the dark blue part is much higher in these countries. So the change has not been the same. Another important issue for you to remember is that the uptake of telework is not the same. The prevalence in member states, there are big differences. If we compare Bulgaria, for example, with hardly 2-3% of workers teleworking, even during the pandemic, compared to Luxembourg, with almost 50% of the workforce teleworking during 2020. Another issue that I want you to focus in this slide are these gray dots that they put here. This is based on our estimates on what are the teleworkable jobs in each member state. That is, what is the potential in the country for workers to telework? What is the number, the share of jobs that can be done by working remotely? And we see that in most countries, this figure is higher than the actual figure of telework. We see here, for instance, in Slovenia, there is still around 20% of workers that could join telework if they will, if other aspects are considered. My point here is that there is the limitation for telework will not come from the technological point of view. Technology will not be a barrier for teleworking in the future, especially thinking that digital technology will develop further. It will be more about issues about work organization, managers' attitudes, regulations in each country, etc. We see also that there are countries like Finland that they almost or actually reach the potential. But what is the future of telework? What can we see in the near future? Okay. For that, I think it's important to look at the preferences of employees. According to the online survey that Barbara Gerstenberger mentioned before, among workers during the pandemic, we found that when we consider employees teleworking, almost 2 in 3 of them would like to telework regularly after the pandemic. This corresponds to this blue arrow that they put here, those that answer saying they would like to telework daily or several times a week. That is up to almost 2 in 3 workers in Europe. Also interesting is this red part that I highlight here, considering those answering that would like to telework several times a week, and those who say they would like to telework only occasionally, less often. Because this is what many companies have started to implement, what is called hybrid work or partial telework, sometimes working from home, sometimes working on employees' premises. And we see that this is happening across all countries, this blue, light blue part, okay? Even in Slovenia, we see the same pattern, okay? So if we consider that also some reports suggest that employers, we had the company survey, the results of the company survey say that 50% of up to 50% of employees have a positive attitude about the experience of telework, and most of them also report that has not had a negative impact on productivity. We can see that telework will stay in the future. It is true that in some countries, you know, during the autumn, when there were no restrictions at all about working from the company, the prevalence and the number of workers teleworking has dropped. This is the case, for example, of Spain. However, when we look at the figure, it's still the double compared to what to the figure before the pandemic. So my prediction is that when restrictions are eased, teleworking will drop, but then will surge again slowly but surely. And then let's focus to the very interesting aspect for occupational health and safety, which is the organization of working time. What has changed in the organization of working time? What is the typical organization of working time in the remote work context? We found that during the pandemic, the share of employees working in a free time to meet job demands has been much higher among those working only from home or partially from home. We see here figures of up to 25% in July. You see this bar, 25%, compared to those working only at employers' premises, with hardly 12–13% reporting working in a free time. And we have seen this both in July and in February. But not only during the pandemic. Eurofound carried out research on telework before the pandemic, and in using the survey from 2015, for example, that Barbara presented also before, this working time pattern also was observed. So we can say that stubbornly across the years and independently of the socioeconomic context, because we see this also in all countries, employees teleworking are more likely to work in a free time than those working only at employers' premises. And the consequence of this, it is that they also work longer. As you know, in most European member states, the legislation put a limit of maximum 40 hours a week, working hours a week. And this is why we put this also threshold in this slide. And we see that up to 35% of those working from home report working more than 40 hours a week. If we compare this with those working only at the employer's premises, so we see that there is a substantial difference. And therefore, it is more likely that workers working from home work longer. And focusing on the pandemic, and we wanted to see what is the impact of, the impact of the strict lockdown and schools closure on working a free time, especially for workers who have a caring role. For that, we break down our figures by workers having children and those not having children. And we see on the left side of this slide that at EU level, 27% of employees with children report working a free time compared to 20%, so more among those with children. And this is especially evident in countries where in March 2021, when this online survey took place, were in a strict lockdown like Portugal and Ireland. We see clearly that overall, also for those with no children, the share of workers reporting working in free time is higher, but especially for those with children. So the pandemic has had an impact on working in free time, and also this impact has been exacerbated by, in the cases when the employee had a caring role. I also want to highlight here that it's not all negative about working remotely. We also observed that during the pandemic, 1 in 3 of these workers reporting working in the free time use this flexibility of working time to cope better with both roles, working and caring. So for these workers, it didn't represent working long hours, but it contributed to their work-life balance. So now I'm going to jump on a different issue, so not on working time, but on other aspects of the work environment, which I think are very relevant for health and safety. The first one is about equipment and work environment while teleworking. We found that around 10% of employees in the European Union had inadequate equipment during the pandemic, meaning equipment, meaning computer, desk, chair, etc., to work from home. There are some differences across sectors, but more striking are the results in relation to the provision of work equipment by the employer. Around 1 in 3 employees in the European Union working remotely reported that their employer did not provide the equipment for working from home. And here we can see big differences between sectors. You compare the education, where this happened more often, to financial services, for example. So, for the first time in the recent history of the European Union, a rather relevant proportion of employees have used their own means of production to work from the employer. This is something very, very new that has to make us think about. Another relevant issue in relation especially to psychosocial risk is the impact or the effect of working from home on isolation and on feeling emotionally drained by work. And here we see the impact of working hours from home. So these figures correspond to the number of hours the employee has worked from home, okay, the average. And we see, for example, that those working between 41 and 60 hours from home have a higher share of workers, in this bracket, reporting feeling emotionally drained by work. We see figures up to 40% of them reporting this issue, compared to those working less hours. But more interesting, I think it is the figures for reporting isolation. We see that there is almost a perfect correlation between the number of hours worked from home and the reporting of isolation, with a higher share among those working very long hours, with 20% of them reporting feeling isolated. So against this, or to try to tackle these challenges, which are not only related to the pandemic, but to the telework arrangement itself, in some countries before the pandemic, they included in the legislation the so-called right to disconnect. So the possibility for workers to refuse to reply to emails, for example, outside working hours, or actually to do any work outside working hours. So this right was included in the legislation before the pandemic in Spain, in France, Belgium, and Italy in different ways. I'm not going to develop on that unless there is a question later, of course. And we have seen that during the pandemic, a number of countries also passed legislation, including some type of provision related to the right to disconnect. These countries are Ireland, with a code of practice, Slovakia, Greece, and more recently, Portugal, 3 weeks ago. Also, we know that there are proposals in the Netherlands and Luxembourg. So the important thing, I think, with the right to disconnect, it is that I think it is an initiative to try to break the link between remote work using ICTs, digital tools, and these effects I presented before, like working every time, working long hours, challenges for work-life balance, and in the end, on health. So this is an initiative that we have to see in the future how it's working. And finally, I think I want to end with a more positive message. It is about employee satisfaction with telework. When we ask employees working from home if they are satisfied with the experience of working from home, the answer is that despite the risks that I mentioned before, up to 71% strongly agree or just agree that overall they are satisfied with the experience of working from home. And this is because working from home have really positive aspects, more efficient use of time, a huge potential for improving work-life balance. Sometimes the workers working from home might have better social environment than working from the employers. Every worker is different, every company is different, so it's difficult to generalize. And we also saw that when workers have good equipment and are able to manage the work-family conflict at home, especially during the pandemic, we didn't have demands from caring, they are more likely to report that they are satisfied. So these are some hints for, if, from the OSH perspective, you want to improve the conditions teleworking. And I think we have also to think more broadly about what means, these figures, why workers prefer to work from home partially, to have this possibility. And it is because workers now, but also before the pandemic, had already an appetite for more flexibility and for more autonomy. Because for workers, this improved their work-life balance, of course, but also the well-being. So I'm going to finish just showing you some conclusions from my presentation briefly, just to tell you that an average of 1 in 5 workers have teleworked during the pandemic. I would say that even we will observe some drops and reductions of telework prevalence when restrictions are eased. In the medium term, we can expect similar take-up of up to 20% working from home on a partial basis, more than on a full-time basis. As I said, work-life balance is a real challenge. It's an opportunity. This arrangement is an opportunity to improve. We know by Eurofound surveys that up to 20% of workers report having difficulties with work-life balance, and telework really can help if it is well managed. We saw in the pandemic some new elements, the lockdown, the caring, I already mentioned those, but we have to be sure that there is a scope for improving working conditions in telework from the OSH perspective and from others' perspective. But it's important that from the OSH perspective, we remind that the OSH principles laid down in the Framework Directive applies to telework environment, not only to the employer's premises. And here I just want to recall what was included in the Framework Agreement on Telework, which was signed in 2002 by the social partners at EU level, which, by the way, has been incorporated in so many national regulatory frameworks. And this agreement says the employer is responsible for the protection of the occupational health and safety of the teleworker. And I just want to finish saying that following up of Barbara's statement that we have to avoid technological determinism, saying, well, this is digitalization, this is telework, all these effects are not, we cannot avoid, we cannot cope with that. I would say that social dialogue role is fundamental in shaping the conditions for the well-being of workers. Also, of course, legislation could set minimum standards. Finally, just let you know that here are some reports that you can read and download from our website. You can also contact me directly. And above all, thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm open to any question you may have.
Hvala enako, gospod Vargas Jave. Hvala tudi za vaš prispevek. Vprašanja bodo sledila malce kasneje. Najprej povzetek vašega predavanja. Torej, glede na želje 2/3 zaposlenih v Evropski uniji, ki bi želeli delati nadaljavo tudi po koncu pandemije, verjetno ni napak sklepati, da pri delu nadaljavo vidimo več prednosti kot pomanjkljivosti. Mnoge od slednjih lahko preprečimo s prilagojenim vodenjem, o čemer pa bo govorila tudi naša naslednja govorka. Doktorica Simona Šarotar-Žižek je izredna profesorica menedžmenta poslovanja, specializirana za ravnanje s človeškimi viri in organizacijsko vedenje. Je predstojnica Inštituta za menedžment in organizacijo na Ekonomsko-poslovni fakulteti Univerze v Mariboru. Je tudi članica Sveta Vlade Republike Slovenije za aktivno staranje in medgeneracijsko sodelovanje. Delo na daljavo med učinkovitostjo in kaosom, neprilagojeno vodenje. Gospa Simona Šarotar-Žižek, izvolite, beseda je vaša.
Spoštovane dame, spoštovani gospodje, lepo pozdravljeni. Epidemija, digitalizacija, potem delo na daljavo, dosegljivo 24/7, več opravilnost, več kariernost. Vse to so pojmi, s katerimi se srečujemo dnevno. Moramo pa poudariti nekaj, da ko seveda delamo na daljavo, je to delo bistveno drugačno od tega, ko ga delamo v prostorih delodajalca. In zato je seveda nujno, da vodje temu prilagodijo tudi svoje vodenje. To vodenje je malo bolj zahtevno, zato je seveda izziv za vsakega izmed nas, ki seveda vodimo neke sodelavce. Jaz bi pa rada poudarila tudi, da bo naše delo nekoliko drugačno, strukturirano bo v več seveda vsebinskih sklopov, od uvoda pa seveda potem k... To ni prava prezentacija. Spoštovane dame, gospodje, jaz se opravičujem, ta prezentacija ni bila prava.
Bomo vsekakor poskušali tole rešiti.
Pa jaz lahko seveda v tem času še kakšno rečem.
Najbolje, da nadaljujete, mi bomo pa videli, kaj se da narediti z vašo prezentacijo.
Torej, seveda, delo na daljavo ni nekaj, kar bi bilo novo. Seveda, o tem priča tudi dejstvo, da je poznano ne samo v literaturi, ampak seveda v različni zakonodaji. Tudi v naši zakonodaji, torej Zakon o delovnih razmerjih, je opredelil delo na daljavo in seveda definiral tudi, da tisti, ki dela na daljavo, je seveda upravičen do enakih pravic kot tistih, ki dela seveda v prostorih delodajalca. Jaz sem hotela za številkami zelo dobro ponazoriti tudi to, kar so verjetno velikokrat izpostavili že moji predhodniki, kakšna je slika, če pogledamo na delo na daljavo, seveda, ko stojimo v malo večjih čevljih, torej z stališča Evropske unije. Tukaj naj izpostavim predvsem to dejstvo, da je razvoj dela na daljavo kar dolgo časa stagniral. Od leta 2009 do 2019 se ni zgodil nek dramatičen premik naprej, ampak je bila seveda, je ostal ta odstotek relativno skromen, ni dosegel niti 10% v letu 2019. Je res, da so bili to seveda tisti, ki so občasno delali na daljavo. Jaz moram poudariti, tako kot je seveda govornik pred mano izpostavil, je tudi to, da seveda je delo na domu, ki sodi kot del dela na daljavo, zelo močno pridobilo na pomenu v boju proti covidu. In zato je ta odstotek bil seveda bistveno višji, kot bi bil sicer. Zdaj pa, če stopimo v malo manjše, bolj skromne čevlje in pogledamo, kako je z tem v Sloveniji. Seveda, Slovenci delamo pretežno v prostorih delodajalca. Če imamo srečo, potem delamo kakšen dan lahko od doma. Tukaj vidite, da se je že, če primerjamo december 2020, pa ga primerjamo z februarjem 2021, da je odstotek tistih, ki so seveda vse dni delali na domu, močno upadel. Torej, kolikor bolj se je sproščala situacija glede pandemije, tolikor bolj so se ljudje vračali in delali v prostorih delodajalca. Seveda, glejte, delo na domu oziroma delo na daljavo ima veliko prednosti. te so raziskovali številni raziskovalci in opredelili te tako z vidika delodajalca, delojemalca, kot tudi družbe kot celote. Ker je moja tema bolj osredotočena na vodenje, sem se osredotočila raje bolj na izzive, ki jih ima nek delodajalec, ko organizira delo na daljavo. Zagotovo je zmotno, če bomo premišljevali o tem, da bodo vsi naši zaposleni hoteli delati na daljavo. Ne, mi smo raznoliki in seveda nekateri to delo preferirajo, nekateri seveda ne. To pa seveda je povezano še z različno ravnijo opremljenosti vsakega od zaposlenih za delo na daljavo, po drugi strani pa tudi z njegovo ravnijo digitalne kompetence, ki pa seveda niso v zavidanju vredni situaciji. Je pa res, da ko naši sodelavci delajo na daljavo, izgubimo to neverbalno komunikacijo, ki je zelo pogosto ključnega pomena, da znamo določiti pravi kontekst. In zato je izziv, kako komunicirati z zaposlenimi, kako seveda vzpostaviti to timsko naravnanost, kajti timi so ključni za doseganje določenih ciljev v organizaciji. In pa kaj je še zelo zahtevno? Veste, kaj je zahtevno? Socializirati talente. In to tiste, ki smo jih pravkar rekrutirali za to, da bi naša podjetja ustvarjala konkurenčne prednosti. Na daljavo je to kar lep izziv. O kibernetski varnosti podjetja seveda niti ne bomo izgubljali besed. Zdaj pa gremo k delojemalcu. Veste, tudi moj govornik pred mano je že izpostavljal to, da človek je seveda družbeno pa družabno bitje. In seveda ta osamljenost, izoliranost lahko vodi ljudi celo do tako daleč, da imajo samomorilne misli. Tako da to je zgodba, ki je del nas, ki smo ljudje. Moram poudariti še nekaj. Človek ima rad res neverbalno komunikacijo in če te ni, potem seveda veste, težko ugotovimo, kaj je pravi namen nekega sporočila, ki nam je bilo posredovano in prepogosto damo potem temu sporočilu nek negativni namen. Je pa res, da je Harvard Business Review poročal nedavno tega, kako hudo je, če delamo na daljavo, kajti potem imamo občutek, da smo izpuščeni. Tudi Sinclair je letos za soavtorji objavil, da smo nevidni za vodje, kadar delamo na daljavo in da je to tudi problem za naš karierni razvoj. Govornik pred mano je izpostavljal seveda čustveno izčrpavanje, stres in tako naprej. Tudi to so stvari, ki smo jih deležni. Mogoče zato ste imeli na drsnici tudi napotke, kako je seveda primerno, da si organiziramo naše delo, ko delamo na daljavo. Jaz pa moram iti na pravo temo, to je vodenje. Vodenje je najpomembnejša funkcija menedžmenta, to je osrednje delo vsakega vodje. Po eni strani vodja se zaveda, da mora imeti tako spretnosti, tako sposobnosti, da ima nahrbtnik precej težak. On mora biti tisti, ki seveda ustvarja vizijo, ki jo zna prenesti svojim seveda zaposlenim, jih motivirati, ustvarjati pravo vzdušje, pogoje dela, zato da so potem ti cilji seveda doseženi. Pa ne sme pozabiti, da sme delati samo tisto, kar mu je potem na koncu lahko v ponos. Ja, jaz sem hotela izpostaviti skozi svojo predstavitev kar nekaj ključnih elementov vodenja sodelavcev na daljavo. Seveda vi jih vidite na drsnici, ne bi jih naštevali, ker se bomo sprehodili skozi vsak element posebej. Veste, kolikokrat se vodja dejansko posveča razvoju samega sebe. Ja, po eni strani je v ozadju tako strokovni kot karierni razvoj. Ne smemo pa pozabiti, da se mora vodja razvijati tudi osebnostno, torej kot človek. Njegova čustvena, duhovna, socialna inteligenca seveda morajo se tudi razvijati. To pa je možno storiti le, če imamo vedno neko povratno informacijo, kakšni smo kot vodje, kakšne so bile naše dnevne izkušnje z vodenjem in tako naprej. Torej, spoznavanje samega sebe je nujno in to poteka skozi samo evalvacijo in refleksijo. Velikokrat odrinjena je seveda integriteta. Ja, torej to, da smo avtentični. Ni nujno, da smo najboljši, čeprav smo za tem, ko smo profesionalni in etični, lahko vedno boljši. Že prej sem izpostavljala, pa še enkrat bom, vsak vodja je vzor in vzor vleče. Glejte, če seveda s tem, ko smo mi vzor, pa smo tisti, ki ne vemo upravljati z časom, ne vemo upravljati z lastnim stresom, to pomeni, da to gre kot domina naprej na naše zaposlene. Zato moramo obvladati te veščine. Samo tako smo lahko uspešni in učinkoviti. Pa gremo še na eno pomembno reč. Mi moramo kot vodje konstantno razvijati naše zaposlene. Ja, to počnemo, tako kot sem prej omenjala, kot na osebnostni ravni, na ravni strokovnega in pa seveda na ravni delovnega razvoja. Kako? Z vseživljenjskim učenjem, izobraževanjem, usposabljanjem in pa razvojem. S tem, da tu posebej želim izpostaviti sodobne metode, s katerimi mi prenašamo znanje in so nekako doživele razcvet, to je mentorstvo, uveljavlja se obratno mentorstvo, vzajemno mentorstvo, potem tudi coaching in seveda spet tisto upravljanje s talenti, nasledstvena politika in tako naprej. To vodja še vedno dela, tudi če njegovi sodelavci delajo nadaljavo. Se opravičujem. Glejte, ko smo bili primorani zaradi epidemije začeti delati od doma, mnogo sodelavcev ni imelo prave opreme. Vodja je tisti, ki seveda vedno, pa ne samo v tem primeru, mora zagotavljati materialne in nematerialne vire in to pravočasno, v pravi količini, v pravi kvaliteti. In te seveda tudi pravilno alocirati, seveda upoštevajoč poslanstvo, vizijo in pa seveda cilje podjetja. Kar pozabljamo, je to, kako moramo delo, ko naši zaposleni delajo, oblikovati. Niso vsi pristopi oblikovanja dela takrat primerni, ker je to delo posebno, je potrebno uporabiti kombinacijo biološkega, motivacijskega in zaznavno-motoričnega pristopa k oblikovanju. Seveda, koordinacija, ko imamo ljudi, ki delajo nadaljavo, pa je zelo otežena. Zato, ker smo izgubili tiste občasne priložnosti, ko smo imeli stik z našimi zaposlenimi in smo lahko dobili pregled, tako mimogrede dobili pregled, kaj kdo dela, kako dela, do kdaj bo nekaj naredil. Zdaj pa smo seveda brez te informacije. Zato seveda moramo vzpostaviti številna orodja, ki so nam v pomoč pri koordinaciji dela, zato da bi seveda lahko lažje koordinirali delo. Vodje mora tudi tu pri uporabi teh orodij seveda biti vzor in dosledno uporabljati ta orodja. Glejte, tudi ko sodelavci delajo nadaljavo, so pomembni sestanki. Samo morajo biti kratki, pogosti in seveda vršimo jih tako z seveda našimi posameznimi zaposlenimi, kot tudi z skupino. Jaz bi rada poudarila, da niso primerni vsi stili vodij, da sta posebej primerna dva stila vodenja. Torej, transformacijski stil, to je stil, s katerim vodja zna navdihovati svoje sodelavce, zna jim prenesti vizijo, zna jim sprožati intelektualne izzive in jih opolnomočevati, da dosegajo cilje. Še bolj nekako primeren stil vodenja pa je seveda uslužno vodenje. Torej, pa ne, da bi bili služkinje, ampak gre za to, da ste tu in zdaj za ljudi, da jih nenehno razvijate, spodbujate, da ste vi ponižni, kar se tiče vaših rezultatov dela, da pa znate v pravo luč postaviti rezultate vaših sodelavcev, da ste avtentični, torej to, kar mislite, govorite in to potem tudi delate. In seveda, na osnovi empatije, medsebojno ustvarjanje odnosov, nikoli pa seveda ne morete brez tega, da ne dajete usmeritve in da ne skrbite za svoje zaposlene. Jaz bi rada šla še naprej, zdaj ko smo že pri ljudeh in tistih odnosih, ki jih ustvarjamo z soljudmi. Tu je alfa in omega komuniciranje. Pogosto, dvosmerno in asertivno. Kot že rečeno, s posameznikom in skupino. Glejte, delo nadaljavo prinaša stiske. In zato lahko hitreje ljudje zapadejo v konflikte. Bodite pripravljeni, da boste konflikte reševali. Opolnomočite se z tega vidika. Potem izgrajujte prosocialne medsebojne odnose. To je naloga vodje. To so takšni odnosi, kjer prevladuje solidarnost, sodelovanje, podpora, prijaznost, altruizem. To je ključno. In pa nenehno dajete nasvete, če seveda ljudje prosijo za to, jih spodbujajte za delo. In veste, kaj je pomembno? Bolj kot delegiranje in nadzor je torej pomembno to, da ste tu in zdaj za ljudi. In k temu vam lahko močno pripomore organizacijska kultura. Samo nadaljavo jo je težko izgrajevati, to je tisto lepilo med ljudmi. In veste, kako jo izgrajujete nadaljavo? Z elementi videoigric, igrifikacijo, torej prenesite te zgodbe tudi v poslovno življenje. Ja, veste, pomembna je individualna uspešnost vsakega zaposlenega. Vsak zaposleni mora doseči cilje, če dela na sedežu podjetja ali dela nadaljavo. In zato je vedno pomembno, tudi če ljudje delajo nadaljavo, da skupaj z njimi postavite tako poslovne in razvojne cilje po metodologiji SMART, da seveda definirate kriterije za merjenje ter tudi pričakovane rezultate, spremljate izvedbo, kar je izrednega pomena, da dajete seveda konstantno sprotno informacijo in razvijate kompetence človeka in na koncu ocenjujete uspešnost izvedbe in ga nagradite. Veste, agilnost je tista, ki zahteva našo preokupacijo ves dan in povsod. Posebej seveda v teh zahtevnih razmerah, kot smo jih deležni zdaj. In zato je vodja tisti, ki je agilen, torej agilno zaznava vse, kar se dogaja, agilno sprejema odločitve in agilno deluje. To razmišljanje poskuša prenesti tudi svojim zaposlenim, posebej tistim, ki delajo nadaljavo, ker oni se bodo morali znajti sami in sprejeti marsikatero odločitev. In potem seveda ni napak, so samo povratne informacije. Tako da agilnost, ja, še ena paradigma. Ne morem mimo tega, da ne izpostavim seveda varnost in zdravje pri delu. Delodajalec je seveda zadolžen, da zagotavlja varno delo in seveda skrbi za zdravje zaposlenih. Jaz sem sklenila, da ne bom izpostavljala številnih psihosocialnih dejavnikov tveganja, ki so prisotni, ko delamo nadaljavo, imate vir, pa še verjetno marsikateri avtor pred mano in za mano bo o tem govoril. Meni je mogoče ključno, kar sem zasledila, je, da so naši italijanski kolegi, raziskovalci objavili pravzaprav letos v European Journal of Environment and Public Health politiko varnosti in zdravja pri delu za delavce nadaljavo. Jaz sem jo sicer povsem zapisala na slajd, zato da jo lahko si v miru preberete, ampak tudi tukaj se vidi nekaj. Pri varnosti in zdravju gre vedno za deljeno odgovornost. Torej, ni samo breme na delodajalcu, pa niti samo na delojemalcu, torej zaposlenem, torej vsi nosimo neko odgovornost in smo dolžni biti proaktivni zato, da ohranimo sami sebe, svojo delovno sposobnost. Tako da, jaz bi lahko seveda še nadaljevala in se poglabljala v vodenje, pa bom se poskušala držati časovne omejitve, pa bi rada izpostavila to. Jaz sem ekonomist in glejte, vedno seveda lastniki vložijo v katerokoli institucijo, da bodo dobili ne samo evro, ki so ga vložili, ampak nekoliko več kot evro. In menedžerji, to je bila narejena mednarodna raziskava, vidite, da je iz leta 2021, si želijo takšno prihodnost, ko bodo jim dane možnosti vodenja nadaljavo. Seveda veste zakaj? Zato, ker so ljudje produktivni, še bolj je pomembno, da so uspešni, kajti učinkovitost pomeni, da delajo čim več stvari na enoto, seveda uspešnost pa, da delajo prave stvari. In veste, še zakaj? Ljudje so zadovoljni, to je kolega pred mano tudi povedal. Zadovoljni so pa tudi odjemalci, torej to, kar delamo, ko delamo nadaljavo, je dobro tudi za naše kupce. Zato jaz pravim, prihodnost dela je hibridna. Tu so že smernice, kako seveda snovati hibridno delo, kaže jih zagotovo upoštevati. In če dodam še seveda drobtinico naših slovenskih raziskovalcev, ki so nekako prišli do ugotovitve, da če vodje primerno oblikujejo delo, primerno vodijo sodelavce, potem lahko kombinacija dela v prostorih delodajalca in seveda dela nadaljavo daje odlične rezultate. In zato vabljeni, da seveda skupno izboljšujemo vse za nas tu in zdaj, zato da nam bo bolje. Hvala.
Najlepša hvala, gospa Šarotar Žižek, tudi za vaš prispevek in za vašo agilnost, da smo lahko rešili tisti zaplet s prezentacijo. Torej, slišali smo, da je delo nadaljavo lahko izziv ne le za zaposlene, ki se lahko otepajo s težavami pri organizaciji svojega delovnega dne, socialno izolacijo, izčrpanostjo, tudi izgorelostjo, ampak tudi za delodajalce in vodje. In če ob tem malce parafraziramo Alberta Einsteina, bi lahko za vodenje rekli, da je iluzorno pričakovati drugačne rezultate, če vse delamo na isti način. Torej, ne glede na to, ali nekdo v pisarni ali dela na daljavo. Tako, zdaj je čas za vaša vprašanja. Nekaj ste jih že pridno zastavili v klepet. Najprej morda bolj prošnja za komentar. In sicer ste gospod Jave, vprašanje se nanaša na vas. O tem ste že tudi nekaj rekli, ampak če bi želeli na kratko pokomentirati naslednje. Ali je delo od doma v funkciji varnosti in zdravja pri delu ali v funkciji kapitala? Namreč z delom od doma se briše meja med zasebnim in javnim življenjem. Malce se skriva že odgovor oziroma ost že v samem vprašanju, ampak vseeno vas prosim, gospod Jave, za kratek komentar.
I think I didn't understand well the question. You're asking me if working from home is
yes, okay.
Is a function of capitalism? I didn't understand the translation, sorry.
Ok, bom ponovil po slovensko, če ne, bom pa tudi sam prevedel, skušal prevesti v angleščino. Torej, ali je delo od doma v funkciji varnosti in zdravja pri delu ali bolj v funkciji kapitala? Namreč z delom od doma se briše meja med zasebnim in javnim življenjem. Za ta komentar bi vas prosili.
Well, I hope I understood now the question. Of course, working from home, it is an aspect, it's a work arrangement that has to be considered from the OSH perspective. As it is when the workers is at the employer's premises, in some instances can improve the well-being of workers. Having said that, I agree with the other speaker that gave a presentation after me, that it is also important to keep the face-to-face contact, generally speaking, with colleagues. I'm sorry, I cannot able to answer the question about the capitalism or the capital. I mean, what we know is that telework can improve the productivity and performance. And in this way, of course, is good for the somehow, you know, could be good for some organizations.
Najlepša hvala, gospod Jave. Gremo naprej in sicer vprašanje za gospo Simono Šarotar Žižek. Med ovirami pri delu na daljavo ste torej navedli nespremenjeno vedenje vodij in neprilagojene poslovne procese. Če bi morali zdaj po pomembnosti razvrstiti lastnosti ne le dobrega, ampak vrhunskega vodje, ki usmerja delo tistih, ki delajo nadaljavo, katera bi bila lastnost namreč na prvem mestu po vašem mnenju in zakaj bi bila ta lastnost pomembnejša od drugih?
Ja, jaz bi takoj na prvo mesto dala, da je pomembno, da je vsak vodja zelo agilen, ampak po drugi strani pa mora biti velik empat, zato ker ti že tako ali tako težko zaznavaš tisto, kar ljudje občutijo, ko že delaš v neposrednem stiku z njimi. Če jih pa imaš še nadaljavo, pa moraš razviti še toliko bolj prefinjene tipalke, zato da ugotoviš, kaj občutijo tvoji zaposleni in da jim lahko potem s tem uslužnim stilom vodenja prideš naproti, jim pomagaš ali pri kompetencah, ali pri težavah, neposredno pri delu in tako naprej. Tako da empatičnost je zagotovo ključnega pomena prav tako.
Najlepša hvala za vaš odgovor. Gospod Jave, naslednje vprašanje je pa tudi za vas. Z pravnega gledišča, ali vidite potrebo, da pravico do odklopa definiramo tudi v zakonodaji? Če je temu tako, potem to pomeni, da obstaja tudi pravica delodajalcev, da delavce kadarkoli kontaktirajo. Tega pa, kot pravi komentator oziroma tisti, ki je to vprašal, naš udeleženec ne vidi tako. Ja.
Well, the fact it is that, as I mentioned, some countries, the right to disconnect was included in the legislation. But for example, in some of these countries, it is not a universal applicable right. The provisions, for example, in France, oblige social partners in companies with more than 50 employees to negotiate at company level the terms about the implementation of the right to disconnect. What should be the way to apply this concretely? So it's up to, so the fact that it is in the legislation, it doesn't mean that automatically all workers have the right to disconnect. It is in the case of France, I just wanted to give this example. It is up to the workers and the company to negotiate the terms. Okay, this is what the legislation says. If there is no agreement on the terms to be applied to implement the right to disconnect, then the company has to implement and develop a policy on the issue unilaterally, but only in the absence of agreement. I let you know that, again, in the case of France, after this provision on the right to disconnect was included in the legislation, there is more and more companies with these agreements. I think in this way, I think it's an example that I would agree in order to implement the right to disconnect. So it is in the legislation obliging social partners to negotiate. But in the end, I think the specific terms should be agreed at company level. Okay, but of course, we are talking about a right that in principle, all workers should have. For that reason, I think it's important that at least in the legislation is included this obligation for social partners to negotiate the terms. I hope I answer your question.
V vsakem primeru se vam lepo zahvaljujemo in še naslednje vprašanje, ki hkrati v sebi skriva tudi komentar. Za oba pa vaju prosim za kratek komentar na ta izziv. In sicer udeleženca zanima, zakaj toliko poudarka pomanjkljivostim dela nadaljavo, saj je veliko tudi prednosti. Torej, zakaj moramo opozarjati tudi na pomanjkljivosti? Gospa Šarotar Žižek, izvolite.
Najlepša hvala za besedo. Glejte, če ne osvetlimo tudi nekatere pomanjkljivosti, potem seveda to delo, tudi jaz ga obožujem, je seveda lahko nevarno za nas. In čim več pomanjkljivosti odpravimo, tem bolj po eni strani bomo uspešni in večjo raven psihičnega blagostanja bomo občutili, ne stresa. Ne? Kajti to delo lahko seveda povzroči veliko število opravljenih delovnih ur, ne? Torej dela še zvečer, torej ni neke ločnice med delom in pa zasebnim življenjem, kar je lahko nevarno, pa se lahko posameznik loči, pa zanemari otroke, ki padejo v drogo in tako naprej. Torej ni stvar tako preprosta, zato je potrebno tudi delo na daljavo, ki vključuje delo od doma, oplemenititi. Zato, da bo res seveda koristno za ne samo za posameznega zaposlenega, ne samo za delodajalca, za skupnost mora biti koristno. Šele tako bomo nekako postavili celovito delo na daljavo.
Gospod Jave, tudi vas prosimo za komentar na to vprašanje. Upam, da ste ga slišali, da je bilo uspešno prenešeno do vas.
Yes, about the disadvantages and advantages, yeah, I mentioned in my presentation some of the challenges of telework, but I finish also saying with a positive message, that is, we have to take advantage of the positive effects of telework on work-life balance. The autonomy that telework gives to the worker. So I think we shouldn't be, let's say, see telework as a black or white, good or bad. Of course, it has some challenges. Some has been mentioned before, you know, challenges related to the work organization, especially probably with employers. You know, it is important that for some time, you know, work is carried out at employees' premises. But I think we have to think about the future, and the future will be about more virtual work in the end, more flexibility about place and time of work. And this can be combined, as we saw, with the employees' preferences of working some days the workplace, some days from home. Okay, I think this sort of hybrid or partial telework brings advantages for both employers and workers.
Prav, najlepša hvala za vaš komentar, za vaše odgovore, predvsem za vaš prispevek. Hvala vsem, ki ste do zdaj svoje dodali tej konferenci. Dame in gospodje, zdaj pa lahko napovem odmor za kosilo. Čas nas priganja, zato kljub temu, da vaše vprašanje tudi zanimiva in tehtna še vseeno prihajajo, vam bomo dali nekaj premora, čas za okrepčilo, osvežitev, kosilo, kakorkoli že. Vidimo se spet čez dobre pol ure, natančno ob 13. Ob 13. nadaljujemo. Vprašanja, ki nam jih zastavljate, pa bomo skušali odgovoriti tekom nadaljevanja današnje konference. Hvala za enkrat, torej ob 13. smo spet skupaj. Sara Rizo. Ena, dve, tri, štiri. Spoštovane in spoštovani, lepo pozdravljeni spet na naši konferenci. Prihodnost je tu, varnost in zdravje pri delu. Pred nami je naslednji izziv današnjega časa. Sodobne tehnologije, ki so dodobra spremenile svet in s tem tudi naša delovna okolja. So te tehnologije dovolj v službi ljudi? Kje so njihove prednosti? Kdaj lahko pomenijo tveganje za varnost in zdravje pri delu? O teh in številnih drugih vprašanjih boste razmišljali naslednji dve govorki. Sara Rizo je vodja raziskav v Evropski fundaciji za izboljšanje življenjskih in delovnih razmer. Vključena je v raziskovalne projekte z področja digitalizacije, sprememb zaposlovanja in prestrukturiranja. Študirala je psihologijo, komunikacije in jezike, njeni trenutni raziskovalni interesi pa so usmerjeni na področje delovnih razmer in novih psihosocialnih tveganj povezanih z digitalizacijo. Kaj pomeni digitalizacija delovnega okolja za organizacijo dela, kakovost delovnih mest ter varnost in zdravje pri delu? O tem Sara Rizo. Izvolite.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here to present the research findings. The only thing I have a problem scrolling the presentation. I'll have another go. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Here I go. I'm pleased today to present the key findings from our research on digitization. And my colleague Barbara Gerstenberger has already mentioned that our conceptual framework on digitization. So digitization is pretty much the broad phenomenon, while digitization is instead one of the vectors of change within our framework. And so what is this digitization? Is that process through which aspects of the physical world are rendered into data in virtual models and the other way around. So there are three main technologies that fall under this vector of change. And these are 3D printing, is Internet of Things, 3D printing, and augmented and virtual reality. And these technologies are very synergetic, they're very complementary. And I think that their complementarity exemplifies well the essence of digitization. Think, for example, about the Internet of Things and 3D printing. These two technologies are pretty much part and parcel of the digitization of production processes. So you have, on the one hand, IoT. IoT is used to collect, encode, and process digital information on the physical process. And then you have 3D printing, which does pretty much the opposite, in the sense that it is used to transform digital model into physical products. And then you have here virtual and augmented reality. We have bundled them together, but they are slightly different technologies. The virtual reality creates a virtual representation of the real world, whether the user is fully immersed, is totally immersed in that reality. And augmented reality instead overlays computer-generated content onto the real world, using, for example, AR goggles, glasses. But what is the level of uptake of these technologies? What is the current use? And this chart is based on Eurostat data from the ICT usage in enterprise survey. And this is the 2020 data. Unfortunately, there is no data on the use of virtual or augmented reality. And the data here suggests that the level of digitization, at least for these two technologies, is strongly associated with the sector of activity. IoT is used to a greater extent than 3D printing. We have 18% of the surveyed enterprises, they use IoT, and 5% use 3D printing. And the use of 3D printing, unsurprisingly, is more prevalent in manufacturing, and the incidence of IoT use is higher in utilities and transport and storage sectors. And in these sectors, IoT provides a range of use cases that can really improve the efficiency, the performance of public service delivery. And we have seen this in smart city initiatives, for example. But IoT is also gaining traction in manufacturing to monitor processes within the company, but throughout the supply chain. So both the vertical and what is called horizontal integration, and also for predictive maintenance. What is predictive maintenance is to detect potential malfunctions of machineries, equipment before they occur. And in terms of enterprise size, it's important to note that both technologies are more likely to be adopted by large enterprises that employ 250 or more employees than by smaller enterprises. And we do know the SMEs, smaller companies, struggle to source the investment that are needed to acquire new digital technologies. This, as you know, requires upfront investment, and low level of adoption of IoT technologies in SMEs, especially those supplying large companies, is indeed an important barrier to the greater uptake of technologies, and again is an obstacle to horizontal integration in value chains. And of the three technologies that we have investigated, probably IoT is the most established technology, with an ever increasing number of applications across different sectors. We have seen different use cases, but really none of these technologies are mainstream. For example, 3D printing is still an additional tool, but has not really replaced the more conventional production methods. So the technology is really not competitive enough for mass production. So we are really far from that scenario of mass production. And then the use of virtual and augmented reality tends to be really confined to training and support workers to accomplish certain tasks. So we have done in our research an expert survey and in 2020, and asked the experts about key elements for the successful implementation of digitization in the workplace. And well, according to them, the technology implementation should start with strategic orientation, a phased approach to technology adoption. There should be piloting involved. And this is really to establish the feasibility of the use case, assessing the risks prior to the actual rollout of the technology. So it's this experimentation that allows company to understand the opportunities, what the challenges are of these technologies, and help them to devise the most appropriate strategies. And a central element in this experimentation is the full involvement of employees at the very early stage. And these allow them to provide feedback and input based on the actual experience of using these technologies. But it's not just about making the technology really fit for purpose. It's also about reducing that reluctance or uncertainties around the use of the technology. It's about as well the acceptance of the technology and to secure what is called employees buy-in and to make this process more successful. Another crucial element highlighted by our experts is in the investment in upskilling, reskilling, and training of the workforce, and not just as one-off, not just at the start of the process, but as an ongoing basis, as part of the ongoing digitization strategy. And it's important to establish as well strategic partnerships with a range of actors, and we are talking about the early adopter companies, but other organizations like innovation centers, hubs, startups, university, research institutes, and this is to learn from existing use cases. Again, it's about experimentation, learning about these technologies before really deploying them in the workplace. I mean, in our research on company practices, we saw that investing in training, unfortunately, is by no means the norm. It's not the standard practice. And when training was offered, it often targets specific group of employees, not really the entire workforce. What are the options then? Is learning on the job, peer mentoring, and these were considered by the companies that we investigated the more viable, less costly options. And more so in the smaller establishments that have fewer resources. And the approach to digitization tended to be very much top-down, with limited employee involvement and often limited to informing employees about the change that was to come. So a more passive form of employee involvement. And also systematic monitoring of the risks, the effects of the technology was not really something that the establishment did. And in a way, they missed that opportunity to establish a sort of learning loop, an effective learning loop. And but of course there were also things that these establishments got right, and they realized that partnerships, for example, were essential to develop, to deploy the technologies in a more successful way. This was really vital. It was part of the experimentation. Was a way to prove the business case. So we have seen all sorts of different partnerships, strategic partnerships, and all establishments that we investigated really were very pragmatic when it came to choosing and implementing the technology. Of course, all of them wanted to be seen, or most of them wanted to be seen as innovative, ahead of the game. But what really all the establishments wanted was a solution to a specific problem that they had, that they were facing. And this is also what the experts in our survey said. It should be really pretty much about a problem-solving orientation, sensitive to the needs of the company, not just about digital hypes. And in our research on digitization, we looked at the impact of these three technologies. on different dimensions of work organization. And we found these are listed here, and we found that the overall impact on work organization was rather positive. These technologies intensified communication, collaboration between different departments and work teams, without really involving major change to the actual organizational structure. And the technology also contributed to optimizing processes, streamlining workflows. So workflows became faster, leaner, with greater emphasis on quality control and standards. We have seen, in particular, IoT leading to the digitization of manual and routine tasks, and putting more emphasis on more supervisory, control, coordination, planning, and analytical tasks. So there has been a shift in tasks. And this often resulted in the creation of the jobs in added value roles. Less dramatic instead was the impact on tasks for 3D printing and virtual and augmented reality. As to, in the case of 3D printing, the technology rather reduced physically demanding tasks, and our virtual reality, augmented reality application rather contributed to enrich or simplify existing tasks. The area of employee and monitoring control lies in red for IoT. IoT raises the greatest concerns. Why that? Because of its pervasiveness. So the collected data can be used to inform decisions, for example, about wages, promotions. So these are important employment decisions. And even if when it's not used for such purposes, still the capability is there. And for this reason, we say it's important to put in place the protections, adequate safeguards to limit the use of these technologies for monitoring the performance of individual employees. And why in red, augmented and virtual reality? Also, these technologies raise such concerns when they are combined with the sensor technologies like IoT. We shouldn't forget that these data, these technologies can harvest, can record a wide range of data, and they can be potentially used for monitoring and surveillance purposes. The overall impact on job quality of these three technologies was also found to be positive. Again, they contribute to create a safer work environment. So we have seen a decrease in physical risks, but potentially increasing some ergonomic risks. And this is associated with the more sedentary work and also reduced level of activity, physical activity. 3D printing is also known for the risk exposure to ultrafine powders, for example. But these, at least in the investigated establishments in our research, these risks were offset by a range of preventive measures. With regard to the social environment, as I said, the impact depended very much on the specific use case, but overall we found greater collaboration across teams and departments. The adoption of these technologies didn't really alter working time arrangements. But it did slow down performance and increase the work intensity, particularly so in the initial phase of the deployment, of the technology deployment. And this was because of the really steep learning curve that these technologies involved. And probably the area most impacted by technology, by these three technologies, and I would say particularly in the case of IoT and 3D printing, is skills and discretion. Why so? In what way? We have seen IoT contributing to the upgrade of skills, particularly in the case of managerial engineering position, less so for low-skilled and blue-collar workers. Why is in orange? Is in orange here, we use this color scheme because the impact can go in different directions, and it depends on whether sufficient training, upskilling to workers is offered, particularly the blue-collar workers, to make that transition to new jobs and new tasks. And again, prospects and earning is an area marked in red in the case of IoT, because IoT is a technology that can be used to collect data about employees' performance, again, to inform important decisions. So I've already mentioned some of these new risks associated with digitization technologies, and I mentioned earlier the decreased exposure to physical risks, but at the same time a potential increase in ergonomic risk in a more data-driven work environment. We have touched upon as well the increase in work intensity, but also higher levels of stress, particularly in the early phase of the technology adoption. And again, I remind you that this is an area, something that could be addressed by a greater provision of training. Now again, a reminder that IoT and in general sensor technologies can be problematic when used to monitor employees' performance. This is a new psychosocial risk because it can generate feelings of job insecurity, uneasiness among employees about the monitoring. Also, employee monitoring requires a degree of emotional labor. The very fact of being under surveillance change the behavior of those that are being watched. So this requires managing emotions. And again, in the case of IoT, we have also seen in our research that the technology increases autonomy. Those increase autonomy for high-skilled white-collar workers, so those in managerial positions, engineering positions, but also reinforce the task, the more task-driven work organizations. And this is typically for assembly line workers. So now let's zoom in on the risks of employee monitoring. And one technology that lends itself to be used for such purpose is surely IoT. And probably the potential threats to privacy and data protection rights are the most prominent concerns raised in policy media debates. And these technologies can interfere with other fundamental rights, not just data protection and privacy, but for example, the right to freedom of association, collective bargaining, because it potentially weakens the organizing and negotiating power of workers. When it comes to the negative psychological effects, the list is really long, especially if monitoring is constant, excessive, perceived as excessive, pervasive, and hardwired into the technology. Think about, for example, wearables. And the known effects would include the work intensification, high level of stress and anxiety, reduced work autonomy, diminished level of trust towards the management, and commitment towards the organization. So it can also create a rather competitive work environment and instill feelings of job insecurity. And it's more so for employees that perceive themselves as being highly replaceable. An important concern has to do with the invisibility of the control and supervision the IoT-based monitoring system can entail. And this makes more difficult for employees to contest the management decisions that are based on data collected through sensors. So again, without clear data governance, consultation with staff, the use of these technologies can lead to unhealthy, intensive, data-driven HR management practices. And this would inevitably have negative consequences in terms of working conditions, but also implications for working conditions. And finally, a temptation for the management is to use all this data, the wealth of data collected via these sensors, to guide important decisions. We have seen in one of our case studies even the most detailed data about employee performance are not really source of objective truth. And any decision solely that is exclusively based on such data can open the door to really discriminatory practices. I would like to conclude this presentation on a more positive note. We always say in our research, all technologies that are per se not good or bad, their impact at the end emanates from deliberate choices of the management. The impact is not deterministic, the negative impact. So there are certainly benefits, opportunities that these technologies can bring if they are properly and effectively implemented in the workplace. And you can have a glimpse on that in our recent report on digitization in the workplace. Yes, but the debate around digitalization has revolved a lot around the potential job losses, about what it was called the technological unemployment. And we are all familiar probably with those frightening estimates from empirical studies about the probability of job replacement by machines. But let's not forget that it's also about human choices. Yeah, this is to end my presentation. Thank you.
Hvala enako, gospa Rizo. Za povzetek lahko rečemo, da tudi vaša predstavitev je torej opozorila na eno ključnih načel uvajanja sprememb z vidika varnosti in zdravja pri delu, torej na pravočasno komunikacijo in vključitev zaposlenih v ocenjevanje tveganj. Govorili ste tudi o nadzoru zaposlenih, ki ga omogoča umetna inteligenca, in zaključili z mislijo, da je ki je tudi odlično izhodišče za naslednji prispevek. Namreč tehnologije same po sebi niso ne dobre, ne slabe, takšne pa so lahko menedžerske odločitve. Emanuel Brun, ki zdaj prihaja, je višja vodja projektov pri Evropski agenciji za varnost in zdravje pri delu, kjer trenutno vodi delo agencije na področju digitalizacije ter varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Med drugim preučuje vpliv napredne robotike, avtomatizacije, umetne inteligence in algoritmičnega vodenja delavk in delavcev ter platformnega dela na varnost in zdravje pri delu. Nove oblike vodenja delavcev s podporo umetne inteligence in njihov vpliv na varnost in zdravje pri delu nam torej predstavlja Emanuel Brun. Izvolite. Gospa Brun, lepo vas prosim, če priklopite svoj mikrofon.
Yes, sorry.
Tako.
Yes, I realized I started, but I was muted. Sorry for that. So, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen now? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Sorry for this. Yeah, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the work by EU OSHA on this important topic of new forms of worker management using AI. I will call it AI worker management and their impact on OSH. So you could think that worker management is in fact as old as work itself. However, what is changing there is the way that workers' data is collected through such systems. So let's say we have an invasive, real-time, permanent collection of large amounts of workers' data, sometimes very sensitive and personal data, such as location, body movement, vital signs such as heart rate, microfacial expressions, tone of voice, which is collected by a range of digital technologies being analyzed by AI using algorithms that are able to draw unprecedented inferences from the data collected to provide recommendations, to make predictions, for instance, about which worker would be likely to underperform in the future, who would be likely to leave the job, and also to make automated or semi-automated decisions in order to improve aspects in the organization, such as productivity and efficiency improvement, allocation of tasks and distribution improvements of worker performance, of management of human resources, such as appraisal, career development, etc. And such systems could also be used to improve the health and safety of workers and their well-being, by the way, as a sub-function. So examples of such tools here to improve productivity and efficiency management, for instance, by evaluating it and providing recommendation, by measuring how quickly employees complete the various tasks and suggest ways to speed them up in this example. Another example is how such systems can be used to automate tasks scheduling and allocation to specific workers to better match skills and tasks, with the examples here of a system that even forecasts customer demand based on the weather forecast and provide recommendation how to best allocate shifts and tasks to workers. Another, maybe most known example would be these systems used in particular in logistics sector, in warehouses, such as wristband that not only gives instruction to workers on what is the shortest way to perform their task, but also identifies the location of the items to manipulate and direct the workers to the right direction by vibrating. So with regard to the uptake of such system, we don't have much data specifically measuring the use of such systems. However, it seems it's still relatively low, but increasingly growing from some data that is available. A large number of international companies, over 70%, consider in fact the use of such systems to applications of human resources management as a priority. The demand of such systems monitoring and managing workers has increased drastically by 87% in April 2020 compared to pre-pandemic. I would like also to share some data from our SNR survey that was mentioned several times today, where we have in 2019 introduced two question items on the use of digital technologies in the workplace and how far the use of such technologies is discussed in terms of their OSH impacts. So in this survey, we had no specific question on worker management systems using AI specifically. However, a number of technologies can be used as kind of proxy to have an idea on the uptake of such system. So here you see that there is a great variety of technologies reported, and not surprisingly, PCs, laptops, and mobile devices are the most frequently reported across all sectors. And in fact, only 6% of the surveyed workplaces reported using none of these technologies listed here. When it comes to discussions about having discussions about the potential impacts of the use of such technologies, it is quite striking that only 24% of establishments, so 1 in 4 workplaces, reported having such discussion. And in fact, the interviewees were even surprised that we made a connection between the use of such digital technologies and OSH. So it shows a real need of awareness raising for the OSH impact of such system. So discussing the potential impacts on OSH was most frequently reported by workplaces using wearable devices and machines or systems monitoring worker performance. It was much less reported by workplaces using laptops and mobile devices. And we have to remember that those systems are used among teleworker and remote worker in particular, and that there is a trend to monitor this group of workers, to monitor and manage this group of workers increasingly by the use of such systems. Then we had another question in our listener survey. So here, what is, you can see the list of impacts, that OSH impacts that are being discussed when such discussion takes place in the establishment. And it is particularly interesting to note that increased work intensity or time pressure was particularly mentioned by those establishments reporting the use of workers' performance monitoring technologies. Also interesting to note that the most discussed impacts overall were the need for continuous training to update skill and prolonged sitting. So when you look at the workers' perception about the use of such systems, most of them would not feel comfortable with being managed by AI. Many workers do not trust such systems because they are not sure how they are used. And many workers are also not aware of their rights or feel unable to challenge the employer's use of such systems. Talking about OSH impacts of such systems, it is important to consider 5 key operational features of such systems, namely the fact that they do continuous monitoring of workers' behavior, that there is a constant performance evaluation, that there is an automatic or semi-automatic decision making, with very reduced human intervention and possibilities for workers to contest or provide feedback or negotiate the decision made, with very low transparency of how these systems are operated. I would like here to mention briefly some very interesting research done by Professor Roquelaure that was presented at a workshop that we organized recently, where Professor Roquelaure raised the question whether the use of such system would be reintroducing the old question of a conflict of logic between the manager with the designer of the working procedure and the workers, whereby from the manager's perspective, the prescribed task is designed according to a technical and organizational logic to optimize the efficient allocation of resources, following a strict procedural control of the prescribed work task to reduce cost and increase productivity. And from the workers' perspective, the activity is in fact a compromise between the task prescribed, but also the reality of the working situation and their own individual characteristics and capacities. So this compromise follows a biopsychosocial logic where the workers have to cope with highly variable work organization with very low possibility of decision making and self-regulation and very little operational leeway of or margin of maneuver to cope with the task. So this raises the question whether such management methods can be seen as new forms of digital Taylorism. And from an ergonomic perspective, it is important that designers and managers remember that the activity of the operator is not a simple application of a prescribed tasks, but a permanent reconception of the tasks and a self-regulatory process to achieve the objectives. So from an ergonomic perspective, the importance of to preserve the margin of maneuver of workers is really something to keep in mind. And we know, according to Professor Roquelaure, that low level of margin of maneuvers, which are associated with the use of AI-based worker management system, leads to a range of possible operating methods being very limited, which can lead to overstrain or even difficulties in achieving the performance requested. And the absence of such margin of maneuvers even leads to failure in achieving the objectives, even at the cost of overstrains or health disorders. So this is important in terms of impacts on musculoskeletal disorders or mental health. So in fact, looking at the OSH risks
Sorry to interrupt you.
from such a management system, the algorithmic direction, the
Miss
consistent
Brun, sorry to
monitoring and
interrupt you. Can you
control,
hear me?
leads to an increase of micromanagement, which is a known factor of psychosocial risks, with a loss associated with a loss of job control and autonomy, a well-known factor of psychosocial risks, leading to a decrease of the margin of maneuver associated with a development of MSDs in particular, and also resulting with a de-skilling of the workforce. Another important aspect is the performance monitoring. So research dating back, in fact, from the 1990s shows a clear link between performance monitoring, performance pressure, through, in fact, in particular, the ratings of workers' performance through such systems, and worker stress. These systems also use the incentivizing and influencing of workers' behavior through rewarding and penalizing, which can happen in real time. And underperformance can be instantaneously identified and result in immediate reallocation of job tasks to other workers, or even dismissals. So this is associated with perceived or real job insecurity, again, another major work-related stress factor. The intensification of work, yes? Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello? I cannot hear anybody. Okay, I cannot hear anybody, so I will continue. Yeah, the intensification of work is also reported as one of the main consequences of algorithmic management. It can result in hectic pace of work, resulting in increased time pressure by eliminating any potential downtime, also resulting in high levels of strains, depressions, and anxiety. Also leading to an inability to take breaks when needed, which is again associated with MSDs, stress, and even disorders of the urinary system. All these factors also lead to an increased professional isolation of workers associated with a lack of support, in particular from supervisors, which, as Barbara said this morning, is a very important mitigating factor of organizational support to limit high strains. Yes? Okay. Okay. Okay, sorry for this. So the use of such management systems is also associated with short-term and unstable work schedules, which again have a variety of negative impacts on workers. Also, if workers lack of a clear understanding about which data is being collected and how it is used, this may also lead to a real or perceived invasion of privacy, which in turn can result in a loss of trust and be a source of stress and anxiety. Also, a key operational component of such worker management system often comprises a black box, whereby with a lack of transparency of how these systems work, which data they collect, how the decisions are made, and workers and their representative as a consequence may lack the information over the decisions that are being made. So as mentioned by William Cockburn this morning, the equal access to information, particularly relevant to OSH and enshrined in the OSH legislation, is here endangered. The use of such system also create the risk of dehumanizing of workers, where workers are seen as mere objects of collection of digital data that they produce while working, again removing the margin of maneuver from workers, even controlling their emotions. So this dehumanization can be referred as datafication of workers. It is also important to look at the potential opportunities of such systems for OSH, as they can be used to monitor risks and hazards and provide recommendation on how to prevent these. For instance, on ergonomic risks, as we saw in the example of the wristband in warehouses, risks of accidents, of collisions, again, the examples of warehouses in these slides with collisions of workers and forklifts, or in relation to monitoring the social distancing in the context of the pandemic. They could also be used to detect high workload, bullying, violence, even burnout situation, through the use of real-time videos or speech analysis or content of emails. An application can also be to monitor mental health and provide digital counseling, for example, through the use of chat box. However, it has to be said that there is a lack of proven efficacy of applications of such systems, a lack of standards with fuzzy relations between the signal monitored to try to identify stress in particular and mental health issues. So there is a lack of scientific evidence that these systems could really fulfill this function. Such system could also be used to customize work and the workspace to individuals. So they could be used to provide support to workers with disabilities. Through all the information that they collect, this information could be used as input to design safety training programs and also to support targeted OSH inspections. So when you look at the current regulatory framework available at EU level, there are a number of regulations which regulate certain aspects of AI-based worker management system. For instance, the OSH acquis, although it's not specifically about such systems, it implicitly applies to all the OSH risks posed by them. There is also the General Data Protection Regulation that has provision on workers' consent to collect their data, also on the automated decision and automated processing of workers' data. However, it's not specific about, no specific provision about OSH, of course. There are other regulations about fundamental right and anti-discrimination aspects that are important to consider. There is also a proposal recently made by the Commission to regulate artificial intelligence, whereby some applications of AI-based worker management systems have been identified as high risks. And there is a number of provisions associated with the use of such systems about maintaining a risk management and the importance of human oversight. However, here again, nothing specific about OSH. When you look at the national regulatory framework, the majority of the member states have adopted some AI strategies, although they are very general and not, or not specifically about OSH. Member states also have some OSH strategies, many of them mentioning digitalization or artificial intelligence. However, in general terms, so rarely specific again about the application of AI worker management systems to workplaces. So the current regulation, in fact, either doesn't consider OSH or is very unclear on how it includes OSH. So the key pointers to conclude, there is a need for a proper enforcement of the existing regulation, having a holistic approach, so looking at the OSH legislation, at the GDPR, at the anti-discrimination legislation to properly address the OSH risks in workplaces of such system. It is important to incorporate ergonomic concepts, including human factors, to have user-centered approach and participatory methods to the design and use of such systems to preserve workers' job controls, autonomy, and margin of maneuver, and to avoid to come back to the old Taylorian management method. It is important to have a prevention through design approach, whereby the OSH risks of such systems are considered from the very design stage of these systems in order to design out potential risks. AI-based worker management system, if we want them to improve OSH, they should also be designed specifically for this purpose. If not, they will not. They are simply doing what they are designed for. The OSH risks of AI-based worker management system should be properly taken into consideration into the workplace risk assessment which should be dynamic given the ever-changing nature of self-learning AI-based system. Important as well that the workplace risk assessment is not delegated to the technology, that humans remain in command in the design, use, and decisions made by or proposed by such system, so that they don't replace human controls but support humans. The importance of worker participation is extremely important for OSH prevention. It's a cornerstone towards prevention. So workers and their representatives should be involved. They should have a say from the design, assessment, implementation of these systems, and also in the decision-making process using this system. However, the lack of transparency, this black box that I mentioned earlier on how this system works, result in an imbalance of information and power, making workers' participation very difficult in practice. Also, the professional isolation is a barrier to collective worker representation and efficient social dialogue. So in fact, these systems should be designed, implemented, and managed in a transparent, understandable way. It's not enough that they are transparent. The information should also be understandable, and the algorithm be explainable to workers to empower equal access to information and workers' participation, so that co-governance is guaranteed. There was an EU social partner agreement on digitalization, which capture many of these aspects that I have mentioned. However, there is a need to better translate it into practice. So to conclude, it is important that humans remain in command, also to clarify responsibilities and liabilities of developers and of employers, who many times are also not aware of exactly how these systems function. So it is extremely important to raise awareness, to inform and train all stakeholders, from designers to managers, but also workers and their representatives, to allow AI literacy, which is a prerequisite, as I said, to social dialogue and prevention and management of OSH. The data collected should always follow a principle of data minimization, where the need to collect data should be balanced against the right to workers' privacy and safety and health. There is a need to improve, in particular, designer and managers' knowledge about the human functioning, referring to the importance of human factors and margin of maneuver of workers. So to improve their knowledge of ergonomic principles and of the OSH risks associated with these systems, and to raise awareness at all levels, policy, development, and workers level, about the impact of AI-based worker management system, in particular on mental health, as we have seen that the psychosocial risks are really prevalent. So to conclude, in 2023, we will start a healthy workplace campaign, safe and healthy work in the digital age, where it will be the opportunity to translate this research information to the workplace level and raise awareness. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hvala tudi z naše strani, gospa Emanuel Brun, za vaš prispevek. In dame in gospodje, časovnica nas že počasi sili k nadaljevanju, zato si bomo zdaj privoščili aktivni odmor. Spet boste lahko videli filmček in sodelovali z njim. Filmček bo seveda v okviru promocije aktivnosti za preprečevanje kostno-mišičnih obolenj in psihosocialnih tveganj pri delu oziroma PKMO. Še vedno velja navodilo, da vaje izvajajte ob upoštevanju varnostnih opozoril, ki smo jih podali že na začetku te konference in jih najdete sicer tudi v klepetu. Prijeten odmor želim in čez približno 5 minut se spet vidimo.
Kratki aktivni odmor, kombinirano, vratna hrbtenica, ramena, spodnji del hrbta, kolk, koleno in gleženj. S hrbtom se naslonite na steno in nanjo položite obe roki. Brez odmikanja rok, stopite za dolžino stopala od stene. Ob izdihu se z dlanmi odrinite od stene, ne da bi ob tem upogibali komolce ali suvali z boki naprej. Nato napetost popustite in se ob vdihu vračajte v začetni položaj. Ko izvedete vse ponovitve vaje, se osredotočite na stopali. Med izdihom upognite stopali k sebi in težo prenesite na peti. Med vdihom se počasi vračajte v začetni položaj. Vajo otežite tako, da podaljšate razdaljo med steno in stopalo. Stojte vzravnano, stopali v širini bokov. Roki dvignite pred seboj in palca obrnite proti stropu. Eno nogo postavite nekoliko nazaj in težo prenesite na sprednjo nogo. Ob izdihu predklonite trup in hkrati dvignite zadnjo nogo in jo iztegujte nazaj. Roki medtem iztegujete naprej, dokler niso vaš trup, dvignjena noga in roki ter medenica vzporedno s podlago. Položaj nekoliko zadržite in se s stabilnim trupom vrnite v začetni položaj. Vajo izvajajte izmenično z obema nogama. Dlani položite na mizo ali drugi ustrezno visok in stabilen element ter stopite korak od nje. Stopali postavite v širino bokov. Počasi in z občutkom potisnite boke toliko nazaj, da začutite prijeten razteg. Koleni naj bosta med izvedbo vaje nekoliko upognjeni, hrbet pa poravnan. Položaj zadržite in medtem sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Sedite vzravnano, stopali v širini bokov. Z eno roko se za hrbtom primite sedala. Dlan druge roke položite na glavo, v linijo med ušesom in zatiljem na nasprotni strani dvignjene roke. S pomočjo zgornje roke počasi in z občutkom upognite in zasukajte vrat proti rami dvignjene roke. Položaj zadržite in medtem sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg, se vrnite v začetni položaj in vajo ponovite še v drugo stran.
Tako, spet smo nazaj in na naši konferenci si zastavljamo naslednji izziv. Z delom povezana psihosocialna tveganja in duševno zdravje zaposlenih. Psihosocialna tveganja predstavljajo velik izziv za upravljanje varnosti in zdravja na delovnem mestu. Pogosto so manj vidna, kot na primer fizične, fizikalne ali kemijske nevarnosti, pa vendar množično prisotna in žal pri ocenjevanju tveganj za varnost in zdravje na delovnem mestu pogosto pozabljena ali spregledana. Upoštevati moramo tudi, da se z novimi načini dela lahko pojavijo nova psihosocialna tveganja, o nekaterih od njih bosta spregovorili naslednji govorki. Sarah Copsey ima izobrazbo z področja psihologije in ergonomije. Je vodja projektov pri Evropski agenciji za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Trenutno je koordinatorica večjega projekta o starajoči se delovni sili in članica raziskovalnih ekip na področju kostno-mišičnih obolenj ter psihosocialnih tveganj. Psihosocialna tveganja v digitalnem delovnem okolju in Sarah Copsey. Izvolite.
Okay, I'll just share my screen. Right, here we are. That's the one on. Right, good. So, good afternoon, and thanks very much to the Slovenian presidency for inviting me to speak today. So as we've been hearing, digitalization has the potential to improve jobs and make work easier. But if no attention is given to physical and psychosocial risks, then this will not happen. And psychosocial risks are even more likely than physical risks to get overlooked. This is concerning because, as we've been hearing, the list of possible psychosocial risks is long and includes the following. Digitalization can provide more varied jobs, but it can create overload, cognitive overload. The resulting work may be collaboration between the technology and worker, or it may be machine or system driven, where machines make all the decisions and workers are given the machine leftovers, resulting in mundane work and underload. As we have heard, teleworking can bring benefits, but also challenges, including for our mental health. Platform work can offer control and flexibility, but for who? Another stressor is poor human technology interfaces. For example, the controls of robotics or poor software. Workers can find themselves working in isolation with a lack of social support, as we've heard. And we have already heard today as well about increased monitoring, control and evaluation through algorithmic management and continuous evaluation and performance rating. We've also heard about the blurring of work and life, for example, in relation to teleworking. And we need to have work-life boundaries. While technology is increasing sedentary work, some research suggests that there could be a link between our sedentary lifestyles and depression. The online world also opens up new challenges for both third-party violence and internal workplace bullying. And I'm going to speak particularly about this. Algorithms, new technologies, and new jobs and ways of working will lead to gender bias and discrimination if gender is not mainstreamed into their development and implementation. And there is a real fear for the future about role changes and possible job losses. And digitalization may exacerbate traditional psychosocial risks, such as poor communication. For example, extra communication effort is needed for virtual team working, as we are missing some visual cues. And good change management in the digital age is even more important. So all these issues need addressing in jobs, work organization, software, and device design. They all need addressing in risk management and through risk assessment. So just taking the example of platform work, here psychosocial risks can relate to isolation and lone working, intensification of work, long work hours, the algorithmic management, digital monitoring, and surveillance. Again, with the platform work, there can be a blurring of work and private life. But it can also give you control over when you work and greater flexibility to improve work-life balance. And for many platform workers, the lack of professional identity or meaningless tasks or jobs are of particular concern, and this needs to be addressed. So the experience of platform work depends on how it is applied. Who gets the control and flexibility, the worker or the platform? But here there's also the added complication of the applicability of occupational safety and health legislation if employment status of these workers is unclear. So while I've presented a long list of psychosocial factors, Others have already covered some of the issues. So I'm going to focus in particular on the issue of managing third-party violence and workplace bullying in the digital age. Firstly, regarding third-party violence, the changing world of work and the digital landscape mean that more workers may be at risk from digital third-party violence and harassment. It increases the expectations of customers and clients. For example, for instant service, customer and clients get frustrated with poorly functioning automated systems. And now we're seeing the easy cases dealt with by algorithms, and workers are left with the tricky ones. And as my colleague William Coburn referred to this morning, there are shifts in society's views and behaviours. And workers can find themselves targeted on social media by angry clients, and not just by clients, but also by the wider public. One example is coordinated online attacks on healthcare workers by anti-vaxxers. By trawling through Twitter accounts, they identify victims through innocent tweets such as, "I love my nursing work," and then bombarding them with anti-vax hate messages. And there is often a strong gender dimension in this. For example, one female journalist writing about online gaming was targeted with horrendous hateful messages. Right, digital third-party violence and harassment is still not very visible in guidance and compliance policies, but it needs to be treated as an organisational issue, which needs an organisational response with policies and procedures. A survey will help to reveal the extent, who is affected, and how. A reporting system is needed. Action should be carefully planned, multidimensional, and based on risk assessment. The aim should be firstly prevention, secondly to stop escalation and limit consequences, and thirdly support for the victim. Information, training, and awareness raising is needed for workers and managers. Procedures are needed for when an incident occurs. The victim must not be left to deal with it alone. There should be follow-up with police authorities and media platforms. And there can be the extra problem of the victim not knowing that they are a victim. To find out, workers can be advised to regularly Google their name. Occurrences must be investigated, taking a no-blame approach and any lessons learned. External input should be sought where necessary. External support should be sought where necessary, including partnerships, for example, with police and media websites. For example, working with Facebook or YouTube about identification, reporting and removal. Anti-bullying associations can also offer help. As always, workers should be involved in identifying risks and measures, and regular reviews and update are really important because here technology is changing all the time. Turning to workplace bullying harassment can take place via digitalized communication. You don't need in-person interactions to create a toxic work environment. It's the same bullying tactics transferred to a new medium. It can take place through Zoom or Teams meetings and chats, work WhatsApp groups, or being excluded from a WhatsApp group and Facebook groups. Private chats in meetings can be used to make remarks about someone while the meeting's taking place with a click of a button. Also, sexual harassment does not have to involve physical touching. It could include inappropriate digital communication, again in the meeting's chat feature, about what a co-worker is wearing, for example, or using an inappropriate Zoom background. And it's easier for this to escalate into cyber stalking. Insisting that a person appear on camera when they don't want to or need to can also be used as a form of harassment. And now we have the opportunity to publicly criticize someone's home during a conference call. And blocking the harasser is not an option if the harasser is a supervisor or a colleague with whom the targeted employee has to collaborate. And there are increased opportunities for malicious bullying outside of work. And if harassment is taking place during work hours, but if you're working from home, it means the harassment enters your home. And it can be easier to harass remotely because there is so much privacy in these interactions. So workplace harassment policies need amending to address this. This includes providing reporting systems, addressing incidents, and training and awareness raising, including giving examples of inappropriate virtual behavior. Witnesses must be encouraged to call out unacceptable behavior, for example, what they see going on in a WhatsApp group. So moving on to a different topic, while teleworking has been covered in the session this morning, I want to address the practical management of two areas of psychosocial risk, as they are also relevant to other areas of digitalization. The first is the blurring of work and home life and working time, an issue that Oscar Vargas has highlighted this morning. In fact, there are various steps teleworkers can be encouraged to take by employers to improve work organization. Setting up a separate home office where you can work without being disturbed helps to maintain a clear separation between work and home. Then set times when you can be interrupted and when you must work, and let others know and put a don't disturb notice on the door when you really have to concentrate. The working day can be controlled by scheduling the workday, including lunch and short breaks. Do not skip lunch or eat lunch at your desk. And respecting normal office hours. Take care of a good routine, get up and start at the same time as you would for a normal working day. By making plans for after work hours, you are more likely to log off and stop working. And try to vary tasks, switch between different tasks to avoid monotony. And it's important to get outside for a time each day. This benefits both physical and mental health. But it's really the work culture and the form of management that sets and encourages workers either to work like this or puts pressure on them to work longer hours. As we've also heard, we need to manage social isolation when teleworking. The experience of social isolation depends on the nature of work and individual needs for social contact. It's not the same experience for everyone. To help avoid social isolation and provide support, supervisors and employers need to stay in contact with workers, as is obvious. Regular individual contact and checking in with workers allows supervisors to be informed about teleworkers' workload, needs and concerns, and their work progress, and to provide help if needed. Regular team meetings help to ensure uniform information flows to all workers and helps workers maintain contact with each other. Workers should be encouraged to also stay connected with colleagues and supervisors and to schedule regular calls or virtual meetings. And time should be made for informal talks and hearing friendly voices. For example, by reserving the first part of the meeting for a check-in to discuss how everyone is doing and talk about non-work related issues. It can also be used as an opportunity to share individual tips for improving teleworking. And you can also organise a virtual coffee room and breaks. Going forward, the right mix between home and office work for hybrid working is necessary. But you can see there are very simple and practical tips that any organisation can implement to improve teleworking. But supervisors and managers also need support and training in managing teleworking. I also wanted to mention a very general everyday issue. That's the increasing expectation on us to be in multiple parallel conversations, and that this needs addressing, and the information and cognitive overload that it can create. We are subjected to multiple simultaneous messaging, instant messaging from our PC, mobile, emails, and several chats at once, combined with online conferences and conference chats. Even in a meeting, you may be in multiple conversations in and outside of that meeting, and instant replies are expected from you. And our attention gets divided, and we may miss things, and that there is the stress of keeping up with it all. Contrary to belief, we can't do more than two things. We can't do two or more things at once. What we do is switch our attention between competing tasks. Procedures and training in managing online communication are needed, similar to the kind of training and tips we've seen for email communication. And finally, I want to mention a second general issue, that of software. Software systems are always presented as the answer to our problems. In fact, as we have all had experience of, they can be a huge source of stress. Too often they are complex, not user-friendly or intuitive, or just unsuitable, and once implemented, difficult if not impossible to change. And this issue is increasing in importance as the number of different systems we may have to be using in our daily working life increases. The systems can be slow, or we can get completely stuck if the system goes down. And all this leads to frustration and delays in getting work done. And this is very stressful if there are deadlines or targets looming. And the display screen equipment regulations cover the usability of software in theory, and the Occupational Safety and Health Framework Directive requires adapting work to workers. But in practice, too little attention is given in this respect to software. Worker-centered development and implementation are needed, and ergonomic principles and user testing are needed during development. Software developers and IT workers need training in this, and following implementation, training and IT support are needed. So that has been a very quick run through some selected psychosocial risk factors. In conclusion, digitalization and mental health are cross-cutting health and safety issues. Digitalization brings new psychosocial risks and can intensify existing ones. We've heard it has the potential to improve work and reduce stress, but only if a person-centered approach is taken to create meaningful jobs where workers are in control. But To do this, both psychosocial and work organization risks, as well as physical risks, need to be taken into account in devising new work systems, software and devices. As always, risk assessment is needed covering psychosocial risks, focused on adapting work to workers. And as others have emphasized this morning, a worker-centered approach is needed. We need to see worker participation in risk assessment, measures and development. And I will finish by mentioning the ongoing European Healthy Workplaces campaign, Lighten the Load, on preventing musculoskeletal disorders. Why do I mention this? Because the campaign will focus on teleworking from February to April 2020. Thank you very much for your attention.
Najlepša hvala tudi vam, gospa Sarah Copsey. Torej, govorka je poudarila pomen na ljudi osredinjenega pristopa, če naj bo tehnologija res v službi ljudi. Pomembno sporočilo za vse, ki so vpleteni v ocenjevanje tveganj za varnost in zdravje pri delu, pa je tudi, da je treba delo prilagoditi posamezni delavki oziroma delavcu in ne obratno. Gremo naprej. Profesorica Aleksandra Kanjuo-Mrčela predava sociologijo dela in ekonomsko sociologijo na Fakulteti za družbene vede Univerze v Ljubljani. Tam tudi vodi raziskovalni center za proučevanje organizacij in človeških virov. V njenem življenjepisu najdemo članstvo v uredniških odborih znanstvenih revij, bila je predstojnica doktorske šole Univerze v Ljubljani, je tudi koordinatorica Nacionalnega centra za Eurofound. O zlorabah psihoaktivnih snovi na delovnem mestu, torej profesorica doktorica Aleksandra Kanjuo-Mrčela.
Najlepša hvala za predstavitev. Lepo pozdravljeni, v veselju mi je, da sem na tej konferenci povabljena kot govorka. Pozdravljam malo številne ljudi v dvorani pred mano, veliko število gledalcev, participantov, ki niso z nami fizično, ampak virtualno. Ta situacija ni idealna, ampak omogoča vsaj virtualno druženje, torej pozdravljam posebej tudi tiste, ki so z nami v drugih jezikih. Jaz govorim hitro in prosim, da mi date znak, če sem prehitra kdaj za prevajalce. Tema, o kateri bom govorila, je nekaj, o čem se relativno v strokovnem, v znanstvenem svetu malo govori in raziskuje, je pa tema, ki zahteva in je potrebna obravnave. Ta obravnava je potrebna v znanstvenem raziskovalnem svetu zaradi tega, da pridemo do dobrih rešitev političnih, organizacijskih. Jaz sem se lotila in bom danes govorila kot sociologinja, ki del svojega raziskovalnega časa posveča varnosti in zdravju pri delu. Drugi del, kar je za to temo tudi zelo pomemben, če ne še bolj, vsaj jaz ga bom poudarila, so spremembe na trgu dela in v svetu dela nasploh. O tem smo danes slišali že zelo veliko in jaz bi rada tudi v svoji predstavitvi opozorila na to, da to, kako smo varni in zdravi pri delu, je seveda zelo odvisno od družbeno-ekonomskega konteksta, v katerem živimo. Rada bi dala nekaj konkretnih podatkov o tem, kaj počnemo z psihosocialnimi snovmi na delovnih mestih in kdo to počne, s kakšnimi posledicami, kaj o tem vemo, pa ne vemo, bom poudarjala zelo veliko o tem v Sloveniji in kaj se nam obeta. Torej, ko razmišljamo o družbeno-ekonomskem okvirju, se srečujemo v svetu dela že nekaj desetletij, torej ne od nedavnega, z spremenjeno situacijo, ki je vse manj naklonjena varnosti in zdravju pri delu. Torej, mi že nekaj desetletij hitimo v službah. Moja predhodnica je končala z željo po razbremenitvi ljudi v fizičnem smislu, vse bolj in več smo obremenjeni v vsakem smislu na delovnih mestih. Torej, prihajamo do situacije, ko zaradi delovnih obremenitev, zaradi tempa, zaradi novih zahtev in pritiskov v samih delovnih okoljih in v našem okolju na splošno, družbenem, ekonomskem, popolnoma zdrave posamezniki posegajo po raznih substancah, po zdravilih, da bi se naredili močnejše, torej da bi pojačali svoje človeške zmogljivosti. Lahko se igramo z metaforami, koliko je tako delovno okolje, v katerem zdravi ljudje morajo vzeti zdravilo ali substanco, ki vpliva na njihovo fizično in psihično stanje, da bi bili kos delovnim nalogam. Torej, to okolje je manj človeško, kot bi radi, in se igra na meji človeškosti. Torej, mi vse bolj podprte z novimi tehnologijami, pa tudi pred tem, tekmujemo sami sabo ali tekmujemo, kar je še hujše, s temi, ki so od nas bistveno manj človeški, ampak bistveno bolj učinkoviti. To so roboti, to so stroji, to so tisti, ki jim ne moremo slediti in ne moremo de facto biti konkurenčni. Torej, v želji, da razumemo, kaj se dogaja, pa pravim, še preden smo se začeli ukvarjati z prednostmi ali pomanjkljivostmi digitalizacije računalniško podprtega sveta dela, mi že desetletja živimo vse manj na splošno varnem, vse bolj negotovem okolju. Torej, brezposelnost in podzaposlenost, če razmišljamo o trgu delovne sile, o tem, kako sploh vstopamo na naša delovna mesta, od kod in s kakšnimi možnostmi izbira, to, kar se dogaja v zadnjih desetletjih, ki jih označi ena vrsta ekonomskega sistema, kateremu rečemo neoliberalizem, je znan nemški sociolog Ulrich Beck poimenoval politično ekonomijo negotovosti. Torej, hotel je reči s tem, da to, kar so po drugi svetovni vojni generacije imele kot en urejen sistem, v katerem je odklon bil v negotovosti. Ljudje na margini, brezposleni ljudje, tisti, ki niso bili del sistema, so živeli na ta način, kot danes živi vse večji broj ljudi. Torej, na prehodih med brezposlenostjo, nepolno zaposlenostjo, podzaposlenostjo, mi že vrsto kriz končamo s tem, da je vse večji broj ljudi v nestandardnih oblikah zaposlitev. To je različno v različnih državah, za različne države so specifične te nestandardne oblike zaposlitev, ampak na začetku tega stoletja, v prvih 20 letih, vse raziskave kažejo, da je vse več agencijskega dela, dela po avtorskih in drugih pogodbah, civilnih pogodbah, samostojnega podjetništva, študentskega dela, pripravništva, volonterstva in tudi nekaj, kar je vedno obstajalo, dela na črno, v sive in črne ekonomije. To postaja pomemben, dominanten del naših ekonomij. Prekarizira se, uporabljam ta pojem prekarizacija, torej vse večje negotovosti, tudi standardne oblike dela. Torej, z povečanjem nestandardnega dela, organiziranja dela, seveda ta padec standarda vpliva tudi na standarde pod narekovaji že standardnih oblikah dela. Torej, pri tem pa govorimo ne samo o konkretnih posledicah za zaposlitev na delovnem mestu, ampak so to posledice, katere se prelivajo v naše zasebno življenje, imajo finančne, socialne, psihološke posledice. In to, če razumemo ta okvir, privede do tega, da mnogi, torej, da bi izboljšali, torej pod pritiskom zunanjih zunanjega okvira, pod pritiskom želje po vse hitrejšem, a enako kakovostnem delu, ki zahteva vse več sposobnosti, katere mnogo niso več sposobne dohiteti ta tempo in to zahtevo po kakovosti. Vse več ljudi za izboljšanje kognitivnih sposobnosti, pozornosti, koncentracije, budnosti, sposobnosti, da si 100% na delovnem mestu in kot smo slišali, na različnih delovnih nalogah, ki se včasih dogajajo hkrati, zelo uporabljajo ali zlorabljajo zdravila in droge. Mi nekaj vemo tudi o tem, kdo to počne bolj ali več kot povprečen delavec. Nažalost, to so tiste delavci, kateri so nosilci delovnih procesov v današnji ekonomiji. Torej, to so ljudje, kateri delajo z znanjem, z novimi tehnologijami, kateri so del tega, kar imenujemo ekonomija znanja. In mnogi, za katere je značilen tako fizični, ampak predvsem kognitivni odpor, kot smo raziskovalci in znanstveniki, mnogi podjetniki, vojaki, piloti, vozniki. Torej, mnogi med nami v sedanji situaciji zelo pomembno opozoriti, da so to tudi zdravstveni delavci. Torej, delavci, kateri so v svojem normalnem delu, že po definiciji dela, se od njih zahteva veliko, danes pa vse več. Zelo rada bi opozorila, da te spremembe, o katerih govorimo, ta odziv dela delavstva na spremenjene okoliščine, ni nekaj, kar je osebna težava, oseben problem, osebno vprašanje delavcev, ampak je zelo povezano z delovnimi okolji. In v določenih delovnih okoljih je bolj pogosto, je bolj uporabljeno, tam, kjer je veliko dela z ljudmi, tam, kjer so ljudje, kot smo slišali, tudi v virtualnih okoljih, predmet ocenjevanja ali predmet kritika ali predmet zahtevnosti strank, klientov, publike in tako naprej. Posebej izpostavljene so tiste dejavnosti, katere zahtevajo tudi zelo fizično in kognitivno naporno nočno delo, torej delo v izmenah, delo ponoči, delo z ljudmi. Seveda, delovna okolja so tudi pomembna v smislu dostopnosti različnih snovi, drog ali zdravil. Tako vemo, da je dostopnost alkohola vedno bila in postaja še bolj problematično dejstvo v določenih delovnih okoljih. Vemo, da nestabilno in napeto delovno okolje, kjer lahko pričakujemo veliko pritiskov in stresa, predstavlja dodatno tveganje. Dodatno tveganje so seveda tudi okolja, v katerih se pričakuje popolnost in se sankcionira nepopolnost. Tukaj seveda, to, kar smo danes že slišali, algoritemski načini merjanja kakovosti ali ocenjevanja ljudi zagotovo ne pomagajo. Seveda okolja, zdravstveno okolje, kjer se dela veliko z ljudmi, kjer je odgovornost do drugih ljudi velika, je tudi dejavnik tveganja. In nekaj, kar je povezano z širšim okoljem, varnost delovnih mest in nadomestljivost ali nenadomestljivost ljudi, ki so v delovnih okoljih, tudi predstavlja dejavnike tveganja. Zdaj, mi vemo tudi nekaj že po raziskavah o tem, kaj če človek jemlje določena poživila, snovi, ki mu pomagajo na hitro povečati tako fizične kot kognitivne sposobnosti, kaj so posledice tega. Nekaj je neposrednih posledic vezanih na čas učinkovitega opravljanja dela. To je pa posledica v tem, da ljudje, ko so pod dejstvom določenih snovi, precenjujejo svoje sposobnosti. Torej ne zavedajo se vseh tveganj, ker so pretirano samozavestni. Torej ne znajo oceniti tveganja v svojem okolju in zaradi tega sebe in seveda druge udeležence v delovnem procesu ali uporabnike storitev pripeljajo v nevarno situacijo. Zelo veliko substanc, o katerih govorimo, ima določene kratkoročne in še mnoge dolgoročne posledice. Kratkoročni dvig učinkovitosti, budnosti, koncentracije, hitrosti zelo pogosto za sabo pripelje dolgoročno izgorelost, ker naše telo je samo telo, mi smo vseeno samo ljudje. S tekmovalnostjo pospešena želja potem, da sem jaz sama zelo učinkovita, zelo dobra, odlična, najboljša in še boljša od same sebe, pripelje človeka v položaj osebne uspešnosti, ampak ta tekmovalnost ni v skladu s tem, kar naj bi bilo v današnjih delovnih okoljih, to, kar bi želeli, to je pa timsko delo, to je skupinsko delo, to je pomoč drugim ljudem. To se še posebej vidi in oblikuje v virtualnih skupnosti, ker drugega sploh niti vidiš ne. Nekaj, kar je absolutno jasno, da mnoge od substanc, od alkohola do drugih bolj sofisticiranih substanc, ki jih danes lahko uporabljamo, privede do odvisnosti z vsemi posledicami, katere odvisnost sabo prinaša. Veliko je posledic, katere vidimo že, kratkoročnih in dolgoročnih posledic, ki na to hitro učinkovitost prilepijo dolgoročne posledice in ne samo za posameznika, ki je odvisen ali ki uporablja snovi, zdravila in droge, ampak tudi za njegovo ožje delovno, ožje življenjsko in tudi širše organizacijsko in družbeno okolje. In še povrh vsega tega je veliko, zelo veliko še neznanih posledic. Mi za veliko snovi ne vemo še, kakšne posledice imajo. Torej, mnogo je tega, kar je še neznano, še neraziskano in lahko pričakujemo, da dobro ne bo. Zdaj, vse to, kar govorim, so raziskave, ki so pokazali raziskave, ki smo jih videli, poznali, brali pred COVID situacijo. COVID ni izboljšal absolutno ničesar, torej zdravstvena težava, katero povezujemo z tem virusom, ki je vplival na naše zdravje, je povezana tudi z načini dela. O mnogo teh smo danes že veliko slišali. COVID nas je pripeljal veliko več ljudi kot kadarkoli prej v celem svetu, v celi Evropi, v načina dela teleworka, torej dela posredovanega z IKT tehnologijami. Torej mnogo tega, kar je do nedavnega bilo značilno samo za en del ljudi, je skozi COVID krizo, skozi to leto pa pol, skoraj 2 leti zdaj, povzročilo velike spremembe za velik del populacije. Še nekaj, mi smo pred epidemijo imeli določene izzive, katere so se z epidemijo poslabšale in to za različne skupine ljudi različno. Torej, nujno potrebne službe, zdravstvene službe, skrbstvene službe in tako naprej, ne samo, da niso nehale delati, ampak delajo z bistveno večjo intenziteto. Torej, za te zelo obremenjene delavce lahko rečemo, da so še bolj, kot so bili prej, v stanju, kjer se lahko pričakuje, da bodo posegli po stvarih, katere so za njih in za okolje nevarne. Drugo, manj nujna dela so v tej skupini, o kateri sem govorila, da so prenešena domov ali virtualno posredovana, z vsemi posledicami, o katerih smo danes slišali. Torej, potencial teledela, potencial z novimi tehnologijami podprtega dela se lahko uporabi na zelo pozitiven način in se v mnogem uporabil, ampak je že imel in bo imel posledice, o katerih vemo in tudi še ne vemo. Nekatera dela pa so zaradi COVID pandemije in epidemije v državah bila ustavljena. Torej, povečuje se ta del bivših delavcev, ljudi, ki so ostali brez služb ali brez celotnih služb in pritiskajo iz ekonomskega in družbenega okolja. Jaz bi morala verjetno biti malo počasnejša. V redu. Kot rečeno, nekaj raziskovanja smo opravili na to temo tudi v Sloveniji, ne zelo veliko, na ne zelo velikih vzorcih in to je nekaj, kar nas še čaka. Nekaj malo raziskav pred v prvem delu tega stoletja je bilo opravljeno na raziskovalcem na univerzi dostopne populacije, to so bili študentje. In takrat so kolegi ugotovili nekaj, kar nas je dejansko presenetilo. Relativno veliko število, velik delež študentov, ki uporabljajo farmacevtske učinkovine, katere dobivajo na recepte za krepitev kognitivnih sposobnosti. Torej, to je začetek stoletja, to so mladi, zdravi ljudje, ki si želijo samo več kognitivnih sposobnosti. Ena eksplorativna raziskava je bila narejena relativno nedavno na manjšem vzorcu slovenskih zaposlenih. Kolegica Meglen in jaz sva pogledala, v pogledu omogočila v to, kar se med delovno populacijo dogaja in smo dobili veliko potrditev tega, kar smo vedeli iz tujih raziskav. Torej, potrdil se vpliv neugodnih delovnih razmer na povečano uporabo zelo različnih psihoaktivnih substanc na delovnem mestu. V našem okolju se kot najbolj uporabljena vrsta stimulansa še vedno nahaja alkohol, ampak tudi konoplja, tudi kokain in tudi amfetamini. Torej, gremo v smeri, kjer so drugi, ki so šli tudi v delovnih okoljih in delovnih situacijah in ekonomsko-družbenih situacijah, po isti poti gremo, bili pred nami in jim sledimo. Glavni razlog, ko smo spraševali ljudi, ki uporabljajo različne substance, zakaj jih uporabljajo, glavni poglavitni razlog je bil, da lahko delajo dlje časa. In potem, da so pri tem delu bolj budni, fokusirani ali pa na koncu to počnejo iz navade. Torej v delovnih okoljih, kjer je to del organizacijske kulture. Ampak prvo in najbolj pomembno, da lahko delajo dlje in boljše, budne in fokusirane. Najbolj se je pokazala uporaba substanc, alkohola predvsem prisotna v gostinstvu, ampak tudi v modernejših, tam, v panogah, kjer ni dostopnega alkohola, kjer ni okolje samo, ne ponuja substanc, katere so dostopne za krepitev fizičnih in kognitivnih zmogljivosti, kot je računalništvo, kjer smo dobili potrditev uporabe alkohola, pa tudi konoplje, med fizičnimi delavci, torej tistimi, o katerih smo zdaj slišali, da bodo kmalu vodeni računalniško, tisti, ki še niso na ta način vodeni, imajo tovrstne fizične in mentalne obremenitve, da posegajo po različnih substancah, kokain, konoplja in tako naprej. Ugotovljena je bila korelacija obstoječa med uporabo depresorjev in stimulansov ter zelo stresnim okoljem. Torej, v zelo stresnih okoljih ljudje uporabljajo več tako depresorjev kot stimulansov in je opažena korelacija potrjena med obremenitvami, torej tam, kjer so zelo obremenjeni in obremenjeni delavci, uporabljajo substance bolj in več kot tam, kjer niso. Naša anketa ni potrdila, jaz še enkrat opozarjam, to ni reprezentativen vzorec, to ni celovita anketa, ampak nekaj vpogleda nam je dala, ni nam potrdila tega, da bi slabi odnose na delovnem mestu, tekmovalno delovno okolje in negotovost delovnega mesta direktno vplivalo na uporabo substanc. Jaz bi zaključila z mislijo, da na osnovi tega, kar vemo, na osnovi tega, kar so bile do sedaj najbolj znana in najbolj prisotna tveganja na delovnih mestih za varnost in zdravje pri delu, na osnovi tega, kar vemo o spremembah, pravim, ne od včeraj, delovnih mest v zadnjih desetletjih, kar vemo o ekonomiji in družbi, ki se spremenja, kar vemo o tehnoloških napredkih in izzivih, ki jih živimo, na osnovi vsega tega lahko ugotovimo, da tudi tista, pod narekovaji, klasična tveganja za varnost in zdravje pri delu še absolutno v naših okoljih, na evropskem trgu delovne sile, v evropskih organizacijah nismo presegli. Zdaj se ukvarjamo z novimi tveganji, z novimi tehnologijami, novimi načini organizacije dela in življenja in povezanosti teh dveh, z demografskimi izzivi. Torej imamo še vrsto nerazrešenih od prej težav, imamo vrsto novih izzivov, če ne že težav. In za mnogo od tega sploh nimamo še strategije ukrepanja. Mi se veliko ukvarjamo, ampak nimamo še jasne strategije ukrepanja. Torej ne kaže nič, da bo samo od sebe šlo na boljše. Jaz sem zelo vesela, da sem danes to, kar sem slišala, vedno so skoraj zaključili govorci in govorke z potrebo po več raziskovanja in jaz opozarjam točno na to. Nič drugega kot zavedanje, kaj je vse pred nami in pol na osnovi tega na delavce usmerjena strategija, ki jim daje glas, ki jim daje možnost, da participirajo v tem, da so delovna okolja njim prilagojena, ker so na koncu od njih odvisna. In jaz se popolnoma strinjam, da tehnologije same po sebi absolutno niso niti slabe, niti dobre, ampak te tehnologije, s katerimi se danes ukvarjamo, te možnosti, katere nam daje farmacevtska industrija, so take, da res vključene v ta ekonomski sistem, ki je tekmovalen, ki zahteva vse več, ki je v tej špirali iskanja najbolj učinkovite, najhitrejše metode doseganja največ vsega, povezane z našimi potrošniškimi navadami, z našim celotnim družbenim miljejem, ki od nas, ko ne delamo, ampak se sproščamo, smo uporabniki, želimo storitev in delo perfektno, hitro, takojšnjo. Vse to je ena špirala, v kateri varnost in zdravje pri delu ni prioriteta. Torej ne zaradi tehnologij samih, ne zaradi farmakoloških izdelkov samih, ampak v kontekstu, v katerem so standardi in zahteve in cilji postavljeni ne v prid varnosti in zdravja pri delu, so nevarnosti in tveganja vse večje in še enkrat ne moremo dajati samo delavcem navodil, kako naj dajo na odprte rane obliže, ampak je treba nekaj narediti absolutno sistemsko. Gre za družbeni, ekonomski, organizacijski, ne pa osebni problem delavk in delavcev. Najlepša hvala za vašo pozornost.
Hvala tudi vam, gospa Aleksandra Kanjo-Mrčela. Torej, za povzetek lahko rečemo, da ključen premik, ki ga moramo narediti na ravni organizacije in družbe, je, da obravnavamo uporabo psihoaktivnih snovi tudi kot vprašanje varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Torej, tudi ali zlasti kot organizacijski problem, ki presega meje posamezne delavke oziroma delavca. In seveda držimo pesti za bolj humana delovna okolja, da bomo zmožni prevetriti lestvico vrednot tako, da bosta varnost in zdravje ter zadovoljstvo na delovnem mestu pred konkurenčnostjo za vsako ceno. Še tole obvestilo. Pred zadnjim odmorom povabilo vsem, ki potrebujete potrdilo o udeležbi na današnjem dogodku. Prosimo vas, da svoje podatke vpišete v aplikacijo, v katero pa stopite s klikom na povezavo, ki smo jo delili v klepetu. Če potrdila ne potrebujete, se vam ni potrebno vpisati in obratno, potrdila bomo izdali zgolj tistim, ki se boste vpisali v seznam. V klepetu imate torej povezavo za potrdila o udeležbi. Spet je na vrsti aktivni odmor, PKMO, promocija aktivnosti za preprečevanje kostno-mišičnih obolenj in psihosocialnih tveganj pri delu, vam prinaša nov filmček z novimi vajami in seveda bodite previdni, vaje izvajajte ob upoštevanju varnostnih opozoril, ki smo jih izdali že na začetku, sicer jih boste pa našli tudi v klepetu. Vidimo se čez kakšnih 5 minut. Srečno do takrat.
Kratki aktivni odmor, kombinirano, vratna hrbtenica, ramena, komolec in zapestje, spodnji del hrbta in kolk. S hrbtom se naslonite na steno in nanjo položite obe roki. Brez odmikanja rok od stene stopite za dolžino stopala od nje. Ob izdihu se z dlanmi odrinite od stene, ne da bi pri tem upogibali komolca ali suvali z boki naprej. Nato napetost popustite in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Vajo otežite tako, da podaljšate razdaljo med steno in stopalom. Stojte vzravnano. Pred seboj v višini prsnega koša sklenite dlani, prsti so pri tem usmerjeni navzgor. Razširite in dvignite komolca, medtem ko dlani, ki sta ves čas v stiku, potiskate proti podlagi. Zadržite v položaju in med raztegom sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Nato sklenite dlani tako, da se dotikata s hrbtiščem. Prsti so pri tem usmerjeni navzdol. Nežno spuščajte komolce do prijetnega raztega in položaj zadržite. Postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj. Stopite bočno ob mizo ali drugo ustrezno visoko in stabilno oporo. Z roko, ki je bližje mizi, se oprite roba. Koleno in golen zunanje noge položite na sedalo stola. Počasi in z občutkom izvedite izteg v kolku. Hkrati z zunanjo roko izvedite odklon proti mizi in položaj zadržite ter sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg in se vrnite v začetni položaj ter vajo ponovite še z drugo nogo. Sedite vzravnano, stopali v širini bokov. Z eno roko se za hrbtom primite sedala. Dlan druge roke položite na glavo, v linijo med ušesom in zatiljem na nasprotni strani dvignjene roke. S pomočjo zgornje roke počasi in z občutkom upognite in zasukajte vrat proti rami dvignjene roke. Položaj zadržite in medtem sproščeno dihajte. Nato postopoma popustite razteg, se vrnite v začetni položaj in vajo ponovite še v drugo stran.
Salec. Tako, po tem filmčku vas spet pozdravljamo na naši konferenci in se odpravljamo po naši poti naprej. Možne smeri razvoja varnosti in zdravja pri delu je naslednja tematika. Hkrati s spreminjajočim se svetom dela se spreminja tudi varnost in zdravje pri delu. Kakšne so napovedi smeri razvoja delovnega okolja, kako bo to vplivalo na varnost in zdravje pri delu, kakšni izzivi so pred nami in kako bi jih lahko premostili? Na vse to in še več bomo pogledali skozi oči sociologinje ter socialnih partnerjev. Profesorica Renata Salecl je filozofinja in sociologinja, izredna članica Slovenske akademije znanosti in umetnosti. Je višja raziskovalka na Inštitutu za kriminologijo Pravne fakultete Univerze v Ljubljani in profesorica na londonskem Birkbeck College. Je tudi gostujoča profesorica na številnih univerzah po svetu. Njeno delo je interdisciplinarno in se osredinja na združevanje prava, kriminologije, študij političnih ideologij in psihoanalize. Torej, možne smeri razvoja delovnega okolja, pogled sociologinje, profesorica doktorica Renata Salecl.
Spoštovane udeleženke in udeleženci konference, veselje mi je, da vas nagovorim, čeprav bi raje nagovorila v živo. Z vami bom podelila nekaj idej, kako se spreminja naša družba, naš odnos do dela, odnos do znanja, odnos do drugega v tem pandemičnem času. Z pandemijo smo v začetku nekako živeli v iluziji, da smo vsi v istem čolnu. Na začetku se je veliko govorilo o tem, da bo pandemija na nek način odprla vrata na stežaj solidarnosti. Nažalost smo zelo hitro ugotovili, da dejansko v času pandemije prihaja do izjemno velikih razlik. Ekonomske razlike med ljudmi so bile ključne in so še, glede na to, kaj se dogaja recimo z zdravjem ljudi. Že na začetku pandemije se je ugotavljalo, da so ljudje, ki prihajajo iz revnejših območij, ki so recimo manj izobraženi ali pa ki delajo v takšnih poklicih, kjer se ne morejo izolirati ali ne morejo delati od doma, veliko bolj ogroženi. V Združenih državah Amerike so tudi zelo hitro že ugotovili, da je en problem tudi to, da mnogokrat so ljudje iz nižjih slojev, ekonomskih slojev, že v štartu imeli slabšo zdravstveno stanje ali pa recimo niso imeli zdravstvenega zavarovanja ali pa so v bistvu na nek način slabše se prehranjevali, več delali, bili bolj zgarani. Skratka, to, na katerem delovnem mestu je človek, to ali sploh ima zaposlitev in seveda kakšno njegovo finančno stanje, je močno vplivalo in še vpliva na to, kako se ljudje spopadajo z pandemijo. V tem trenutku opažamo seveda nek drug porast, in sicer porast ljudi, ki se odločajo, da ne želijo več delati oziroma ne želijo več biti vpeti v neke oblike zaposlovanja, ki so do časa pandemije delovale kot nekaj samoumevnega, namreč to, da smo na delovnem mestu vsaj 8 ur, da delamo v pisarni in podobno. Skratka, pandemija močno spreminja odnos do dela in tudi samo razmišljanje, kaj je človeka vredno delo, za kakšno delo želimo porabljati svoj čas, kaj pričakujemo od svojega dela. In v Združenih državah Amerike recimo opažajo, da prihaja do neke nove epidemije opuščanja tradicionalnih oblik dela in recimo po nekaterih statističnih podatkih, vsaj za Združene države Amerike, velja, da recimo eden od 4 delavcev razmišlja o tem, da zapusti svoje delovno mesto ali pa ga je celo že zapustil. Zdaj, mnogi strokovnjaki mislijo, da gre za nekaj začasnega, ampak ni nujno. Že v začetku pandemije je bilo jasno, da bo pandemija v bistvu zelo spremenila naravo dela. Že to, da ta konferenca obstaja na nek hibriden način, pa da vse več imamo konferenc, pogovorov preko Zooma in drugih platform, je močno spremenila v bistvu naravo našega dela, naravo sestankov, naravo konferenc v dobro in v slabo smer. Prikrajšani smo medosebnih stikov, ki so seveda mnogo pomagali, da smo recimo nekatere stvari hitreje opravili, da smo lahko iz krivih izmenjavih mnenje prišli hitro do nekih recimo novih spoznanj, ampak istočasno je pa hkrati ta nova tehnološka možnost nam omogočila, da lahko spremljamo dogodke na drugem koncu sveta, ne da bi porabili ogromno časa ali pa denarja, da tja dejansko potujemo. Tako da vemo, da bojo te oblike komunikacije dejansko ostale tudi v postpandemičnem času. Zdaj, to preizpraševanje, kaj je za nas pomembno, kaj ne, ta nek nov odnos do dela se je začel v bistvu že v začetku pandemije. Mnogi ljudje, ki so začeli recimo delati doma, so ta način dela dojemali kot veliko bolj ustrezen. Namreč zmanjšala se je potreba po potovanju na delovno mesto, prenehali smo izgubljati čas za transport in hkrati mnogi smo ugotavljali, da se morda lažje koncentriramo med štirimi stenami svojega doma. Medtem ko drugi so imeli natanko nasproten odnos zaradi velikih obremenitev z družinskim delom, poučevanjem otrok doma, z gospodinjskim delom in tudi z izolacijo, so recimo mnogi zelo hitro začeli pogrešati možnost delati v pisarni, recimo izven doma. Tako da tudi, kar zadeva recimo odnos do delovnega mesta ali pa vprašanje, ali bomo recimo še v prihodnje delali več doma ali pa več kot v preteklosti doma, ali bomo na nek način odprli vrata tudi nekemu domatskemu življenju, namreč to, da bomo lahko recimo delali v drugi državi. Vsa ta vprašanja v bistvu obstajajo in tudi mislim, da na nek način se bo dolgoročno spremenilo in da delovno mesto ne bo vezano na recimo pisarno ali pa na nek omejen prostor, da bo v bistvu v postpandemičnem času ohranjena neka fleksibilnost dela. Zdaj, bolj ključno vprašanje pa je, zakaj je vse več ljudi izjemno nezadovoljnih z svojim delom. Zakaj pravzaprav ljudje zapuščajo svoje delovna mesta in v bistvu zakaj prihaja do tega momenta, prav danes v času pandemije, da ljudje veliko bolj kot prej razmišljajo, kaj jim je vredno življenje, zakaj želijo porabljati svoj čas in zakaj ne. Da odgovorimo na to zagato, moramo iti malo nazaj. Par desetletij nazaj, nekje v 70-ih letih, se je začelo močno poudarjati to neoliberalno idejo, da je vsak kovač svoje sreče, da je potrebno v življenju samo dobro izbirati, da je v bistvu naša usoda popolnoma v naših rokah, še posebej naše zadovoljstvo, sreča, uspeh. Neoliberalna ideologija je začela glorificirati individualizem, glorificirati uspeh, še posebej finančni uspeh, in hkrati je odprla vrata nekemu grobemu, divjemu tekmovanju. Namreč že kar nekaj desetletij opazujemo, kako je na delovnem mestu prišlo do nekega rivalstva, do tega, podobno kot v športu, da dojemamo posameznika v nenehnem boju z drugimi posamezniki. Posamezniki se morajo ocenjevati, samo ocenjevati, ocenjujejo jih njihovi nadrejeni, nenehno je tekma za produktivnost, za to, da smo čim bolj inovativni, da delamo čim dlje, čim bolj recimo raztegnemo delovni dan v večer, tudi v vikend, in da smo pravzaprav za neuspehe ali pa za to, da ne napredujemo tako hitro k nekemu uspehu, nenehno odgovorni sami. Margaret Thatcher je znana po tem, da je dejala, da družba ne obstaja, da obstaja samo posameznik in njegova družina. Njena ideja je bila, da dejansko smo sami krivi za vse, kar se nam dogaja v življenju in da ne moremo računati na recimo družbeno pomoč. Ideja od zadnje je bila seveda, da se čim bolj omeji tako imenovana welfare state, socialna država in da posameznik je nenehno dojet kot nek poslovnež, ki iz svojega življenja poskuša narediti nek poslovni uspeh. Zdaj, k tej ideologiji je kar veliko dodala tudi ideologija iz Silicijeve doline, ki jo opazujemo tudi že kar skoraj 2 desetletja, namreč ta ideja startupov, novih družbenih medijev, ideja, da pač, če imaš neko dobro idejo, lahko s to dobro idejo na relativno hiter način obogatiš. Vse to je pripeljalo do neke tekmovalnosti, izgube solidarnosti in tudi do spremembe odnosov na delovnem mestu. Tekmovalnost, občutek krivde, občutek, da nismo dovolj delali, da nismo dovolj dobri, sta močno zarezala v delovne kolektive. Zato v bistvu paralelno s to ideologijo opažamo nek porast občutka nemoči, tesnobe, občutkov izgorelosti, prav fizičnih znakov izgorelosti in seveda tudi porast neke apatije na delovnem mestu. Zdaj, vsi ti občutki močno vplivajo na posameznika. Posamezniki in posameznice se danes dejansko soočajo z zelo veliko psihičnimi težavami. Z pandemijo opažamo še posebej porast depresije, tesnobe in recimo drugih motenj. Hkrati pa seveda opažamo pri ljudeh dejansko vse več izgorelosti. Zdaj, prav z delom na domu se je opazilo, da posameznik je na nek način nenehno pod pritiskom, da je ves čas dosegljiv, da odgovarja na internetna sporočila in druga sporočila tudi izven svojega delovnega časa in da je hkratka tudi čez vikend recimo na razpolago svojemu delodajalcu. Zdaj, vse to je pripeljalo do tega, da se mnogi ljudje sprašujejo, kam pelje ta dirka, to nenehno razdajanje na delovnem mestu. Tako da to je eden od vzrokov, da ljudje zapuščajo svoje delovna mesta, je v bistvu to poslabšanje odnosov na delovnem mestu, ki so se povezani z nenehno tekmovalnostjo, z slabimi odnosi, s tem, da mnogi lastniki in nadrejeni vzbujajo občutek krivde, da to ocenjevanje, samoocenjevanje sproža občutek pri posamezniku, da se nenehno sprašuje, če je dovolj dober ali ne, primerjanje uspeha, svojega lastnega uspeha z nekimi družbenimi ideali uspeha in hkrati ti pritiski delati vse več, vse daljši, vse več delovnih ur na dan, hkrati je pač fizično ljudi pripeljalo mnoge do točke izgoretja. Zdaj, če temu v bistvu dodamo še ta neoliberalni pritisk, da moramo nenehno svoje življenje gledati v luči vprašanja, ali smo dovolj zadovoljni, ali smo srečni, ali so srečni recimo naši otroci, vidimo še en pritisk, tudi naše zasebno življenje postaja delo. Izven delovnega časa smo na nek način pod prisilo, da se ukvarjamo s svojim telesom, z odnosi v družini, z svojimi otroci, da aktivno sodelujemo v družbenih omrežjih in podobno. Zato recimo psihologi opazujejo, da prihaja do porasta raznih motenj vezanih na recimo odnos do telesa, porast bulimije, anoreksije in drugih težav, ki recimo pravzaprav povezujemo z aktivnostjo posameznika, recimo na družbenih omrežjih, kot je Instagram in podobne platforme. Nekateri raziskovalci so pokazali, da se še posebej psihično stanje poslabša pri tistih, ki aktivno delijo svoje lastne podobe, slike, recimo na Instagramu, recimo še posebej pri najstnicah so psihologi ugotovili, da se njihovo nezadovoljstvo s svojim lastnim telesom dejansko povečuje več, kot sodelujejo na teh omrežjih. Mnoge namreč imajo občutek, da njihovo telo nikakor ni takšno, kot bi moglo biti. Namreč, ko opazujemo idealna telesa drugih zvezdnikov in podobnih na Instagramu, se hitro nekako vprašamo, da sami nismo dovolj dobri. Zato psihologi opažajo tudi porast tega, kar v angleščini imenujemo the imposter sindrom, nek občutek, da pravzaprav podoba, ki jo kažemo na zunaj, ni v skladu s tem, kako mi sami sebe dojemamo. Ta občutek, da nismo dovolj dobri, se še posebej kaže pri ljudeh, ki dejansko iz nekega zunanjega pogleda izgledajo, kot da jim je v življenju uspelo. Še posebej mnogo žensk se velikokrat, kadar jim recimo uspe nek domet, da končajo študij, dobijo recimo dobro zaposlitev in podobno, se začnejo mnogokrat opravičevati, da ta uspeh ni vezan na njihovo trdno delo, ampak da je bolj stvar sreče, naključja in da dejansko nenehno te ženske, recimo, pa tudi moški, ampak večinoma so ženske, preizprašujejo, kdaj se bo izkazalo, da dejansko niso tako dobre, kot na zunaj izgleda, in recimo ta notranji dialog je za mnoge lahko zelo boleč. Prav recimo tovrstne težave lahko vidimo so vezane na prej omenjeno neoliberalno ideologijo, ki tako poudarja pomen uspeha, sreče in posameznika nenehno dela krivega za vse, kar se mu dogaja v življenju. S pandemijo smo upali, da bo prišlo do nekih družbenih sprememb na bolje. V začetku je obstajalo upanje, da bomo zaradi te pandemije začrtali prihodnost drugače, da se bomo kot družba ukvarjali s pomembnimi problemi, in to so predvsem zdravje ljudi, da bomo okrepili javno zdravstvo, da se bomo kot družba ukvarjali z ekološkimi težavami in da bomo razmišljali, ali je taka oblika neoliberalnega kapitalizma, v kateri živimo, dejansko tisto, kar želimo, da se dogaja tudi v prihodnje. Upali smo, da nas bo pandemija na nek način soočila tudi z vprašanjem, kaj je vredno delo. Da nam bo na nek način odprla možnost, da ljudje bolj sodelujejo pri sami lastništvu, da vse več ljudi se opolnomoči in da dejansko na nek način soupravlja na delovnem mestu. Upali smo dejansko tudi, da bo pandemija trenutek, ko se bomo pripravili na prihodnje pandemije, ko bomo vse več recimo financ in družbenega časa posvetili temu, da nas takšna pandemija, kot je zdaj, ne bo na tako boleten način presenečila v prihodnje. Nažalost se to ni zgodilo. Kar zdaj opazujemo, je vse večjo razcepljenost družbe med recimo ljudmi, ki so se cepili, in tistimi, ki se ne želijo cepiti. Vse večjo razcepljenost med bogatimi družbami, ki imajo presežke cepiv, in revnimi, ki do cepiv ne morejo priti. Soočamo se z velikim porastom krutosti. Krutosti na delovnem mestu in krutosti nasploh v družbi, z razpadom solidarnosti. Vse več se soočamo tudi pravzaprav z neko agresijo med samimi posamezniki. Zato je za to pandemijo že od začetka, lahko rečem, prišlo do poslabšanja medosebnih odnosov. Na začetku pandemije smo opažali neke momente agresije, ko so recimo v Združenih državah Amerike še posebej ljudje načrtno okuževali druge, recimo ljudje z simptomi COVID-19 so načrtno recimo kašljali ali pa na druge načine poskušali okužiti druge ljudi. Soočali smo se tudi že v začetku z agresijo. Ljudje, ki so recimo bili pozvani, da imajo na obrazu masko, so se upirali temu, da bi jim nekdo to od njih zahteval. V Združenih državah so že v začetku pandemije recimo imeli smrtne žrtve, ko so ljudje recimo fizično napadli varnostnike in druge delavce, ki so recimo od njih zahtevali, da spoštujejo pravila vezana na masko. Danes se soočamo z drugimi oblikami nasilja. Nasilje, ki ga vidimo na ulicah med nasprotniki pogojev PCT, nasprotniki cepljenja, je nekaj, kar se moramo v prihodnosti bati. Zato se v tem trenutku dejansko postavlja vprašanje naše prihodnosti. Ali bomo lahko obrnili tok in na nek način iz te pandemije dejansko naredili neko možnost, da se družba oblikuje v bolj humano prihodnost, ali bomo dejansko se soočali z ključnimi problemi, ki se vežejo na neenakosti in še posebej na klimatske spremembe. Začno upam, da vsaj nekaj optimizma še ostaja v teh težkih časih.
Hvala lepa za to srčno upanje in hvala lepa za cel prispevek, gospa Renata Salecl. Torej, kot povzetek, da se iz pandemije nismo naučili in spremenili načina delovanja družbe toliko, kot je kazalo na začetku. To je eno od sporočil prispevka. A vendar so ljudje po drugi strani so se začeli preizpraševati, kaj je človeka vredno delo in kaj pričakujejo od dela. To pa vendarle ponuja priložnost, da prevetrimo tudi svoje vrednote in varnost ter zdravje pri delu umestimo višje kot prej. Gremo naprej. Na vrsti so zdaj pogledi sindikalnih predstavnikov. Najprej nam bo svoj prispevek predstavila Lučka Bem, ki je izvršna sekretarka Zveze svobodnih sindikatov Slovenije za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Je članica številnih organov, med drugim upravnega odbora EU-OŠA, svetovalnega odbora za varnost in zdravje pri delu, stalnega odbora Evropske konfederacije sindikatov za varnost in zdravje pri delu ter mreže sindikalnih strokovnjakov Evropskega sindikalnega inštituta. Je tudi avtorica številnih publikacij. Gospa Lučka Bem, izvolite, predajam vam besedo.
Hvala lepa. Jaz upam, da se slišimo, da ne bo tehničnih ovir, zato da opravim svojo vlogo na današnji konferenci. Lep pozdrav iz Ljubljane vsem udeležencem videokonference o prihodnosti varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Njen program naslavlja izzive prihodnosti, s katerimi se tudi sindikati in naši člani srečujemo pri svojem vsakodnevnem delu. Zaradi sklopa evropskih direktiv na področju varnosti in zdravja pri delu je za nas dragoceno interesno povezovanje na ravni EU. Visoko cenimo strokovno podporo, ki nam jo nudi Evropska konfederacija sindikatov ETUC in Evropski sindikalni inštitut ETUI. Intenzivni stiki med evropskimi sindikati nam potrjujejo, da se soočamo z enakimi in podobnimi izzivi po vsej Evropi. Ker bo za mano razmišljanja evropskih sindikatov predstavil kolega iz ETUC-a, bom jaz predstavila predvsem tiste, s katerimi se bomo, vsaj po mojem mnenju, v prihodnje soočili na naši nacionalni ravni. Naj povem, da se že pripravljamo na svoj sindikalni kongres, ki bo v letu 2022, in pri tem ugotavljamo, da se je v zadnjih letih tudi zaradi epidemije COVID-19 trg dela korenito spremenil na načine, ki si jih pred nekaj leti sploh nismo mogli predstavljati. Naučiti smo se morali delati v razmerah popolnega lockdowna, naučiti smo se morali oceniti tveganje za okužbo s koronavirusom na delovnem mestu in kateri preprečevalni ukrepi so učinkoviti. V času epidemije so bile zaradi različnih narav, različnih dejavnosti, zelo različne rešitve, kako varno organizirati delo v industriji, kjer z ramo ob rami dela veliko število ljudi v storitvenih dejavnostih, kjer se zaposleni srečujejo z širšo javnostjo in seveda v javnem sektorju. Naj omenim razklanost javnosti in seveda tudi članov sindikata glede nekaterih ukrepov za omejevanje širjenja okužbe, ki bi po mnenju nekaterih lahko posegli celo v ustavno jamčeno nedotakljivost človekove telesne in duševne celovitosti, njegove zasebnosti ter osebnostnih pravic. To bo v prihodnosti ena izmed zelo pomembnih tem, s katerimi se bomo soočali. V času lockdowna smo torej delali na daljavo, a nas je presenetila izoliranost delovnega okolja. Začela se je izgubljati sinergija timskega dela. Poklicno napredovanje na daljavo je uganka. Izginja meja med delovnim in zasebnim časom. Na račun zasebnega časa se dela, dokler delo ni opravljeno. Na voljo delodajalcu smo lahko tako rekoč neprestano. Po lockdownu smo se s hvaležnostjo vrnili na delovna mesta pri delodajalcu. Obvezno delo na daljavo nam ni všeč. Toda delo na daljavo je danes marsikje tehnološko mogoče in bo v prihodnje gotovo normalna stalnica. Posveti z našim članstvom pa kažejo, da naj delo od doma večinoma ostane zgolj občasna, prostovoljna izbira posameznika v dogovoru s svojim organizatorjem dela. Zdaj, omenjala sem delovni čas tistih, ki so v času epidemije delali od doma. Naj omenim še eno spletno anketo o delovnem času, ki smo jo izvedli še pred epidemijo. In moram povedati, to je bila anketa, na katero se je odzvalo 50-krat več ljudi kot na običajne naše ankete. Torej 50, ne 5-krat, 50-krat več ljudi, kar kaže, da je delovni čas res žulj, ki žuli veliko ljudi. Že takrat so ljudje poročali o brisanju meje med delom in zasebnim časom. Člani, ki delajo v dejavnostih, kjer ni delo od doma, kjer ni možno delo od doma, pa so še opozarjali na obremenitve zaradi neplaniranega prerazporejanja delovnega časa in nadur. Seveda se tudi pri nas uveljavlja tehnologija, v katero je vgrajena umetna inteligenca, ki s svojimi algoritmi vse bolj določa tempo in način dela. Vse pogosteje se postavljajo vprašanja o kršenju dostojanstva posameznika, ki ga umetna inteligenca in tehnologija nadzirata vsak trenutek dela in omejujeta njegovo avtonomijo. Pogovarjamo se o povsem novih vzrokih psihosocialnih obremenitev na delu in posledičnih tveganjih za zdravje. Na te izzive bo potrebno definirati odgovore v direktivah, predpisih in kolektivnih pogodbah prihodnosti. Danes smo že velikokrat slišali, pa bom še jaz ponovila. Izziv današnjega časa je tudi prekarizacija dela. Vse bolj se namreč uveljavljajo prekerne pogodbe za plačano delo, kjer je odgovornost za varnost in zdravje pri delu na posamezniku in ne na naročniku dela. Zahtevali bomo, da naj predpisi posamezniku, ne glede na vrsto pogodbe o delu, zagotavljajo enako varnost in zdravje pri delu. Kako to doseči, je izziv za prihodnost. To pričakujemo tudi za delo na zahtevo preko digitalnih platform, ki so se tudi pri nas uveljavile posebej kot posledica epidemije. Inšpekcijskim službam je potrebno zagotoviti trdno pravno podlago za učinkovito ukrepanje. Pri tem se bomo sklicevali tudi na Evropski steber socialnih pravic. Naj na koncu ne pozabim omeniti tako imenovanih klasičnih tveganj za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Naivno bi bilo pričakovati, da se bomo morali soočati samo z novimi izzivi. Klasična tveganja ostajajo in so pomembna. Samo v zadnjih letih smo vodili kampanjo ozaveščanja in kampanje za posodobitev nacionalnih predpisov, ki na primer urejajo ročno premeščanje bremen, zaščito zdravja delavcev v času vročinskih valov zaradi podnebnih sprememb. Največ ljudi nas pokliče ravno v času vročinskih valov. Za vzpostavitev sodobnega sistema prijavljanja poklicnih bolezni, za posodobitev seznama poklicnih bolezni, za reformo organizacije medicine dela, za posodobitev nacionalnih mejnih vrednostih poklicne izpostavljenosti nevarnim snovem, ki vzbujajo skrb, in tudi za digitaliziran monitoring ključnih pokazateljev varnosti in zdravja pri delu na nacionalni ravni. Pozivamo za vključitev teh ciljev v nacionalne strateške načrte. Po 20 letih aktivnosti med klasične psihosocialne obremenitve prištevam lahko tudi že nasilje in nadlegovanje na delovnem mestu. Novembra letos smo zato našo vlado pozvali k ratifikaciji konvencije Mednarodne organizacije za delo ILO številka 190 o odpravi nasilja in nadlegovanja v svetu dela. Je namreč prvi mednarodni inštrument, ki določa standarde za obravnavanje nadlegovanja in nasilja v svetu dela in določa ukrepe, ki jih morajo sprejeti države. Ratifikacija lahko spremeni življenja na bolje, je sporočilo sindikatov vsega sveta, ki vodijo kampanje za ratifikacijo te konvencije. Slovenija pa naj poleg tega, da naj se loti ratifikacije, v času svojega predsedovanja, ni še zaključen ta čas, predsedovanja svetu EU, se zavzame za pooblastitev držav članic, da v interesu EU ratificirajo to konvencijo. Vse je pripravljeno za to odločitev že od januarja 2020. Naj Evropa postane kontinent z ničelno toleranco do nasilja in nadlegovanja v svetu dela. Čisto na koncu naj omenim naloge, ki si jih postavljamo sindikati sami sebi. Naša vloga je, da nudimo strokovno podporo in usposabljanje delavskim zaupnikom za varnost in zdravje pri delu, ki so jih izvolili njihovi sodelavci, da predstavljajo njihov interes do varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Njim namenjamo posebno spletno stran, njim so namenjene naše e-novice za mrežo delavskih zaupnikov, njim so namenjena naša tiskana učila in tudi e-učila za usposabljanje za učinkovito zastopanje interesa sodelavcev. Podporo zanje bomo samo nadgrajevali. In to je kar zajeten seznam nalog, ki nas čaka v prihodnosti, in zaključujem svojimi mislimi, kaj nas čaka v prihodnje. Srečno!
Srečno tudi vam in najlepša hvala za vaš prispevek, gospa Lučka Böhm. Gremo naprej. Ignacio Doreste pa je svetovalec pri Evropski konfederaciji sindikatov, kjer pokriva področja trga dela in zaposlovanja, samozaposlovanja, atipičnega in platformnega dela, varnosti in zdravja pri delu ter organiziranja delavk in delavcev. Diplomiral je z področja psihologije in magistriral z področji upravljanja človeških virov, mednarodne razvojne pomoči in sodelovanja ter klinične psihologije. Gospod Ignacio Doreste, izvolite.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much to the Slovenian presidency of the European Union for the invitation to this event, and good afternoon to all the speakers and participants to the conference. So when preparing the notes to present the thoughts and observations of ETUC towards the work of the future with an OSH perspective, we thought that the best way to structure our intervention was to focus on an element which is very high in the political agenda of the European Union now, which is the communication for a strategic framework on a new strategic framework on occupational safety and health. This was presented by the European Commission in June, and we believe that our reaction to it is pretty much in line with what we are working for and our demands for the upcoming years. This strategic framework was welcomed by ETUC. We always remain constructive on this and many other topics, and in particular, the three objectives which are sustaining the different lines of actions of this strategic framework are pretty much welcomed by the European Trade Union movement, anticipating and managing change in the new world of work, and we believe that that is pretty related with the topic of this conference, improving prevention of work-related diseases and accidents, and increasing preparedness for possible future health threats. So this was welcomed by us. However, ETUC was disappointed because we believe that whereas the evaluation of the challenges done by the European Commission was very accurate, when it came to proposing actions, we regretted that it remained limited in its proposals. So I'm going to point out 4 ideas and then some thoughts in my 10 minutes of intervention with regards to these 4 priority lines of actions and an assessment on the intertwine between digitalization and threats to occupational safety and health. For example, ETUC has been calling on the European Commission to take a more ambitious approach when it comes to combating work-related cancer. And even though we welcome all the steps taken so far, we are very critical on the fact that still there are 23 substances which are cancerogenic, and for these substances there are no provisions, no legislative provisions to protect workers at a European level. Here we are not only talking about establishing occupational exposure limits, but also undertaking an approach on the prevention of work-related cancerogenic substances, which is risk approached, and it is not taking into consideration economic elements as it is the approach for the assessment so far. Then we also welcome the fact that the European Commission is taking the baton of the extensive research and demands of many different actors when it comes to the problems raised by psychosocial risk and musculoskeletal disorders. So that is good, the assessment. But again, when it comes to the proposals, we believe that it remained short. In our assessment, musculoskeletal disorders and psychosocial risk have become also a European pandemic, to our regret. And this is not us saying that. There is evidence, scientific evidence. For example, we can mention a report done by EU-OSHA saying that in 2019, these 2 work-related diseases were the problems which were reported as the cause number 1 for absence at work by workers and employers at European level. Then when it comes, for example, to, and this is pretty much related with the future of work and occupational safety and health, self-employed workers should also fall within the scope of the European OSH acquis. And we pretty much regret that this was not included in the communication of the European Commission for a new strategic framework. And then, of course, COVID, trade unions across Europe, we have been engaging together with employers in negotiating different occupational safety and health measures in order to prevent the spread of the virus at the workplace. We, trade unions, we believe that the workplace has become, especially in some sectors, a vector for contagion. And we, as said, we have been negotiating different schemes for telework, for example, in the so-called essential jobs. We have been also negotiating occupational safety and health measures, including social distances, protective equipment, and many other elements. With the end of the different waves, we have been also negotiating the return to work scheme with employers, and that is positive. We, the trade unions, we are calling on member states and the European Commission to acknowledge COVID-19 as an occupational disease, again, because of the workplace as a vector for contagion. And we are also calling on the European Commission to evaluate if the existing legislation is fit for purpose to tackle future potential pandemics. And then, well, I see that I have some minutes left for my intervention. I follow with great interest the previous speaker and, of course, the points raised by Lucia. New communication and information technologies have drastically changed the work environment over the past decades, and this has been already tackled by previous speakers. So new forms of work and digitalization increase the number of workers being exposed to psychosocial factors, but not only cognitive overload, also physical overload. So digitalization is expected to improve productivity by optimizing workers' task assignation and maximizing the cognitive and physical workloads. This is therefore leading in many occasions to work intensification and physical and cognitive overload. At this regard, we are very happy that the agency in Bilbao, EUOSHA, is going to launch a campaign on digitalization and OSH. And of course, it is a tripartite agency. We are members of its management board, and we look forward to learn from the research products which are going to be delivered by the agency. Because we believe that digital tools, they bring flexibility and freedom to employees and employers, and we do not deny that, and we welcome that in many occasions, but of course they can create absence of limits, leading to excessive interference between work demands and private lives, and the already mentioned element of the cognitive overload. And then there is an element which was already tackled by my colleague Lucia, which is precariousness. And here digitalization can also be a driver, because the digitalization in many occasions is also providing for external labor flexibility, and this increased precariousness, and precariousness is also a source of occupational safety and health risk, and perhaps more in particular to psychosocial risk, but not only. There are also many other accidents and diseases related to precariousness. I have some seconds left. Lucia has already mentioned the situation of workers through platforms. We believe that if digital labor platforms acknowledge their liability as employers, then all the OSH acquis, which is so strong in the European Union, would deploy. And these workers will be protected until the different under the different provisions of the strategic directive of 1981 and the different secondary legislation on occupational safety and health, which is transposed across the European Union. So we look forward we look forward for the publication of this initiative, legislative initiative of the European Commission on December the 8th regarding the workers through platforms. That would be all from my side. Thank you very much again for the invitation.
Thank you, najlepša hvala tudi vam, and thank you so much for respecting the time limit. To je bil gospod Ignacio Doreste. Povzetek obeh sindikalnih predstavnikov bi lahko bil, da je pandemija seveda posegla tudi v delo sindikatov. Slišali smo, da je poglobila nekatere stiske in na dan naplavila nove, povezane s skrbjo za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Nanje pa lahko odgovorimo z doslednim izvajanjem strateškega okvira Evropske unije za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Rešitev je tudi v močnem socialnem dialogu in zavedanju, da je varnost in zdravje pri delu področje, kjer je spanje na lovorikah nemogoče, saj se je potrebno ažurno odzivati na nova in nastajajoča tveganja. In zdaj še k pogledom delodajalskih predstavnikov. Igor Antaur, ki bo zdaj nastopil, je član Državnega sveta Republike Slovenije, kjer je vodja interesne skupine delodajalcev. Po izobrazbi pravnik se je v svoji karieri ukvarjal z aktivno politiko zaposlovanja, pospeševanjem samozaposlovanja ter razvojem malega gospodarstva. Je član upravnega odbora EU OŠA in svetovalnega odbora za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Lepo pozdravljeni, izvolite gospod Antaur, beseda je vaša.
Hvala lepa za besedo, lepo pozdravljam pravzaprav vse kolegice in kolege, prijatelje, ostale prisotne, seveda žal ne v živo, kot bi si vsi želeli. Pri nas v Sloveniji sicer lepo, ampak trenutno vreme ni tako, tako da bomo ob drugi priložnosti, upam, se videli v živo, izmenjali svoje stališča, izkušnje, predvsem na tako pomembnem področju, kot je varnost in zdravje pri delu. Zdi se mi, da je to izredno pomembno, da tudi tako ravnamo. Globalizacija, digitalizacija in usmerjenost v ekologijo so že same tako ali tako same od sebe prinesle bistvene spremembe v gospodarski strukturi. Vse skupaj je pa seveda pospešeno razgalila tudi pandemija covida, ki ni pokazala samo naše šibke in slabe pripravljenosti glede organizacije gospodarstva in življenja nasploh, ampak tudi to, da smo kljub navzven dobri organizaciji zelo ranljivi in to celo na daljši rok, kar se bo pokazalo tudi kasneje. Nekatere panoge so pred kolapsom, druge intenzivno iščejo delavce, trg dela smo pravzaprav nepripravljeni bili na take bistvene spremembe, predvsem pa ne na spremembe na tako intenziven prehod delavcev iz panoge v panogo. Evropsko prebivalstvo se stara, povpraševanje globalnega prebivalstva, gospodarstva po zelo usposobljeni delovni sili je zelo veliko. Do zdaj smo digitalizacijo obravnavali in uveljavljali preveč kot orodje in bistveno premalo kot vsebino, ki nam bo omogočila preprostejše in bolj zanesljivo, ne poudarim, ker smo ravno na konferenci o varnosti in zdravju pri delu, bolj zdravo in varno delo. Pri delu je vse bolj zabrisana meja med poslovnim, delovnim, zasebnim, kar so poudarjali tudi moji predhodniki. Poslovni prostor za nekatere dejavnosti vse bolj postaja dom, osebni stiki se zmanjšujejo in bodo v manjši meri tako ostali tudi po epidemiji oziroma pandemiji. Proizvodnja se vse bolj avtomatizira, vendar določene stvari sedaj in v bližnji prihodnosti prav gotovo ne bo mogoče opravljati samo z robotizacijo in avtomatizacijo. Osebni stiki bodo ostali in zelo prav je tako. Struktura in način skupinske dinamike se bo bistveno spremenila. S tem pa tudi povečali in spremenili zdravstveni in varnostni faktori, tako v telesnem, kakor tudi v psihološkem smislu. Dejansko stanje na področju varnega in zdravega dela v Evropi ni tako, kot si ga želimo oziroma da bi lahko bili popolnoma zadovoljni z njim. Poškodb, smrti in bolezni, ki so povezani z delovnim mestom in delom, je vse preveč. Stroški podjetja, družb, zaposlenih so po mojem mnenju bistveno previsoki z tega področja in v velikem delu popolnoma nepotrebni. Stroški zdravljenja v Evropi se rapidno povečujejo, že zaradi dolgožive družbe, dodano pa seveda zaradi covida. In če k temu dodamo še sanacijo zaradi poškodb na delovnem mestu, potem vemo, da bodo te blagajne, ki danes to upravljajo, vedno manj vzdržne, kar pomeni, da se bo zmanjšala kvaliteta zdravstvene oskrbe. Zdaj pa tistem delu, kjer sem bolj doma, imamo množico predpisov na področju varnega in zdravega dela, tako na področju Evropske skupnosti, še več pa na nacionalnih nivojih, na zakonskem in podzakonskem nivoju. Varnostni standardi še zdaleč niso poenoteni. Predpisi so uporabniku, če ni ravno super strokovnjak na tem področju, zelo težko razumljivi, njihova preglednost je slaba in kot pravnik si upam trditi, da gre velikokrat za popolnoma nekoristno prenormiranost, ki je poleg tega še nesistematična. Če že velika podjetja uspevajo zadovoljevati veliko število standardov in zahtev v področju varnosti in zdravja pri delu, verjemite, v mikro, malih in srednjih podjetjih to ne uspeva. Evropska gospodarska struktura po subjektih kaže več kot 98% mikro in malih podjetij. In ravno ta so tista, ki so najbolj ranljiva in ravno pri njih je največ fatalnih nesreč. Zato, kadar se sprejemajo predpisi tako na evropskem nivoju, kakor tudi na nacionalnih, pomislimo najprej na male, kajti če bo za njih dobro, vam zagotavljam, da bo za velika podjetja še toliko bolje. Vem, da je bilo vloženega veliko truda, časa in denarja v izboljšanje stanja na področju varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Kaj je torej razlog, da rezultati niso takšni, kot bi si želeli? Jaz sem več kot 15 let udeležen pri tem tako na nacionalnem kot na evropskem nivoju. Zdaj, pregled vnaprej, kaj je tisto, kar nas še čaka kot domača naloga, pa ne samo kot domača, ampak resna naloga in tisto, kar bo prinesla prihodnost. Seveda pri tem si ne delam utvar, da bi bil Nostradamus, ampak je to samo tisto, kar jaz ta trenutek vidim. Varnost in zdravje pri delu je multidisciplinarno in zahteva celovit pristop, ne samo tripartizma, ampak povezano s aktivnosti različnih strok in resorjev. Ukrepi in dejavnosti, ki niso celoviti, holistični, multidisciplinarni in trajni in dolgoročni, ne bodo prinesli rezultatov, ki jih želimo. Varnost in zdravje pri delu niso samo problem šefov in delavcev, ministrov za delo in zdravje, ampak problem sindikatov, delodajalskih organizacij, zbornic, ministrov za izobraževanje, gospodarstvo, izobraževalnih sistemov, sistemov zdravstvenih in poškodbenih zavarovalnic, šol na vseh nivojih, predvsem tistih, ki usposabljajo strokovne delavce, bodoče vodje v delovnih procesih in še bi lahko naštevali. In tukaj pridemo do tiste bistvene zadeve, ozaveščanje, ki mora biti trajni proces, ozaveščanje o pomenu varnega in zdravega dela in je tista osnova, ki je usmerjena v preventivo. Osnovni ukrepi za varno in zdravo delo so v večini aktivnosti univerzalni in preprosti za uporabo in izvajanje. Potem se vprašamo, zakaj tega sicer ne delamo, ampak ne. Delodajalec mora poskrbeti za to, da delavec to izvaja in po njegovih navodilih, delavec pa je odgovoren za to, da to izvaja. Ni odgovorno za izvedbo samo na delodajalcu. Taka aktivnost bi morala zaradi pretežne strukture mikro in malih delodajalcev biti financirana v generalnem smislu, tako preko reprezentativnih zastopnikov delodajalcev in delojemalcev oziroma sindikatov, tudi iz zasebnih, ne samo iz privatnih sredstev, zato imamo večje število inštitucij, ki imajo celo sredstva za to. Sprejemanje predpisov bi moralo biti sistemsko, strateško in neodvisno od trenutne politične popularnosti, temveč povezano z varnostjo in zdravjem pri delu. Predpisi se morajo uveljavljati tako, da ne povzročajo nepotrebne gospodarske škode in ne ogrožajo delovnih mest. Vse prevečkrat so predpisi predvsem povezani z limiti substanc, pa nekaterimi interesi, pa tudi COVID, če sem prav odkrit, tako da je ta zadeva ustvarjena kabinetsko, ne da bi bilo vprašano, kaj bo to pomenilo za gospodarstvo. Struktura delovne sile bo zaradi povpraševanja in zaradi staranja prebivalstva vse bolj usmerjena v začetnike v določeni dejavnosti, priseljence v Evropo, ki iščejo zaposlitev, in ravno ta populacija bo najbolj ranljiva. Novinci so zaradi odsotnosti znanja in izkušenj na področju varnosti in dela še posebej ranljivi. In če jih postavimo v kontekst zaposlitve v mikro in malih in srednjih podjetjih, še toliko bolj, ker ta podjetja nimajo ne kadrovskih, ne finančnih virov za to, da bi imela stalno zaposlenega specialista za varnost in zdravje pri delu, ki bi bil prisoten ves čas delovnega procesa. Zdaj pa o delu na domu. To predstavlja velik izziv, tako za delodajalce kot za delavce. Delovna mesta na domu so velikokrat neprimerna, kar se tiče ergonomije, prostornosti, osvetlitve, pa tudi koncentracije med delom, da o samoorganizaciji dela ne govorim. Verjamem, da se bo struktura dela na domu po pandemiji bistveno bolj spremenila, vendar ne tako, kot je bila pred to epidemijo. Pa vendar je potrebno take delodajalce in delavce opremiti zelo preprostimi, jasnimi priporočili in standardi za varno in zdravo delo od doma, in sicer na način, ki bo preprost, razumljiv vsem, učinkovit in predvsem izvedljiv. Digitalizacija je v razcvetu, to ugotavljamo vsi, pa vendar, če se preprosto izrazim, hardware in software, ki delujeta, sta odločno premalo za zdravo in varno delo. Vsebine, ki bodo privabile zaposlene in delodajalce k uporabi, so tiste, ki jih bodo kupili v narekovajih, beri uporabljali, da ne bodo pod stresom, kako bi to storili, ali prav razumejo, kako je to, in ali prav ravnajo. Zagotavljam vam, da je človeška narava taka, da v takem primeru tega preprosto ne bodo uporabili, kar pomeni, da ne bo efekta. Na področju varnosti in zdravja pri delu je velika večina stvari preprostih, razumljivih in z lahkoto izvedljivih, le tako mora biti pripravljene in tako predstavljene, da jih bodo uporabniki uporabili, naj bom provokativen, kot kuharski recept. Digitalizacija to omogoča, pa še skoraj vsak danes uporablja pameten telefon, da ne bodo za branje Googla samo des oziroma informacije. Informacija in navedila mora biti jasna, kratka in razumljiva. Mislim, da nam to kažejo tudi potrjene napake pri vodenju kampanj v zvezi s COVID-om. In ker sem že dolg, sicer nobeden mi še ni zvonil, z neukrepanjem in necelovitim pristopom k ukrepom za varno delo bomo vsi poraženci, zmagamo lahko le skupaj, tako delodajalci, sindikati in njihovi delavci, kakor tudi vlade. Mislim, da je to edino področje na področju delovnih razmerij, kjer bi morali biti interesi delodajalske in delojemalske strani s podporo vlad in politike taki, da lahko zmagamo vsi. In ne pozabimo, vsak naslednji dan, ki prihaja, bo jutri tudi sedanjost. Hvala lepa.
Hvala tudi vam, gospod Antauer, za vaš prispevek. In gremo naprej. Rebecca Smith, ki bo nastopila naslednja, je namestnica direktorja v oddelku za socialne zadeve pri Business Europe, kjer vodi področja trajnosti, raznolikosti, industrijskih odnosov, delovnega prava in delovnih razmer ter družbene in zaposlitvene vidike digitalizacije. Je članica upravnega odbora platforme EU implementacije ciljev trajnostnega razvoja, koordinira tudi delodajalsko skupino pri Eurofoundu. Gospa Rebecca Smith, izvolite.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, first of all, to the Slovenian presidency for organising such a rich discussion. I think we've had a lot of interesting things already today, and I'll just give you the views of Business Europe on some of those topics that were mentioned. First of all, I'd like to start with something positive. I think it's very important that we recognise that within the EU, we have a very solid framework of health and safety legislation, of course, added to by national legislation. And this has really proved its worth over many years in terms of protecting workers. And this body of legislation is also important for us as companies in terms of creating a level playing field across the EU. And of course, this comes very much through good implementation of the legislation. And that's why for us, we need to take a lot of care when we're devising new legislation or amending the existing rules to make sure that those rules are feasible for companies of all sizes in all sectors to implement. Now, of course, it goes without saying that the COVID-19 crisis has really put OSH issues in the spotlight. And of course, we've had many difficult issues to struggle with, both as employers, workers, governments. But in a way, I think one of the indirect benefits of the COVID-19 crisis is that OSH issues are really much higher on the political agenda now. And I think we've also seen that social partners can come with solutions where social dialogue works well, of course, where it's based on trust and a constructive attitude on both sides. And I think we have shown as social partners at different levels that we're able to come with solutions in times of crisis. Of course, we also fully recognize that the COVID-19 situation has led to changes in work organization, which has brought challenges in terms of occupational safety and health. But we also see some real benefits. And I think a lot of people have talked about telework already, and clearly this can be challenging for workers, but it can also be challenging for the employers, for the managers, to make sure that they are able to manage workers remotely. I think it's also a challenge in terms of isolation, and particularly for people that have joined organizations or companies during this crisis, to create that kind of feeling of belonging and feeling of a group at the workplace, which is so important in terms of the culture of the company or the organization. At the same time, of course, we need to learn the lessons from the COVID-19 situation and really capitalize on what we've done as social partners and on the benefits, both for workers and companies, in terms of increased productivity, but also more flexibility for workers to manage their work and family or private life. Of course, we have to recognize as well that this has been an extraordinary situation. It's not a normal situation when people are teleworking and they have their kids at home, or that they are actually being obliged to telework. Normally, this is actually a request of the workers, and it's something that is developed jointly between workers and employers. And for us, that voluntary aspect of telework is really important. And we know that we're going to have more remote working as we're going forward. In fact, in a lot of companies and organizations, they were already moving in this direction, but clearly COVID has accelerated that process. And that's why we really agree that we need to look at the health and safety legislation, but also at the European level, to modernize it where necessary, so that we really can improve the situation on the ground. But what is really key for us as employers is to make sure that when we are modernizing this legislation, that we really stick to the approach in the EU Framework Directive on health and safety at work. And as I said right at the beginning of my intervention, I think this has really proved its worth throughout the years, and in particular this Framework Directive, which really sets the rules of the game when it comes to health and safety protection, has really shown its value over the many decades that it's been in force. And what do we mean by sticking to the successful approach of the Framework Directive? Well, this means basing our actions on risk assessment. I think clearly this has been a real value during the COVID crisis, even if some more targeted measures were necessary. This overall approach on risk assessment and having tools and guidance for companies and workers to go through that process has been extremely valuable. It also means making sure that we have a balanced approach between the responsibility of employers and the obligations of workers. And we all know, as OSH experts, that both of these are enshrined in the Framework Directive. Worker participation, I think, is another important topic. Of course, there's not one blueprint for this. It depends on the national industrial relations systems, the kind of participation and information and consultation that workers have. But we also see an important role for workers and their representatives in making sure that the OSH rules are stuck to at the workplace. The other issue I think that has come through in all of the discussions today is, of course, the broader changes in the world of work. Digitalization is a key one, but also the transition to a more greener economy. This, of course, both bring challenges for OSH, but also huge opportunities. And I think we can't deny that the increased use of digital tools, automation, robotization, but also all of the tools that we usually use, smartphones, laptops, etc., can have benefits as well as challenges for OSH. And we need to make sure that we have a balanced debate on this as well as balanced solutions. And for us, it's really important that we leave the space for social dialogue solutions. Often they're more effective than legislation because they're closer to the workplace, and the social partners really understand how to balance the needs of workers and employers. And so for us, I think going forward, we need to make sure that social partners are given the right framework to come up with good solutions in this area, and also that we really stick to the framework approach that we already have at a national and European level when it comes to OSH issues. So as others have said, I think the key is really to find joint approaches, whether that's through social dialogue or otherwise. Tripartite dialogue is also important, like we have in the various OSH bodies, the advisory committee, but also the agency in Bilbao. And I think it's only by working together and really having these joined up approaches that we will improve the OSH situation in the future. Thank you very much.
Hvala enako, hvala tudi vam, gospa Rebeka Smith. Kot povzetek, sodelovanje je ključno, bi lahko povzeli ključna sporočila tega dela. Govorimo tako o sodelovanju v običajnih, še zlasti pa v pandemičnih razmerah, ko lahko le na zaupanju temelječ konstruktiven socialni dialog pripelje do uspešnih odzivov na razmere. Govorimo torej tako o tripartitnem sodelovanju, kot tudi o sodelovanju različnih strok in resorjev. Le holistični, multidisciplinarni, trajnostno naravnani ukrepi bodo namreč prinesli želene rezultate. Gremo naprej, tu so še pogledi vladnih predstavnikov. Magistrica Katja Rihar-Bajuk, generalna direktorica Direktorata za delovna razmerja in pravice iz Dela pri Slovenskem ministrstvu za delo, družino, socialne zadeve in enake možnosti, je naslednja na našem odru. Izvolite.
Hvala lepa za besedo. Spoštovani, lep pozdrav. Tehnološki napredek, globalizacija, podnebne spremembe in staranje prebivalstva vnašajo spremembe v vse sfere družbe in močno vplivajo tudi na svet dela. Število delovno aktivnega prebivalstva se v Evropski uniji zmanjšuje, kar ob sočasnem zmanjševanju celotnega prebivalstva povečuje tveganje za pomanjkanje delovne sile. Med možne rešitve sodi, da na trg dela vključimo in tam tudi zadržimo čim več ljudi. To pa lahko dosežemo le, če ohranimo in ponudimo kakovostna, torej trajnostna delovna mesta, ki ljudem omogočajo podaljševanje delovne aktivnosti in izboljšujejo produktivnost. Slovensko predsedstvo Svetu Evropske unije je zato kot ključno prioriteto na področju zaposlovanja določilo trajnostno delo s poudarkom na varnosti in zdravju pri delu, dostojnemu delu, veščinah ter usklajevanju poklicnega in zasebnega življenja. Ob tej priložnosti mi dovolite zahvalo Evropski fundaciji za izboljšanje življenjskih in delovnih razmer, Eurofoundu, ki je koncept trajnostnega dela razvila in nam pri njegovem vključevanju v dejavnosti predsedstva nudila vso strokovno podporo in pomoč. Razlogov, da varnost in zdravje pri delu vidimo kot eno ključnih sestavin trajnostnega dela, je več. Vsi megatrendi pred nas postavljajo številne izzive. Tehnološki napredek delo praviloma lajša, a pomeni tudi, da se moramo naučiti varno delati in sodelovati z roboti, soočati se s tehnostresom, stopati po zakoniti strani dopustnega nadzora zaposlenih s pomočjo umetne inteligence in nenehno dopolnjevati naše kompetence za delo s sodobno tehnologijo. Globalizacija marsikaj poenostavlja, a lahko pomeni tudi, da niža stroške dela na račun nižanja stopnje varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Morda ne nujno na področju Unije, kjer so regulative močne in zavezujoče, a organizacijska kultura varnosti in zdravja pri delu pomeni, da enaki standardi veljajo tudi v izpostavah podjetja v drugih delih sveta. Podnebne spremembe nas na eni strani silijo v okolju prijaznejše tehnologije in proizvodnje, na drugi strani pa vplivajo na varnost in zdravje pri delu tistih, ki so pri delu neposredno izpostavljeni višjim temperaturam, nestalnemu vremenu in onesnaženemu zraku. Staranje prebivalstva pred nas, kakor sem omenila že uvodoma, postavlja izziv tudi na področju trga dela. Delovno aktivnost bomo lahko podaljševali le z zagotavljanjem varnih in zdravju prijaznih delovnih pogojev skozi celotno dobo. In nazadnje, še najaktualnejši vzrok, bom temu rekla, da je varnost in zdravje pri delu ena ključnih sestavin trajnostnega dela, pandemija COVID-19, je spremenila tudi delovna okolja, pospešila nekatere procese in razvoj. Opozorila pa je tudi, da okrevanje gospodarstva v postpandemičnem obdobju zahteva nove pristope, pri katerih je vidik varnosti in zdravja pri delu ključen pokazatelj njihove uspešnosti. Danes smo že slišali, da delavke in delavci v Evropski uniji upravičeno pričakujejo, da bodo njihova delovna mesta kakovostna, torej tudi varna in zdravju prijazna. V vseh državah članicah mora zato pomembna prednostna naloga v običajnih, pandemičnih in tudi postpandemičnih razmerah biti dosledno izvajanje EU in nacionalnih predpisov za zagotavljanje varnih in zdravih delovnih pogojev. Nov strateški okvir EU za varnost in zdravje pri delu za obdobje 2021-2027 nam prinaša posodobljen smerokaz smeri razvoja in obvladovanje sprememb v spreminjajočem se svetu dela. Slovenija ravnokar sprejema tudi nov 3-letni načrt, akcijski načrt za izvajanje resolucije o nacionalnem programu varnosti in zdravja pri delu, s katerim se odzivamo na tako imenovana tradicionalna, kot tudi na drugi strani nova in nastajajoča tveganja za varnost in zdravje pri delu. Slovenska zakonodaja z tega področja pri delu, varnosti in zdravja pri delu opredeljuje delavca oziroma delavko v najširšem možnem smislu. Kot osebo, ki na kakršnikoli pravni podlagi opravlja delo za delodajalca, torej od vključno najbolj običajne pogodbe o zaposlitvi do opravljanja do civilnih pogodb, opravljanja dela zaradi usposabljanja, študentskega dela in tako dalje. Naše izhodišče namreč je, da je treba varnost in zdravje pri delu zagotavljati vsem, ne glede na vrsto ali obliko delovnega razmerja, pogodbe ali kraj opravljanja dela. Slovenija sodi na mnogih področjih doseganja trajnostnega dela med bolj uspešne države. Lahko se pohvalimo na primer z višjo stopnjo zaposlenosti žensk od evropskega povprečja, z nižjim deležem mladih, ki se ne šolajo in niso zaposleni, z nižjo stopnjo tveganja revščine zaposlenih oseb, nižjim deležem neaktivnega prebivalstva zaradi skrbstvenih obveznosti. Nadpovprečni smo tudi pri stopnji zaposlenosti mater in očetov predšolskih otrok. Imamo nižjo plačno, pokojninsko in zaposlitveno vrzel med ženskami in moškimi. So pa tudi področja, na katerih nas čaka veliko dela, da bomo lahko rekli, da smo se približali trajnostnemu delu. Nekatera od njih so neposredno povezana tudi s področjem varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Tukaj naš cilj ne bo dosežen vse dotlej, dokler se nam bodo na delovnih mestih dogajale nezgode, dokler bodo ljudje na delovnih mestih zbolevali ali celo umrli. Veliko naših nacionalnih prizadevanj je zato usmerjenih v spodbujanje kulture preventive na področju varnosti in zdravja pri delu, vključno z uvajanjem teh vsebin vzgoje in izobraževanje. Izhajamo namreč iz prepričanja, da je treba to kulturo privzgajati že najmlajšim, začenši v vrtcu, da bodo ob vstopu na trg dela na ta vidik pripravljeni. Prihodnost trga dela je pravzaprav že tu, tukaj in zdaj, kot smo danes tudi že večkrat slišali, sili nas, da prevetrimo marsikatero ustaljeno prakso ali način razmišljanja, morda celo predrugačimo naše prioritete. Ne moremo namreč pričakovati drugačnih rezultatov, če delujemo po ustaljenih vzorcih. Danes smo slišali, da pandemija spreminja odnos do dela, do naših lastnih definicij človeka vrednega dela, do tega, kaj pričakujemo od dela. Slišali pa smo tudi nešteto znanstveno podkrepljenih argumentov, da se vložek v trajnostno delo obrestuje, da je nujno takšno delo zagotavljati skozi cel življenjski cikel, da se sestavni deli trajnostnega dela dopolnjujejo in povezujejo in, izjemno pomembno, da je za zagotavljanje trajnostnega dela potreben socialni dialog. Področje varnosti in zdravja pri delu je lahko, vsaj v Sloveniji, zgled uspešnega socialnega dialoga. Čeprav so naša stališča kdaj različna, čeprav je kdaj zaznati občutek, da zakonodaja in izvedba novim razmeram ne sledita dovolj hitro, pa vendarle vsi sledimo skupnemu cilju. Zdravi, zadovoljni, motivirani in produktivni delavci in delavke. Eden pomembnih načinov za to pa je ustvarjanje in vzdrževanje najvišje možne ravni varnosti in zdravja pri delu. Prispevek vladni pogled zato zaključujem z mislijo, za katero želim, da jo kar najbolje udejanjamo tudi v praksi. Varnost in zdravje pri delu naj bo naša skupna skrb. Hvala za pozornost.
Najlepša hvala tudi vam. Torej, kot povzetek bi lahko bila naslednja misel, da eden od odgovorov na izzive, ki jih pred nas postavljajo megatrendi, je trajnostno delo, katerega ključna sestavina je tudi varnost in zdravje pri delu. Vseživljenjsko zagotavljanje trajnostnega dela s pomočjo socialnega dialoga pa je možno le, če to vzamemo za skupni cilj vseh, tako delodajalcev, delavk in delavcev, sindikatov in oblikovalcev politike. Lahko bi rekli, da je sodelovanje rdeča nit tega zadnjega vsebinskega dela današnje konference. Preden predam besedo zadnjima današnjima govorkama, še enkrat povabilo vsem, ki potrebujete potrdilo o udeležbi o današnjem dogodku. Prosimo vas, da svoje podatke vpišete v aplikacijo, v katero vstopite s klikom na povezavo, ki jo delimo v klepetu. Torej v chatu najdete povezavo, kliknite na njo. Če ste se že vpisali ali potrdila ne potrebujete, vam seveda ni treba storiti nič. Prihajamo k zaključnim besedam.